The world has entered an ice age, and the apocalypse has arrived, with 95% of humanity perishing. In his previous life, Zhang Yi was killed by those he had helped due to his kind heart. Reborn 1 month before the end of the world, Zhang Yi awakens spatial abilities and begins frantically hoarding supplies. Short on resources, he empties a supermall's billion-dollar warehouse. Uncomfortable living conditions? He builds a super safe house comparable to a Doomsday fortress. As the apocalypse descends, while others freeze to death and forsake everything for a bite to eat, Zhang Yi lives more freely than before the apocalypse. Pain, unbearable pain. The excruciating agony spreads throughout Zhang Yi's body. This is not just a feeling, but a harsh reality happening to him at this moment. He is mercilessly beaten to the ground by friends and neighbors he once trusted and helped, fists and clubs raining down on him. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, they disregard Zhang Yi's past help and turn on him. In his dying moments, he vaguely sees his goddess, Feng Yuqing, standing behind the crowd, looking pitiful as she shouts, "I was the one who made him open the door. You must give me a bigger share of the supplies." It was this woman who tricked Zhang Yi into opening the door and caused his death. Zhang Yi looks at her, his eyes filled with hatred and regret. He can only blame himself for being too foolish and kind-hearted, becoming a stepping stone for others in this apocalypse. He wishes he could start over. This time, he will no longer show mercy to anyone, only living for himself. Zhang Yi soon loses consciousness. However, the next moment, he suddenly opens his eyes and sits up from the sofa. The hellish scene he just experienced, that terrifying pain, is still fresh in his memory. Zhang Yi gasps for air, quickly drenched in sweat. What happened? Didn't those beasts kill me? Coming to his senses, Zhang Yi begins to survey his surroundings. This place is familiar. It is his own home. The comfortable temperature in the air feels extraordinarily surprising to him, because in December 2050, due to the impact of a supernova explosion 500,000 light-years away, Blue Star faced a global Cambrian storm. Global temperatures plummeted, with the daily temperature in Tianhai City, where Zhang Yi lives, dropping to -60 or 70 degrees, and heavy snow continued for a month, submerging the entire city. It is said that in northern Huagua, temperatures even reached a terrifying -100 degrees, with the earth buried under ice and snow. Various species went extinct, and over 95% of humanity perished in this disaster. Zhang Yi stands up and takes a bottle of water from the refrigerator, gulping down more than half of it. Although the chilled water is very cold, to him now, it is like nectar. In the apocalypse, the only way for people to obtain water is to go outside, risking extreme cold temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees, digging snow to melt for water. Such tasks can easily lead to frostbite and death. After drinking the water, Zhang Yi opens his phone to check the time, which shows November 12th. There is still a full month until the apocalypse arrives. Looks like I've been reborn. Zhang Yi takes a deep breath and soon understands what has happened. That month of experience could not have been a dream, especially the pain of being torn apart, which was too real. Zhang Yi raises his head, feeling extremely fortunate to have survived. At the same time, a sharp glint flashes in his eyes. He remembers clearly those who caused his death. In this life, he must live well and will no longer show kindness to those beasts. Moreover, under the premise of ensuring his own safety, he must take revenge on those who are still alive. But now, Zhang Yi's first concern is how to survive well in the apocalypse that will arrive in a month. Zhang Yi's living conditions are relatively good. His parents passed away early, and he inherited a 120 square meter house in Tianhai City. He also has over 2 million in savings, which would be considered quite ample in ordinary times. However, with the apocalypse approaching, there will be a massive shortage of resources worldwide. Relying on just this little money, he can't sustain himself for long. After all, surviving requires a massive amount of supplies. With the opportunity to prepare in advance, Zhang Yi not only wants to survive, but also hopes for a certain quality of life in the future. Food and entertainment must be balanced, otherwise, over time, his mental state will surely collapse, and weaponry is also essential. Only then can he ensure his safety and carry out revenge on his neighbors. At this moment, a white light suddenly appears before Zhang Yi. He thinks his right eye is a bit blurry and reaches out to rub it. But suddenly, a strange thought surges in his mind. It seems that this white light is part of him, and information about the white light appears in his mind. With a thought, Zhang Yi's consciousness instantly enters that white light. Upon entering, he discovers that it is an enormous, boundless white space. The area inside is vast, filled only with large expanses of blankness. This is a different space? It seems that after my rebirth, I have gained some special abilities. Zhang Yi's heart fills with joy. It appears that exposure to gamma rays has caused his body to mutate, granting him extraordinary power. With this vast space, it will be much easier for him to store supplies for the apocalypse. However, Zhang Yi wants to know how much this space can hold, and whether there are any limitations on the objects he can store. That he immediately returns his consciousness to his room and begins to try putting items from his home into the space. He starts with a teacup and a basin, both of which easily go in. Zhang Yi then attempts to shove larger appliances inside. Televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, computers, air conditioners, vacuum cleaners. The white space accepts all of these items. Moreover, with just a thought, Zhang Yi can take items out of the space. However, some objects that are affected by strong external forces and are not individually existing are difficult to store in the space. For example, when he tries to pry a piece of flooring from the ground, there is no reaction at all. It seems that this different space has many rules. I need to explore them slowly. However, just having this vast space for storing objects allows me to hoard a massive amount of resources. He licks his lips, and a bold plan forms in his mind. Zhang Yi works as a supervisor at a Walmart warehouse in South China. As the world's largest supermarket, Walmart has an extensive range of goods. It has 3 giant warehouses in Huaguo, Central China, South China, and North China. These 3 warehouses are incredibly massive, especially the one in South China. Completed in 2040, it measures 1,500 meters in length and 720 meters in width, covering an area of over 1 million square meters. It is the world's largest warehouse. It was once praised by the president of Walmart Greater China as the 8th wonder of the world. Of course, there are only 7 wonders recognized globally, and the 8th wonder is self-assessed, amounting to thousands. However, the area and storage capacity of the South China warehouse truly surpass any other in the world of storage. The supplies stored inside can sustain the consumption of millions in several cities for a week. This means that if Zhang Yi empties a warehouse and moves all the supplies into his space, he won't have to worry about resources for a lifetime, or even 10 lifetimes. The key point is that Walmart's quality control is very strict. There are no low-grade, off-brand goods in the warehouse. Whether food, daily necessities, or luxury items, all are well-known, reputable brands. Zhang Yi thought that if he could empty a Walmart warehouse, he wouldn't have to worry about supplies when the apocalypse came, and he could live very comfortably. As the warehouse manager, he was extremely familiar with every shelf, monitoring device, and staff schedule in the warehouse. For him, emptying the warehouse was definitely not a difficult task. Once he made up his mind, Zhang Yi felt much more at ease. Grumbled at that moment. Zhang Yi's stomach protested. He patted his belly and glanced at the yellow braised chicken rice he had bought earlier. After hesitating for a moment, he finally shook his head with a smile and chose to forego the takeout. There's only a month left until the apocalypse. I need to eat a lot of delicious food quickly, otherwise there won't be any chances later. Why be so stingy with myself? Having endured a month of cold and hunger, he was now eager to enjoy some warm and tasty food. What was the point of holding on to money? After the world ends, money would just turn into waste paper. It was better to spend it all now and not let it go to waste. Zhang Yi turned around with flair, ready to find a high-end restaurant he had previously been reluctant to visit, to treat himself to a good meal. Chapter 2. White Lotus. Zhang Yi stepped out of his house, greeted by a scene of peace and harmony, filled with the joy and comfort of the human world. Many parents were playing with their children in the community square, their faces radiating happiness. However, Zhang Yi knew that in a month, all of this would turn to dust. He quickly walked out of the community, not far from which was a Michelin 3-star restaurant. A meal there would cost at least 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. And Zhang Yi had always been reluctant to dine there. But now he didn't care at all. Having come back from the dead, he had to celebrate properly. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi found a seat by the window and ordered all the most expensive dishes on the menu, along with a bottle of Lafite red wine. By the time he was done, he had spent 50,000 yuan. Even the waitstaff in the restaurant looked at him with ambiguous eyes, thinking he must be a wealthy second-generation rich kid. After all, how could an ordinary person afford such an expensive meal? Zhang Yi didn't care what others thought. When the table full of delicious food was served, he began to devour it eagerly. Perhaps because he had experienced 6 months of a frozen apocalyptic world. He was moved to the point of tears by such delectable food. His eating became somewhat fierce, drawing murmurs from the surrounding diners. But Zhang Yi paid them no mind. After all, in the face of the apocalypse, people could kneel and bow for a pack of instant noodles. At that time, all civilization and morality would vanish. While Zhang Yi was enjoying his meal in the restaurant, a woman passing by outside suddenly stopped. She had long flowing hair, exquisite makeup, and was wearing Gucci high heels, with an LV bag hanging from her arm. This woman was Fang Yuqing, the one who had caused Zhang Yi's demise in his past life. Beside her was her good friend Lin Caning. As they passed the Michelin 3-star restaurant, they couldn't help but glance inside. They had always longed for such high-end places. But unfortunately, their finances didn't allow for such indulgences. However, that didn't stop them from surveying the inside, hoping to spot a quality rich kid they could hook up with. To their surprise, Fang Yuqing recognized Zhang Yi inside, sitting at a table full of top-notch food. "Isn't that Zhang Yi? How could he afford to eat here?" Fang Yuqing exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Caning, equally surprised, covered her mouth and said, "I didn't know Zhang Yi was so wealthy." Her eyes glanced at Fang Yuqing with a hint of ambiguity as she smiled and said, "Yuqing, you really are lucky. The guy chasing you turns out to be a hidden rich second generation. Look at that table of food. It must cost at least 50 to 60,000. Who else could afford such an expensive meal?" Lin Caning's tone was tinged with envy. She knew that Zhang Yi had been pursuing Fang Yuqing for 2.5 years. Yet, Fang Yuqing had always kept him dangling, neither rejecting nor accepting him. Fang Yuqing was a thorough gold digger. She believed she could marry a quality rich second generation and become a young mistress. However, she was also reluctant to give up on Zhang Yi, a small-time player in Tianhai City who had a car and a house. So, Fang Yuqing had always treated Zhang Yi as a backup option. Her principle regarding backups was simple: don't take the initiative, don't refuse, and don't take responsibility. Seeing Zhang Yi enjoying a lavish meal worth tens of thousands made Fang Yuqing begin to doubt. Could it be that Zhang Yi was actually a hidden rich second generation? Fang Yuqing rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, weren't there often characters like that in TV dramas? Clearly wealthy, but pretending to be ordinary in search of true love. As she convinced herself, her eyes lit up. If that were true, she could save a lot of effort. After all, Zhang Yi had been pursuing her. She felt that if she just nodded, he would immediately propose. Lin Caning chimed in. "Yuqing, let us go inside and find Zhang Yi." In truth, she was eyeing that table of delicious food. This was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, and ordinary people would never get the chance to taste such a feast in their lifetime. Fang Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but shook her head and said, "That wouldn't be good. It would make him think I'm a gold digger. Let us wait outside and pretend we ran into him by chance." Fang Yuqing wasn't foolish. She wouldn't lower herself for a meal. Even if Zhang Yi was indeed wealthy, she needed to maintain her goddess demeanor. Only then, if they ended up together, could she control Zhang Yi and keep him as her loyal follower. Thus, the two had not far from the restaurant, waiting for Zhang Yi to come out. After over an hour of eating, Zhang Yi, feeling happy, patted his round belly. The Michelin 3-star food was actually average, but for someone who had just returned from the apocalypse, it was enough to move him to tears. Next, he planned to go to a nearby supermarket to buy some supplies. This was to test the storage capacity of the alternate space, to avoid any problems later on. Although he was quite confident about transporting supplies back from the Walmart warehouse, it was better to be cautious. After all, he had experienced hunger and couldn't allow any accidents to happen. Zhang Yi settled the bill happily and walked out of the restaurant, greeted by the cheerful smile of the waitress. Just then, a familiar voice sounded beside him. "Zhang Yi, what a coincidence." Zhang Yi turned to see Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Fang Yuqing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, deliberately exposing her fair neck and pink earlobes. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This was a classic green tea tactic, designed to make a man's heart flutter inadvertently. Fang Yuqing, the ultimate green tea white lotus, was well versed in this. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was no longer the naive follower he once was. Not long ago, he had lost his life because of this woman, dying a miserable death. She even wanted to break Zhang Yi's ribs to make soup. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi's gaze suddenly turned cold, filled with naked killing intent. After all, the apocalypse was just around the corner. Killing her wouldn't pose any problems. Should he just take her out? Fang Yuqing felt a chill from Zhang Yi's stare and nervously said, "Zhang Yi, what is wrong with you?" Zhang Yi quickly reined in his gaze and replied lightly, "Nothing. I mistook you for someone else." He suddenly changed his mind. Letting this woman die so easily would be too cheap for her. Moreover, if he really killed her now, it was highly likely he wouldn't escape the law's punishment. Zhang Yi didn't want to end up in a detention center when the apocalypse arrived. It would be better to let her experience the despair of the end times first, and then use his methods to make her suffer to death. With enough time to prepare and the memories from his past life, he had 100 ways to make her die painfully. So now, there was no need to deal with her. What was most important now was to create the safest shelter, allowing him to survive comfortably during the apocalypse. Chapter 3. Shopping and stockpiling. Zhang Yi's attitude toward Fang Yuqing was very cold. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining noticed something was off, but mistakenly believed Zhang Yi was a hidden rich second generation, rather than being angered by Zhang Yi's attitude. They took the initiative to approach him. What is wrong with a rich person having a bit of an attitude? That is called having style. Hey Zhang Yi, did you just eat at this restaurant? Lin Kaining pretended to be casual as she spoke. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. This woman was not a good person either. Just like Fang Yuqing, she was partly responsible for the food that had tricked him and for his death back then. Humph, Zhang Yi replied coldly. Then stuffed his hands into his pockets and turned to walk towards the supermarket. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining quickly followed. Zhang Yi, where are you going? Fang Yuqing asked with a gentle smile. To the supermarket. Zhang Yi's voice remained indifferent, carrying a hint of impatience. If it weren't for wanting her to experience the despair of the apocalypse, he would have killed her on the spot. Fang Yuqing exchanged a glance with Lin Kaining and quickly said, what a coincidence. We were also planning to buy some things. It's on the way. At this point, Zhang Yi had figured it out. They must have seen him dining at a Michelin 3-star restaurant and mistakenly thought he was some invisible rich second generation. That's why they suddenly became so warm towards him. He didn't want to talk to them and walked straight to the supermarket. But the more he acted this way, the more Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining believed he was a rich second generation. Otherwise, why would he be so extravagant? The two followed closely beside Zhang Yi, with Fang Yuqing even leaning against him, occasionally reaching out to touch him. Whenever Zhang Yi looked at her, she would turn her head away shyly. Her face flushed as if she were very bashful. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly. Green tea bitch, you really can act. If you went to act in movies, you would definitely win an Oscar. Zhang Yi entered the supermarket, pushed a shopping cart, and walked inside. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining hurriedly pushed their carts to follow. Zhang Yi, are you dining with someone? Fang Yuqing asked with a smile. Zhang Yi walked towards the food section and coldly replied, can I eat by myself? Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, oh, I didn't mean that. I just thought the things in there are quite expensive. And I thought you were treating someone. Lin Kaining couldn't help but ask, Zhang Yi, your monthly salary is just over 10,000, right? This meal would cost you half a year's salary. It seems your family leaves you quite a bit of money. Fang Yuqing shot Lin Kaining a fierce glare. Idiot. How can you ask such things casually? As a top green tea, the most important rule is talk about feelings with the rich and money with the poor. Realizing she had misspoken, Lin Kaining quickly added, haha, I was just joking. We are all good friends. Money doesn't matter. But Zhang Yi completely ignored them. He reached the food section and looked at the dazzling array of products on the shelves, as if entering a treasure trove. In his previous life, he had experienced the feeling of eating a packet of instant noodles for 2 days. Therefore, he had an infinite desire for food. Zhang Yi went straight to the shelf and began to throw the food into the cart. He bought a large amount of ham, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, and seasonings. This action left Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining dumbfounded. Zhang Yi, why are you buying so much food? Are you going camping? Zhang Yi replied indifferently. However, Lin Kaining grew suspicious and secretly whispered to Fang Yuqing, do rich second generations eat this? Fang Yuqing was also a bit puzzled, but thinking about that Michelin 3-star dinner, she was unwilling to give up on the idea of Zhang Yi being a rich second generation. She ran up to Zhang Yi and said earnestly, do you need any help? With free labor available, Zhang Yi had no reason not to use it. Moreover, seeing Fang Yuqing's feigned innocent smile, he also had a thought of revenge. He had a month to prepare for the apocalypse. Creating a perfect shelter to ensure his safety was not difficult. As for living supplies, he could obtain them through the Walmart warehouse. This way, he could guarantee that he would be in an absolutely safe and comfortable state during the apocalypse. Why not deliberately let Fang Yuqing know that he had stored a certain amount of supplies and then wait for her to come crying to him for help? As for Fang Yuqing leaking his information and attracting those bastard neighbors to attack him, that was easy to solve. As long as his safe house was built strong enough, he wouldn't need to worry about being attacked. Instead, he could effectively counterattack those bastard neighbors. Just thinking about their desperate expressions when they couldn't do anything to him made Zhang Yi smile a bit twisted. This is indeed an option worth considering. Zhang Yi planned to find a security company to build such a safe house. If feasible, he would implement this plan. If not, he would move away from the city and find a remote wilderness to set up an underground shelter. This was a backup plan. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. Then you help me push the cart. Fang Yuqing quickly nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi also had Lin Kaining go get another cart. Although both were filled with doubts, they still followed his orders. Zhang Yi bought a lot of storable food, including instant noodles, ham, some cured meats, and canned goods. He also used one cart specifically for fresh meat, fruits, vegetables, and some live fish. He wanted to test whether his alternate space had any special effects on storing fresh food. The 3 carts were filled to the brim, and Zhang Yi assigned the cart filled with beef, lamb, and canned goods to the 2 women to push. It must have weighed 400 to 500 pounds, leaving them sweating profusely. Fang Yuqing complained a bit, pouting, "Zhang Yi, how many people are going to eat all this? Are you hiding some event from me?" Zhang Yi sneered and said, "The sky can change unexpectedly. What if the apocalypse comes one day? I'm just stocking up on supplies." What Zhang Yi said was the plain truth, but no one would believe it. This point was confirmed by a doctor surnamed Li in the past. Fang Yuqing thought Zhang Yi was joking, and she chuckled. "Oh, if you don't want to say, then forget it. Why make such jokes? But since I helped you so much today, you need to treat me to a meal later." Fang Yuqing's eyes were filled with hints. She was hoping Zhang Yi would take her to the Michelin 3-star restaurant for a meal. Zhang Yi's lips curled slightly. Sure, but I'm quite busy lately, so I don't have much time. Maybe next month." Fang Yuqing happily said, "All right, it's a deal." Lin Kaining quickly chimed in. Okay, let us go together." Hee. Just helping to push a cart could lead to a big meal, so she was naturally very happy, seeing Lin Kaining being so oblivious. Fang Yuqing shot her another glare, but Lin Kaining pretended not to see it. Zhang Yi went to pay for the items, and in total, the purchase amounted to over 10,000. He didn't even blink as he paid. It's worth noting that in the apocalypse, these supplies would be worth at least tens of thousands of times more. It could even be said to be priceless, because at that time, having more money wouldn't necessarily buy you a bite to eat. Since Zhang Yi bought a lot of items, the supermarket readily lent him the shopping carts. Zhang Yi unceremoniously ordered the 2 women to help him push the items back home. In fact, he had a car and could have easily driven the items back. However, with free labor available, he wouldn't pass it up. Although the 2 women kept saying they were tired, they immediately got energized when Zhang Yi promised to treat them to AB Chapter 4, ordering 500 banquets at a 5-star hotel. Zhang Yi and his 2 companions pushed 3 large carts of supplies back to the community. Along the way, many neighbors witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gossip. Zhang Yi didn't care about being discovered hoarding supplies anymore. After all, these 2 green tea girls already knew about his shopping, and it was impossible to keep it a secret. If he only wanted to survive, he could sell all his assets and run to a deserted place to build an impregnable fortress. But how could he take revenge on the neighbors who had brutally torn him apart in his previous life? Without killing those people, Zhang Yi's heartache would never disappear. Therefore, one of his plans for the apocalypse was to stay in this community and take revenge on all those who owed him in a different, cruel way. Of course, the premise of this plan was that the security company could build him an unassailable shelter. Otherwise, he would have to prepare a backup plan to construct an underground shelter in a deserted area. Zhang Yi looked at the surrounding neighbors, who were laughing and discussing the uses of the many supplies he had bought. He could already envision the scene during the apocalypse when these neighbors would try to rush into his home to steal his things. He had experienced all of this firsthand. However, he was not afraid because this time, he would be well prepared. He wanted those people to see, but not touch, leaving them utterly frustrated. Zhang Yi and Fang Yuqing lived in an apartment building. Since Zhang Yi managed a warehouse at Walmart, the neighbors often asked him to help buy discounted items. Thus, everyone knew Zhang Yi. When they saw Zhang Yi and the others returning with so many items, a grandmother who was playing with her grandson approached them. She looked at the food in the cart, including fresh beef and lamb, and was immediately intrigued. "Xiaozhang, why did you bring back so many things? Did the warehouse process them? You can't possibly use all of this. Why not share some with the neighbors?" This was Aunt Lin, who worked on the homeowners association. She often used her little power in the community to boss around the neighbors, acting like a leader. In the past, she frequently had Zhang Yi help her buy cheap discounted goods, taking advantage of situations. In his previous life, she had also extorted food from Zhang Yi through her nagging. However, when all the neighbors rushed to rob Zhang Yi's house, she not only did not stop them, but even outperformed the younger ones in energy. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining did not want to provoke this woman and quickly said, "These things are all bought by Zhang Yi. We're just helping him bring them back." Aunt Lin's eyes immediately turned to Zhang Yi, smiling as she said, "Xiaozhang, it looks like these are from your warehouse. How about sharing a bit with Aunt Lin?" As she spoke, her grandson, Xiaohu, had already climbed onto one of the carts and reached for a box of chocolate. Despite his small size, his eyes were very shrewd. That box of imported chocolate sold for over 200 in the supermarket. Without a word, Zhang Yi snatched the item back. Then he coldly said to Aunt Lin, "Sorry, but I'm keeping these for myself." After all, the apocalypse was coming, and he couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. Aunt Lin's expression suddenly changed. Zhang Yi's blatant disregard for her, the so-called community leader, made her extremely angry, especially when her grandson Xiao Hu, after being pushed away by Zhang Yi, started crying and demanding the chocolate. He even pointed at Zhang Yi, scowling, and shouted, "You bad guy, give me back my chocolate. Otherwise, I'll beat you up." Zhang Yi looked at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "Say one more word, and I'll slap you." Xiao Hu was frightened by Zhang Yi and burst into tears, throwing a tantrum on the ground. Aunt Lin hurried to comfort her grandson and angrily scolded Zhang Yi. "How old are you? Why are you arguing with a child? It's just a box of chocolate. What's wrong with giving it to the kid? Otherwise, just give him a box of chocolate. Consider it as me buying it. I'll pay you back later. Who do you think is trying to take advantage of you?" Zhang Yi merely curled his lips. Nowadays, mobile payments made transactions incredibly convenient. Her promise to pay later was clearly an attempt to renege on the deal. "I said, this is for me to eat. If you want some, go buy it at the supermarket." Zhang Yi sneered, then called Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning to leave. As they walked away, Aunt Lin's angry shouts followed them, but Zhang Yi turned a deaf ear. Aunt Lin's son and daughter-in-law worked outside, leaving her alone at home to take care of her grandson. Usually, the old lady only bought enough groceries for one day. Therefore, after the apocalypse arrived, their supplies would be among the first to run out. In the past, Zhang Yi had softened and helped them, but without Zhang Yi's assistance in this life, it would be a miracle if this unethical old woman and her mischievous grandson Xiao, who could survive for 10 days. Zhang Yi didn't want to argue with a corpse. It wasn't that he was heartless. It was just that once that day came, everyone would find it difficult to take care of themselves. The lives of others would naturally be secondary to his own. After pushing the 3 carts of supplies back home, Zhang Yi sent them away. "Zhang Yi, don't forget to treat us." Feng Yuqing winked playfully at Zhang Yi. However, after seeing her, Zhang Yi felt a wave of nausea in his heart. He gave a perfunctory response. The 2 women had initially planned to stay and look for clues about Zhang Yi being an invisible rich second generation. But seeing Zhang Yi's uninterested demeanor, they had no choice but to leave first. After they left, Zhang Yi opened his spatial pocket and stored the items inside, preparing to observe whether there would be any changes to these supplies in the space. After doing this, it was already quite late. Zhang Yi did not rush to rest, but instead took out paper and pen to carefully plan the preparations for the next month. Although he was usually quite lazy, in order to survive, one could always unleash enough potential to live comfortably in the apocalypse. The first thing to resolve was the food issue, which was easy to solve. Aside from the daily items he purchased, he could take the rest from the warehouse. However, this couldn't be rushed. He needed to conduct investigations first. Moreover, he should collect supplies a few days before the apocalypse to avoid drawing others' attention. If he were caught, he definitely wouldn't last long in a cell. Zhang Yi wrote the word food in his notebook and checked it off. Next was heating. After the apocalypse, energy supply would be extremely scarce, and air conditioning would quickly become unusable. Therefore, he had to use the simplest methods. A fireplace was the first choice. The principle of a fireplace is similar to that of a heated Kong, both using primitive methods for heating. In Europe, winter temperatures are particularly low, and this method is used to get through the long cold winter. In that case, he would have to renovate the house completely, preferably adding insulation. Thinking about renovations reminded Zhang Yi of how someone had broken into his home in his previous life, causing his heart to tighten. He also needed to turn his home into an impregnable steel fortress. First, he had to install thick steel plates or alloy materials all over. It had to be able to withstand ordinary explosions. Once the apocalypse came, people would do anything to survive, and he had to be fully prepared. He couldn't joke about safety. Zhang Yi had already tasted death once and absolutely did not want to experience it a second time. The problem of the safe house was also easy to solve. Tianhai City had security companies dedicated to providing security services for the privileged. Among them, there were services for building safe houses. Zhang Yi remembered seeing news in his previous life about a top billionaire who built a super fortress that could even withstand attacks from small-H weapons. Then, there were the medicines. I must prevent myself from getting sick and unable to be treated. Walmart's warehouse has many commonly used medications that can treat minor illnesses like colds and fevers. However, these are far from enough. The Cambrian storm will last for at least several decades, and I need to be fully prepared. Fortunately, Zhang Yi has a good network in Tianhai City. After all, he works in warehouse management and knows some hospital warehouse staff. As long as enough money can be offered, any medication can be obtained. With these issues resolved, Zhang Yi tapped his pen on the notebook in his hand. Next, there was one final issue to address. His gaze sharpened. that is weapons. In the face of the apocalypse, when humanity loses its morality, battles over resources will be everywhere. Lives will be as worthless as grass. To survive, one must possess sufficient military power. Zhang Yi is not a martial arts expert, but no matter how skilled one is, they fear a kitchen knife. As long as the prepared weapons are strong enough, there is no need to worry about such issues. Mountain knives, crowbars, and axes are easy to obtain. Bows, air guns, and compound bows also have channels for acquisition. However, the most formidable is, of course, American-style katanas. This item can only be obtained through the black market domestically. Going abroad to get one? That's unrealistic. The unfamiliar environment outside would take many days for a round trip. I don't have a foreign gun license. Nor can I buy from a weapons store. Zhang Yi stroked his chin. This problem cannot be resolved for now. However, he still has a month. As long as he is willing to spend money, there should be a way to sort it out. He spent 3 hours devising a perfect plan. Then happily took a hot shower and lay down on his comfortable bed to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Yi crawled out of bed. He didn't sleep well during the night, waking up several times due to nightmares. Upon waking, he found himself still lying in his warm and comfortable bed at home, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. The period of the apocalypse had inflicted tremendous psychological damage on him. To avoid repeating the past, Zhang Yi became even more determined to make thorough preparations. After getting up, Zhang Yi made himself breakfast. Then he opened the alternate space to check the condition of the supplies he had thrown inside. To his delight, the meat, fruits, and vegetables that had been stored overnight showed no changes at all. While the meat might not show immediate signs, fruits and vegetables usually lose freshness after a night. However, after being placed in the alternate space, those fruits and vegetables looked just as fresh as when he bought them yesterday. My alternate space is independent of this world. So perhaps the rules of time change here. It could be that time flows slower or even stands still. This is fantastic news. This way, I can place all sorts of items inside without worry. However, when Zhang Yi checked the fish he had put in, he found that they had all died. After dying, they still looked lifelike and showed no signs of decay. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, understanding more about the usage rules of the alternate space. Living creatures cannot be stored. Or if they are, they cannot survive for long. It seems my idea of living inside is not very practical. This isn't a big problem. The alternate space is just a vast expanse, far less comfortable than Zhang Yi's own home. As long as I can store things in it, that's enough. With this in mind, many ideas popped into Zhang Yi's head. Since I can preserve fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, what about cooked meals? Although Zhang Yi can cook, he is still quite a bit behind professional chefs. Relying solely on himself for cooking will eventually become tiresome. So, Zhang Yi immediately made a call to the largest 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, Hongfu Tianxia. This hotel also offers takeout, and their food is top-notch, which Zhang Yi loves. Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How can I assist you? Zhang Yi immediately said, I need to invite guests to my home for a 3-day banquet. So I need to book 500 tables of food. The person on the other end was also taken aback. 500 tables of food would take a long time to prepare. Moreover, as a 5-star hotel, the cheapest banquet table costs at least 3,000 to 4,000. 500 tables would amount to over 1 million. The staff didn't dare to make decisions on their own and quickly said, please hold on, I will consult with our manager. After a while, another person answered the phone. Hello, sir, I am Chen Dingfang, the manager of Hongfu Hotel. May I ask how to address you? Chapter 5. Loans for money. Zhang Yi replied. My name is Zhang Yi. Is there any problem with my order for 500 banquet tables? The manager was taken aback. This was the first time they had encountered such a request since the hotel opened. However, with such a large order, they would definitely take it. Mr. Zhang, 500 banquet tables will cost over 1 million. If you need it, we will prepare it for you right away, but we will need a 200,000 deposit in advance. Zhang Yi replied. No problem. Please send me your account number, and I will transfer the funds. With money, things naturally become easier. The manager readily agreed. Then added Zhang Yi as a friend and sent him the bank account number. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi transferred 200,000 over. After confirming the deposit had been received, the manager immediately began instructing various departments. Hurry, hurry. We have a big order. Tell the procurement department to stock up quickly. And the kitchen should not accept other takeout orders for now. We need to prepare 500 banquet tables for the guests within a day. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Although the money will be useless in a month, I still need it to buy things now. In his hands, the inheritance left by his parents and his own savings totaled around 2 million. Now, half of that was gone, and to be honest, it still stung a bit. However, thinking about it, this is a good thing. Many people clutch their money, which later turns into waste paper. Not everyone has the opportunity to spend their money. However, there are still many places where I need to spend money. I need to find a way to make more money. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly fell on the house he owned. This house is located in the central area of Tianhai City, with an area of 120 square meters, and the community was built 10 years ago. According to the current market, a square meter costs over 40,000. This means this house is now worth at least 5 million. Got it. I'll go for a mortgage loan. This will give me money. Zhang Yi chuckled. Borrowing this money without having to pay it back feels incredibly comfortable. He immediately left the house, got in the car, and headed to the bank to apply for a loan. On the way, he received a message from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I'm so bored this weekend. I really want someone to accompany me to go out. Zhang Yi glanced at it and tossed his phone aside. He went to the bank to handle the loan business. Since Zhang Yi was applying for a large loan and had complete documentation, and the house was purchased fully paid, the loan was quickly approved. However, the bank only granted him a loan of 4 million. Zhang Yi didn't haggle. After all, it was free money. And he didn't have time to argue with the bank. After signing the documents, the bank transferred the funds to his account. Now, after spending over 1 million on the banquet, I still have about 5 million left. That should be enough for renovating the house. However, I still need to buy a lot of medicines and weapons. This money might not be enough. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, pondering how to get more money. At that moment, a blond man by the roadside noticed Zhang Yi, who was lost in thought. His eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over. Hey, buddy. Do you need some money? Zhang Yi looked up at the blond man. Who are you? The blond man smile deepened as he lowered his voice and asked. I just want to know if you need money right now, but the bank won't lend you any? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi understood what this person was up to. He was definitely a loan shark. Zhang Yi's heart stirred, and a plan formed in his mind. He sighed and pretended to be troubled, saying, Yes, my family's business urgently needs funds for turnover. But the bank. Zhang Yi deliberately showed a difficult expression at this point. The blond man seemed to understand immediately. Anyone who could borrow money through normal channels wouldn't go to loan sharks. He said to Zhang Yi, Yes, borrowing from banks is quite strict now. There are all sorts of rules, and the speed of getting the funds is slow. However, brother, if you urgently need money, I can help you with that. Zhang Yi looked at the blond man cautiously. You? Can you really do it? I need several million. The blond man's eyes clearly became more excited upon hearing it was a big deal. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company specializes in saving people from dire situations. As long as you need money, you can count on us. Zhang Yi glanced at it. The card read Duo Loan Financial Services Company, Limited, and the blond man's title was Business Manager, Hu Minghua. Zhang Yi excitedly said, Can you really lend me money? I need 5 million. As long as you can help me through this tough time, I guarantee I can pay it back in 3 months at most. Hu Minghua smiled. This is negotiable. Our company is very capable and specifically helps people like you who lack funds. Let's go. We can discuss this in our office. Zhang Yi nodded eagerly and followed Hu Minghua to their company. The so-called company was located in a remote office building. Once inside, Hu Minghua took Zhang Yi to the boss's office. The boss of the loan company looked robust, but was dressed in an expensive Benetton suit, clearly trying to create an image of a legitimate company. However, there was a hint of menace in his expression. You wouldn't have such a feeling without years of struggle in society. Hu Minghua introduced Zhang Yi's basic situation to the boss. Manager. This is a client who wants to borrow money from us. The boss, named Chen Xiong, smiled at Zhang Yi and invited him to sit down. Mr. Zhang, how much do you want to borrow? As expected of a loan shark company, the conversation was straightforward and blunt. Such companies are inherently illegitimate, so there are no numerous restrictions. Moreover, they have ways to make you repay without worrying about you defaulting. Zhang Yi said, I want to borrow 5 million. Chen Xiong frowned. Oh, that's not a small amount. However, Mr. Zhang, I must tell you beforehand that our interest is very high. You need to be mentally prepared. Hu Minghua chimed in. Mr. Zhang's business urgently needs funds, and once the business turns around, he will be able to earn back the money quickly, right? The two of them were in perfect harmony, which Zhang Yi observed closely. Zhang Yi still pretended to be anxious, saying, Yes, I can pay it back quickly. If the interest is high, so be it, as long as you can lend me the money. Chapter 6. Creating a top-notch safe house. Chen Xiong smiled. That's good. Our interest is 4. If you borrow 5 million, you'll have to pay back 7 million. Therefore, you need to give me an IOU for 7 million. Additionally, you must have something of sufficient value as collateral. Houses, factories, or cars are all acceptable. Zhang Yi pretended to hesitate for a moment, then gritted his teeth and took out the property certificate from his bag. This was what he had brought to the bank for a loan and happened to have it on him. This house of mine is worth over 5 million. Can I use it as collateral? I also have a 300,000 Mercedes. If I can't pay you back, you can take it too. Chen Xiong, seeing such a straightforward client for the first time, quickly took the property certificate to have a look. After confirming the information about Zhang Yi's property, he felt even more satisfied, because according to the current market price, that house could sell for at least 5 million. Adding a car, this deal would not lose money no matter how they approached it. However, Chen Xiong still pretended to look dissatisfied. Mr. Zhang, this house is worth at most 4 to 5 million, but to take 5 million from me, I feel I might be at a loss. Zhang Yi looked horrified and excitedly said, Boss Chen, you have to help me. I urgently need money. As long as you can transfer the money to me today. I only need 5 million. Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mockery. They were in the business of taking advantage of people's desperation. The more anxious someone was for money, the more they would take advantage of them. No, this deal really isn't worth it. After some haggling, both parties finally agreed on 4 million. However, Zhang Yi insisted that the money must be transferred to his account today. Although the loan company was unscrupulous, their efficiency was genuinely high. Perhaps this was the only advantage they had over banks. After signing the contract, Zhang Yi's account quickly received 4 million in cash. He secretly laughed inwardly. This money was like a meat bun thrown to a dog for Chen Xiong, gone without return. How does it feel like I'm cursing myself? Zhang Yi cheerfully walked away with the money. After he left, laughter erupted from Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua's office. This business was really easy. That fool actually took 4 million and left. Chen Xiong said proudly, we can at least make 2 to 3 million from this deal. We won't have to worry about this month's performance. Hu Minghua leaned on the desk and laughed. Boss, with him signing the contract so readily, could there be something wrong with that house? Chen Xiong, holding the property certificate, smiled and said, this property certificate is real. There's no problem. As long as the house is his, he can't escape. With the property certificate and that 7 million IOU in hand, they would naturally find a way to get that house. Moreover, they had even more methods to completely squeeze Zhang Yi dry. Chen Xiong squinted his eyes and elegantly sipped his coffee. If all else fails, they could contact a few overseas agencies to see if he had any valuable assets to sell. We never do a losing business. Zhang Yi left the loan company with a smile. He looked back at the office building, a faint sneer on his lips. They are all good people, giving me money to spend for nothing. From now on, Zhang Yi would have no further dealings with Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua. In fact, it was very likely that they would both die in the impending cold wave a month later. Zhang Yi now had around 9 million in funds. This was more than enough to implement his plan. After all, he could use a deposit to pay for any goods he purchased next. This 9 million had the purchasing power of tens of millions. There was no need to gather more money. Otherwise, Zhang Yi wouldn't mind taking advantage of various online loan platforms. Zhang Yi drove his car to the renowned Zhanlong Security Company in Tianhai City. Zhanlong is one of the largest security companies in Huagua, specializing in providing security services for the wealthy and celebrities. Occasionally, even high-ranking officials will seek their assistance during outings. Zhang Yi reached out to them because he had heard that Zhanlong had built a billion-dollar top-tier safe house for a wealthy heir in Jiangnan province in his previous life. It is said that this family made their fortune in real estate and managed to live quite comfortably even during the apocalypse, largely due to the safe house created by Zhanlong. Zhang Yi arrived at Zhanlong, explained his purpose at the front desk, and was immediately escorted to a lounge by a member of the business department. The female receptionist brought him freshly brewed coffee. Shortly after, a burly man with a buzz cut walked in. He was dressed in a black suit, giving off a bit of a gangster vibe, making one worry that his outfit might burst at any moment. However, one must say that seeing such a person would fill clients with a sense of security. Hello, sir. My name is Wu Huiran, and I am the manager of the business department. How can we assist you today? Wu Huiran asked, sitting next to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a sip of coffee and said, I need you to build me a safe house. The highest level safe house that can withstand the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Wu Huiran's expression became serious. If others were to hear such words, they would find them ridiculous, as no one truly believes in an apocalypse. However, for Zhanlong, this was no joke. The wealthiest and most powerful individuals in the world are often the ones most afraid of death. Long ago, some wealthy individuals abroad had spent hundreds of millions of dollars to build doomsday shelters. In recent years, many wealthy people around the world have begun to emulate this behavior. Some may genuinely fear large-scale natural disasters, while others simply want to enhance their sense of security due to having many enemies. Wu Huiran became polite upon hearing that Zhang Yi wanted to build a Doomsday-level safe house. Such large orders were rare for them. Mr. Zhang, we at Zhanglong are a world-class security company. We can certainly meet your requirements. Zhang Yi immediately asked, if I require you to completely renovate a house on the 24th floor, can you do it? Wu Huiran's gaze became somewhat peculiar. Typically, such safe houses are standalone villas or underground shelters. It is rare for wealthy individuals to choose to create a safe house in an apartment. However, since the client made a request, their company would certainly fulfill it. With a confident smile, Wu Huiran replied, of course, that's no problem. We at Zhanglong are a top-tier security company. With our technology, we can absolutely meet your requirements. Hearing this, Zhang Yi began to formulate his plan. Since that was the case, he chose to transform his own house into a safe house. He decided to stay behind to witness how those who had harmed him would meet their end. Wu Huiran took out a tablet and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company's services are all customized. You can select the services you need from here, and the corresponding prices are listed as well. In this information age, communication is convenient. Zhang Yi took the tablet and began to carefully sift through the services offered. One must say, a professional company is indeed professional, as long as the money is sufficient. Zhanglong Security Company can almost meet all your requests, including building safe houses 100 meters underground or underwater. However, these projects would take too long for Zhang Yi. He only had a month. Chapter 7. Purchasing equipment. After reviewing the introduction to the safe house, Zhang Yi immediately selected his service items. First, he wanted overall reinforcement of the house, replacing all materials in his home. The walls, ceilings, and floors would be replaced with 200 millimeters thick alloys, directly replacing the original walls. This is an aviation material that weighs only 1/3 of steel, but has 10 times the strength of high-quality steel. Using this material to build the safe house would perfectly embed into the building where Zhang Yi lived without the risk of overloading. The window glass would be the best bulletproof glass available in the world today. Secondly, the ventilation system would be equipped with air filtration functions, preventing any harmful gases from infiltrating from the outside. Lastly, there would be a complete monitoring system capable of comprehensive surveillance inside and outside the house without any blind spots. The doors would be replaced with heavy-duty anti-theft doors made of materials equivalent to bank vaults, making it extremely difficult to blow them open even with small explosives. In short, Zhang Yi's only requirement was to turn his house into an impregnable fortress. After checking off these items, Zhang Yi handed the tablet back to Wu Huiran. Wu Huiran's eyes widened upon reviewing the selections. A 120 square meter house designed to be as solid as a barrel. With weapons added, this would practically be a fortress. Wu Huiran murmured. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled. Oh, do you have knowledge about fortifications? Wu Huiran chuckled. I used to be a mercenary abroad. I am quite knowledgeable about military equipment. A flash of inspiration struck Zhang Yi's mind. He suddenly lowered his voice and said to Wu Huiran, do you have a way to obtain guns? This question made Wu Huiran's expression turn serious. In Huagua, firearms are not allowed for private ownership. Mr. Zhang, you should understand that, in principle, such things are not permitted for private ownership, Wu Huiran replied quietly. Have you encountered some terrifying enemies? Which is why you seem so afraid. Zhang Yi took advantage of this by saying, that's right. I have offended some people in the underworld. They are very ruthless and have guns. I was just wondering if I could get a gun for self-defense. Otherwise, I can only hide in the house and take a beating, which is not a solution. Wu Huiran chuckled. Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid I can't help you with that. We are a legitimate company. However, from Wu Huiran's eyes, Zhang Yi could see that he was not unable to obtain guns, but rather unwilling to wade into murky waters. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and then said to Wu Huiran, this safe house project will cost over 8 million. If I run into problems later, it wouldn't reflect well on your company either. He stared at Wu Huiran, emphasizing, I just want a self-defense weapon. If you can help me with this, I won't treat you poorly. Wu Huiran did not respond. His brow furrowed as he weighed the matter. He certainly had connections. However, he did not know Zhang Yi's background and was understandably cautious about introducing him. You can go back for now. Although I can't help you with this, I can inquire about it. If I get any news, I will contact you. Wu Huiran was clearly unsure at the moment. However, Zhang Yi did not press too hard. Guns are indeed something that requires caution. He smiled. All right, I'll wait for your news. By the way, this matter is urgent for me. So please help me expedite the creation of the safe house. Wu Huiran replied. We can complete it within half a month at most. After discussing with Wu Huiran, Zhang Yi immediately signed the contract. Similarly, he paid a deposit of 1 million yuan. As for the remaining balance, well, he would never have the chance to pay it in this lifetime. He left Zhanglong Security Company. The housing problem has basically been solved. Next, Zhang Yi returned to the car and called a familiar acquaintance, Liu Yang. Liu Yang runs a hunting ground in Tianhai City. He has leased several hundred acres of land in Xishan, where various harmless small animals are kept for people to hunt for leisure. He has many legally acquired bows, crossbows, and air guns. Zhang Yi had visited a few times before, so he had Liu Yang's contact information. He called to ask Liu Yang to help him buy a batch and mentioned that he could pay a premium for it. Liu Yang is a businessman, and since he often asked Zhang Yi for favors, he readily agreed to this matter. Brother Zhang, why are you buying so much equipment? These things can only be used for hunting or for personal enjoyment. You can't use them to hurt people, Liu Yang asked with a smile. But there was a hint of caution in his tone. After all, the items were being sold by him. If Zhang Yi were to hurt someone with these weapons, he would also have trouble. Of course, a person who can run a hunting ground in Tianhai City naturally has some background. But there was no need for him to take risks because of an ordinary friend like Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi laughed and casually found a reason. You're overthinking it. I've invited a few friends to go hunting in an African wildlife park soon, so I need more equipment. Liu Yang clicked his tongue and said, oh, Brother Zhang really knows how to have fun. But be careful, there are quite a few lions and hyenas in Africa. Yeah. So when can you have the stuff ready for me? Zhang Yi asked. Oh, I have some ready here. Just come by to pick it up when you have time. Liu Yang replied. Zhang Yi didn't dawdle and immediately drove to the Xishan hunting ground to buy the items. For him, time was extremely precious, and he couldn't afford to waste a moment. He purchased 5 steel crossbows, 3 high-end compound bows, and 300 arrows and bolts each. Additionally, he bought 2 high-quality hunting knives made of Damascus steel, which are very tough and sharp and difficult to damage unless used to chop hard objects for a long time. These would be excellent for self-defense or attacking someone. All of these items filled the trunk of his car. Looking at the pile of equipment, Zhang Yi felt a strong sense of security. He then loaded the gear back home. Since all the items were purchased through legal channels and he had obtained a hunting license for fun, he was not worried about being questioned by the police. By the time he returned home, it was already dusk. Zhang Yi went out again and enjoyed a hot pot meal alone at Haidaleo. Thinking that he would have to cook for himself in the future, he immediately took out money and ordered 10,000 portions of hot pot base from Haidaleo. The staff at Haidaleo were stunned, thinking Zhang Yi was some rival businessman coming to cause trouble. Fortunately, the service at Haidaleo was good, so they didn't directly confront Zhang Yi. Later, the manager of the restaurant came over, asked Zhang Yi a few questions, and accepted the order. However, the condition was cash payment to prevent Zhang Yi from being a rival trying to disrupt their business. Zhang Yi was very straightforward and paid over 1 million on the spot. Such a generous gesture made the manager overjoyed, and they even threw in 500 extra portions for Zhang Yi. Chapter 8. Supplies gradually arrived. Zhang Yi left his address for the Haidaleo staff to deliver the hot pot base later. As for the food materials, he could pick them up directly from the Walmart warehouse. Only the hot pot base, such things wouldn't really be sold outside. Even the packaged hot pot ingredients available in the market were far inferior compared to those in the restaurant. Otherwise, no customers would go to the restaurant for hot pot. After dinner, Zhang Yi was preparing to go home when he received a call from the manager of a 5-star hotel. Mr. Zhang, the 500 banquet tables you ordered are ready. May I ask if you are available to receive them now? Yes, just deliver them, Zhang Yi replied, returning home to wait for the good food and drinks to arrive. These 500 banquet tables would be enough for him to eat for 2 to 3 years. In any case, he still had 8 to 9 million on hand, so he wasn't worried about spending money at all. Instead, he was eager to spend it all. On the way home, Zhang Yi thought about what other food he liked, so he placed orders with several major restaurants in Tianhai City, asking each to send him 100 tables. He ordered thousands of tables across 8 major cuisines, including Western cuisine. This time, he had practically secured all his meals for half a lifetime. Not long after, the catering vehicles from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel arrived at the entrance of the Yuelu community. A grand convoy of 20 to 30 vehicles blocked the road, leaving the neighbors in the community dumbfounded. Uncle Yu, the security guard, quickly stepped forward to stop them and asked what they were there for. The hotel manager explained the situation, but Uncle Yu insisted that the residents must come over before he could open the gate. After all, their display was too grand, and he didn't know what was in the vehicles, so for the safety of the community, he couldn't easily let them through. The hotel manager had no choice but to call Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi then went downstairs to the entrance of the community. At this time, The entrance was surrounded by people, including neighbors from the building and onlookers like Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Zhang Yi walked up to security guard Uncle Yu and smiled. Uncle Yu, these are my catering deliveries. Let them in. Uncle Yu was taken aback. Delivery? What are you eating that requires a dozen vehicles to deliver? The surrounding neighbors were also in an uproar upon hearing it was catering. Wow, this must be at least a few hundred tables. Where is he planning to put them? Is there some event at Zhang Yi's house? Is he getting married? But a few hundred tables is just too shocking. Look closely, that's Hongfu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. Booking a few hundred tables there must cost at least 100,000. Oh my god, a banquet can cost over 100,000. Zhang Yi is truly deep and unassuming. Previously, they only knew his family was well off, but now it seemed he was a big tycoon. The neighbors discussed among themselves, and their gazes toward Zhang Yi became fervent, tinged with respect. On the roadside, Fang Yuqing saw this scene and pressed her lips together, firming her resolve to win Zhang Yi over. She actively walked towards Zhang Yi and smiled. Zhang Yi, what have you been busy with at home lately? Buying so many things. Zhang Yi ignored her and handed Uncle Yu a cigarette. Seeing the owner had arrived, Uncle Yu opened the barrier and let the hotel convoy enter the community. Zhang Yi led the way for them, although he didn't pay attention to Fang Yuqing. She seemed undeterred, chatting and laughing beside him. Is there anything at home you can't tell me? Aren't we good friends? In the future, I hope to learn more about you. Don't treat me as an outsider. Zhang Yi gave her a deep look and sneered. All these things are for my boss. And the last time we went to the Western restaurant, he treated us. Sighing, he added, I wish I were really that rich. Fang Yuqing's expression changed instantly. You're not joking with me, are you? Zhang Yi shrugged. Why would I lie to you? We've known each other for several years, and you know my family's situation. My parents have passed away. I'm just a warehouse supervisor. How could I have money? His explanation left Fang Yuqing's expression fluctuating. She had indeed suspected that he might be a rich second generation, as at least his family should have a big business. However, Zhang Yi's parents had been gone for several years, and although they left behind some inheritance, it couldn't be considered as being born with a silver spoon. Now that Zhang Yi has publicly admitted he is not a rich second generation, all of Fang Yuqing's doubts have been explained. She silently distanced herself from Zhang Yi, then tidied her hair and said with a polite smile, no matter if you are a rich second generation or not, we are still the best of friends, right? I'm not a materialistic woman. She deliberately emphasized the word friends. The green tea type person never goes all out because she still needs backup and sycophants to serve her. Zhang Yi curled his lips and stopped talking to her. Meanwhile, employees from Hongfu Tianxia began to move tables of lavish meals to the location Zhang Yi designated. Zhang Yi usually has good relationships with people, so he borrowed a storage room in the community's underground garage. He instructed them to first place the food in the storage room. Although 500 tables of food is a large quantity, once packed in meal boxes, the space it occupies doesn't seem too exaggerated. Zhang Yi ordered only the finest food: abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, Australian lobster, truffles, caviar, and everything in between. Moving 500 tables of meals into the storage room took some time, and even the hotel manager was taken aback after so many years in management. It was the first time he had encountered such a large takeout order. Zhang Yi, however, told them to keep moving the items into the storage room without worry. After the movers left, he secretly stored all the food into his alternate space. Others might suspect and think Zhang Yi was acting strangely, but in this busy world, who has the time to care about an unrelated person? Therefore, whether it was neighbors or hotel staff, they merely discussed it a bit, but no one paid real attention. Soon, all 500 tables of meals were stored in Zhang Yi's alternate space. By evening, Zhang Yi received a call from Wu Huiran, the manager of Zhanlong Company. Wu Huiran informed Zhang Yi that they were ready and could come over any time to start building the safe house. He asked Zhang Yi when it would be convenient to begin work. Zhang Yi told them they could come over tomorrow. He planned to move into the hotel first. After discussing the safe house, Zhang Yi was awaiting further communication from Wu Huiran. He had something very important to discuss with Wu Huiran, which was to acquire the equalizer. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Huiran lowered his voice and said to Zhang Yi, if you really need this, I can help you find a way. However, it will be a bit expensive. Zhang Yi nodded, as he understood this. Money was no longer a concern for him, as long as the quality was good. That was all that mattered. Wu Huiran casually said, all right then, since that's the case, I will recommend you. In 3 days, I will notify you of the transaction location. Chapter 9, Super Warehouse. With the firearms deal settled, Zhang Yi felt a lot more relaxed. In the apocalypse, having this kind of thing would provide immense confidence when encountering both humans and non-humans. The next day, Zhang Yi packed some important items into his space. Since his house was being turned into a safe house, he needed to temporarily move into the hotel. Early in the morning, 3 black vans drove into the Yuelu community. A large group of workers from Zhanglong Company in uniforms got out and began measuring the data of Zhang Yi's house. Many neighbors nearby watched this scene with curiosity. Was Zhang Yi on some strange medication lately? Why was he always involved in such odd matters? A few colleagues even joked, yeah, just the other day I saw him at the supermarket buying 3 carts full of food. Haha, if someone didn't know better, they might think the apocalypse was coming. Hoarding so much food. Isn't it all going to expire and go to waste? They speculated that he might be having some mental issues. Everyone expressed their confusion over Zhang Yi's unusual actions, but no one truly cared, seeing him merely as a joke. Even Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning thought Zhang Yi had lost his mind. Lin Caning suddenly realized, now I understand, no wonder he went to that Michelin 3-star restaurant. Turns out he has gone crazy. Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling particularly unhappy. Just thinking about that day when she proactively approached Zhang Yi and helped him carry so many things home, exhausting herself, made her furious. What exactly was Zhang Yi up to? Lin Caning, however, worriedly said, he did say he would treat us to a big meal, right? He won't forget, will he? She had been eagerly anticipating a meal at the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Fang Yuqing scoffed, forget it. With how he has been acting lately, even if he invites me, I want to go. What if someone sees us eating together? That would be so embarrassing. She was planning to find a wealthy husband and couldn't ruin her reputation. Upon hearing Fang Yuqing say this, Lin Caning felt unwilling but had no choice but to give up. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi didn't care at all about how the neighbors viewed him. In a month, they would understand who the real joke was. Zhang Yi left his home and drove to the Walmart warehouse. It was Monday, time to go to work. And also to check the warehouse thoroughly to prepare for when he would take action. The Walmart warehouse was located in the economic development zone, on the outskirts of Tianhai City. Because the land here was relatively cheap, many large groups had their warehouses located here. Even some pharmaceutical companies had warehouses in this area, making it convenient for Zhang Yi to later acquire some special medicines. Upon arriving at the Walmart warehouse, Zhang Yi clocked in for work as usual, as the warehouse supervisor. He was very familiar with the place. He could say that he knew every warehouse and even every shelf like the back of his hand. Normally, he found it quite boring to be there. However, today, seeing the massive warehouses filled with goods worth tens or even hundreds of billions, he felt an uncontrollable excitement. Because soon, these items would be taken away by him, becoming his most important resources for survival in the apocalypse. As Walmart's South China main warehouse, the amount of goods here exceeded anyone's imagination. Just the stock of cola alone numbered in the tens of thousands. The entire warehouse covered over 1 million square feet, packed with various daily necessities. Among the items were food, clothing, hardware tools, and even cars, drones, diesel generators, and barrels of gasoline. Almost anything that could be sold in a supermarket could be found here. Zhang Yi had worked here for many years and knew exactly what was on each shelf. He was also very familiar with the work schedule and the locations of the cameras. Although the surveillance here was very tight, he, knowing the loopholes, could disable the entire surveillance system within 10 minutes. Then, using the ability of his space, he could take everything from here. However, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to take action. There was still plenty of time, and he didn't want to raise any alarms. After strolling around the warehouse, he left. With a pack of Huangalu cigarettes, he went to the neighboring ruining pharmaceutical company warehouse. Since he worked in the same area daily, he was quite familiar with the staff here. After arriving, Zhang Yi found a warehouse manager named Zhou Hairan. They all knew each other well. In a large Group S warehouse, there were bound to be people who relied on the warehouse for their livelihood. Zhou Hairan was the brother-in-law of the vice president of Ruining Group. On ordinary days, he often stole some medication from the warehouse to sell. After Zhang Yi found Zhou Hairan, he chatted with him and indirectly revealed his purpose, hoping to acquire a few boxes of special medicine for treating urgent illnesses. Zhou Hairan was initially wary, but later, when Zhang Yi mentioned that he could offer double the market price for the medicine, Zhou Hairan couldn't hold back any longer. In the end, the two settled on a price of 3 million for 5 large boxes of medicine, if measured by the standards of a normal person. The total number of times one gets sick in a lifetime wouldn't even amount to half of that. After securing the medicine, Zhang Yi was basically prepared with all the supplies needed for the apocalypse. With less than a month to go before the end of the world, he certainly had no mood to continue working. So, he went to the warehouse manager's office and lied, saying that his grandfather from the same clan back home had passed away, and he needed to take a 20-day leave to attend the funeral. Zhang Yi usually had good relationships with people, and he got along well with the manager. Thus, even though the leave request was a bit outrageous, he faced no difficulties and easily got the time off. For the next period, Zhang Yi planned to lie comfortably in a 5-star hotel, waiting for the supplies he purchased to arrive and for the safe house to be completed. When he walked out of the manager's office, he happened to see Fang Yuqing bend over, pouring coffee at the coffee machine. It must be said that this woman indeed had some traits of a green tea bitch, exuding a flirtatious vibe. While pouring coffee, she still remembered to wiggle her little backside. This attracted some young men around, eager to curry favor. A man nearby, smiling, invited Fang Yuqing to go see Jay Chou's concert, waving his tickets as if to show off. This man was Zhou Peng, and Zhang Yi had a deep impression of him because they lived in the same community. Moreover, he was Fang Yuqing's loyal admirer, and in his previous life, he was one of those who caused Zhang Yi's demise. Chapter 10. Confronting the admirer, Zhou Peng was showering Fang Yuqing with attention. However, it was evident that she wasn't interested in a man like him. In terms of economic conditions, Zhou Peng was much worse off than Zhang Yi. He even rented his home. Yet, Fang Yuqing still smiled and said to him, "Thank you, Zhou Peng, but I have plans with friends that night." What a pity. A look of disappointment flashed across Zhou Peng's face. He had spent an entire month's salary for those 2 concert tickets. He had originally hoped to confess his feelings to Fang Yuqing during the concert, but it seemed his plans had fallen through. Zhang Yi, watching this scene, couldn't he help but smirk. He knew that Zhou Peng, this loyal admirer, would ultimately get nowhere. However, Zhou Peng, feeling frustrated, saw Zhang Yi smiling beside him and couldn't help but get angry. To divert his embarrassment, he walked over to Zhang Yi and said, "Zhang Yi, you really shouldn't be so unreasonable. As a big man, you actually had a woman help you move things. Aren't you ashamed? Yuqing has been complaining about her back pain since she came to work today. I hope you won't trouble her next time." Zhang Yi glanced at Fang Yuqing. It turned out this woman had spread the news around. Fang Yuqing pretended to be concerned, saying, "It's fine, really. His body isn't that bad. He just can't do heavy lifting. It seems like his back is a bit strained." As she spoke, she even reached back to pinch her own waist and frowned, showing a pained expression. Zhou Peng, wanting to show off his masculinity in front of Fang Yuqing, boldly pointed at Zhang Yi and said, "You should give Yuqing 500 yuan for medical expenses." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold as he glared at Zhou Peng and scolded, "She volunteered to help me move things. I didn't ask her for help. Besides, who do you think you are, pointing fingers at me here? Do you really think you're someone important?" Zhang Yi's scolding was vigorous, leaving both Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing stunned. Zhou Peng was just an ordinary clerk in the warehouse, without power or influence. He dared to reprimand Zhang Yi only because Zhang Yi usually had a good temper and didn't like to argue. But seeing Zhang Yi truly angry, Zhou Peng immediately felt a bit intimidated. "Why are you yelling so loudly? I was just discussing something with you," Zhou Peng stammered. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. He didn't want to waste any more words with Zhou Peng. After all, Zhang Yi now looked at everyone as if they were dead. In a month, 99 of the people around him would die in the frigid storm of the apocalypse. Why bother talking to the dead? After Zhang Yi left, Zhou Peng hurried over to Fang Yuqing and whispered, "Yuqing, I told you Zhang Yi is no good. You should stay away from him." Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling puzzled. In recent days, Zhang Yi seemed to have completely changed. He no longer came to greet her when he saw her, and didn't even chat with her at night to say goodnight. Something must be off, Fang Yuqing thought to herself. After work, Zhang Yi drove to a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City. It happened to be the Hongfu Tianxiao restaurant he had reserved earlier. When the manager of Hongfu Tianxiao heard that Zhang Yi had arrived, he immediately smiled and had someone arrange a guest room for him. A room at a 5-star hotel costs over 1,000 per night, but Zhang Yi felt no pain in spending it. After all, he still had millions on hand. He would only feel it was wasteful if he didn't spend it. That night, Fang Yuqing, for the first time, took the initiative to message Zhang Yi. "Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I passed by your place today and saw someone renovating." Zhang Yi smirked. "Yes. Fang Yuqing, you seem a bit strange lately. Hoarding things and renovating your house. Is something going to happen soon?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This White Lotus, while bad, wasn't stupid. It seemed his recent strange behavior had indeed caught her attention. However, Zhang Yi didn't care. Other people's opinions held no significance for him now. "Nothing," he replied coldly, then tossed his phone aside. On the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing looked at Zhang Yi's indifferent demeanor and felt very uncomfortable. Over the past 2 years, Zhang Yi had always treated her very well, asking about her well-being and finding various excuses to chat with her every night. However, recently, He seemed to have completely changed, not only becoming indifferent, but also not taking the initiative to chat with her. This made Fang Yuqing feel very uneasy. She could be uninterested in Zhang Yi, but she absolutely wouldn't allow him to lose interest in her. In Fang Yuqing's eyes, that would signify a fish escaping from her pond. Although Zhang Yi wasn't a rich second generation, he was still a quality middle-class man. If she couldn't find a rich second generation to marry in the future, she could still give Zhang Yi a chance to take over. Fang Yuqing picked up her phone and sent another message. I feel like our communication has decreased recently. It makes me feel a bit lonely. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no reply. Fang Yuqing bit her lip, feeling increasingly irritated. That damn Zhang Yi. Has he encountered some bad luck lately? I take the initiative to contact him, and he actually dares not to reply. Beside her, her roommate Lin Kainan heard Fang Yuqing's complaints and walked over with a smile. Recently, Zhang Yi has been acting a bit strange. Who knows why he bought so much food and drink, and even ordered so many banquets from the hotel. It really feels like he is preparing for a shortage of supplies. Fang Yuqing frowned slightly when she heard this. She said to Lin Kainan, Ning Ning. Do you think something might really happen after a while? Did Zhang Yi get the news and start stockpiling? Lin Kainan was taken aback by this and then burst out laughing, holding her stomach. Yuqing, are you silly? If something were really going to happen, the authorities would definitely notify us. We just need to stay calm. If we stockpile supplies, others will laugh at us for being fools. After hearing this, Fang Yuqing also smiled self-deprecatingly. That is true. Zhang Yi has been staying in a 5-star hotel suite for several days. He hasn't gone anywhere, and during this time, he has been frantically purchasing banquets from various hotels. On the other hand, he has been practicing the use of compound bows and crossbows in his room. Fortunately, Zhang Yi has always liked hunting and has a good foundation. Now, within a range of 15 meters, his accuracy is particularly high. Especially with a professional-grade compound bow in hand, such modern equipment allows an ordinary person to shoot arrows comparable to ancient archers, not to mention dealing with humans. Even if he encounters wild boars, wolves, or large dogs, he can inflict significant damage. Chapter 11. The safe house is completed 3 days later, with Wu Huiran's help. Zhang Yi successfully obtained 2 guns and 100 rounds of ammunition. Although the price was a bit high, Zhang Yi didn't mind at all. With these heavy items in hand, he felt more confident about his safety in the apocalypse. He also completed a transaction with Zhou Hairan and got 5 boxes of imported high-end medicine. A week passed again. Wu Huiran called Zhang Yi to inform him that the safe house had been completed according to his requirements and asked him to come for inspection. Only then did Zhang Yi leave the hotel where he had been staying for a while and drive back to the Yuelu community. Wu Huiran personally accompanied Zhang Yi to inspect the house. Upon returning home, Zhang Yi couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Zhanlong Company is indeed a top security company in the country. Their speed and quality in building the safe house are impeccable. The entire house has been reinforced with 200 mm thick alloy plates according to Zhang Yi's specifications. Moreover, from the outside, it looks no different from before. Wu Huiran patiently explained everything to Zhang Yi. The ventilation system is military grade, capable of filtering any harmful gases to prevent gas attacks from the outside. Additionally, the entire house's heating system has been completely redone, using professional-grade materials from the Arctic Scientific Research Institute. Besides building a fireplace as per your request, it can also insulate against temperature loss of up to 995 degrees. At this point, Wu Huiran gave Zhang Yi a mysterious smile. Furthermore, to ensure your safety, we have installed a surveillance system throughout the entire building, with a total of 300 cameras, allowing you to monitor every floor of the building. After hearing all this, Zhang Yi was so astonished that he didn't know what to say. He could only sigh in admiration that having money really is good. It can buy services that ordinary people can't even imagine. He went to the balcony and found that it had been transformed into a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huiran explained. The materials used for the windows are all bulletproof and explosion-proof, even stronger than the 200 mm alloy plates. Moreover, they allow for ample natural light and necessary external observation. Zhang Yi was very satisfied with this safe house. Unless an army equipped with heavy weapons comes, no one could forcibly break into his home. Even if the entire building collapsed, his room would probably be fine. I'm very satisfied with the safe house you built, Zhang Yi said to Wu Huiran with a smile. Wu Huiran also smiled broadly. He took out the documents for Zhang Yi to sign and said, if there are no problems, please pay the remaining balance within 3 months. Zhang Yi nodded with a grin. Definitely, definitely. However, he had no intention of actually paying that remaining balance. Thinking about how he only paid a 1 million deposit and got a safe house worth nearly 10 million for free, it felt incredible. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, admiring his almost perfect safe house. However, after pondering for a moment, he realized he had overlooked something very important. That is the source of life. Zhang Yi slapped his forehead. How could I forget something as crucial as water? After the Ice Age apocalypse arrives, although it's freezing outside, water can be obtained by breaking ice. But at that time, it would generally be minus 60 or 70 degrees outside, and going out would mean potential danger. Zhang Yi absolutely could not tolerate such a significant flaw in his safe house. After thinking for a moment, he directly placed an order through a delivery platform for 100 large water storage barrels. Each one can hold 500 cubic meters of water, enough for several years of use. Plus, he could also get bottled water from the warehouse later, so the issue of water resources was perfectly resolved. The delivery guy was indeed speedy. A few hours later, he delivered the items right to Zhang Yi's door. Zhang Yi went to the community entrance and had the security guard, Uncle Yu, let the delivery guy in. Seeing Zhang Yi buying so many strange items again, the neighbors around started gossiping. Is Zhang Yi a bit off? Why is he buying so many weird things? Yeah, he buys all sorts of odd stuff every day. A few days ago, during his renovation, I saw several people carrying steel plates at least 10 centimeters thick. Hee. Maybe he has gone crazy, trying to build a safe house like in the movies. I've seen those wealthy people doing that in videos from abroad. Isn't that just being overly paranoid? Now he's buying so many water barrels. He doesn't think Tianhai City will run out of water in the future. Does he? Huh. But Tianhai City is by the sea. Faced with the neighbors' mocking remarks, Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He just coldly smiled to himself, thinking that when the Ice Age apocalypse arrives, they would realize how foolish they are now. Zhang Yi had no interest in explaining to them, because these people would only see him as a fool, completely disregarding his good advice. They might even turn it against him, claiming he was spreading rumors and disturbing social order. He could end up getting arrested for it. The security guard, Uncle Yu, was chatting with neighbor Uncle Tang. Uncle Yu enthusiastically walked over to ask, Xiao Zhang, why are you buying so many water barrels? If you need help, just let me know, and I'll lend you a hand. Zhang Yi looked at the warm-hearted Uncle Yu, and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Uncle Yu is a retired soldier, childless, and has worked as a security guard in the community for over a decade, always diligent in his duties. In his past life, he donated his last bit of food to help a mother and daughter who were about to starve to death, ultimately starving himself. He is one of the few shining examples of humanity that Zhang Yi has seen in the apocalypse. So Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, the temperature this year has been a bit abnormal. I have insider information that this winter will be tough. To be safe, you'd better stock up on more food and drink, just in case prices go up later. Uncle Yu had a good relationship with Zhang Yi. He knew Zhang Yi was a kind-hearted young man. Plus, older people tend to have a sense of crisis, so upon hearing Zhang Yi say this, he immediately frowned. Xiao Zhang, is this for real? Is the information reliable? Zhang Yi nodded. Just look, I've prepared so much already. You can stock up on instant noodles and bottled water. There's no harm in buying too much of these things. Uncle Yu nodded immediately. He lived alone and already liked to stock up on instant noodles and ham sausages for convenience in cooking. Since Zhang Yi had reminded him, he decided to take some time to buy more. It would just be for peace of mind, and those items can be stored. So he wasn't worried about buying too much. However, old man Tang, who was nearby, walked over and said to Zhang Yi, Little Zhang, you mustn't go around saying such things. Our society is stable and harmonious now. How could we lack supplies? Be careful, or you might get reported for spreading rumors. You'll end up being invited for tea. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and did not pay much attention. He had already given his reminder, and whether they believed it or not was their business. Chapter 12. Emptying a $10 billion warehouse. Zhang Yi had the delivery guy bring 100 giant water containers to the warehouse. He then stored them in his space and brought them home. After returning home, Zhang Yi began to turn on all the faucets in his house and started filling the water containers. At this rate, he could fill all 100 containers within a week. Days passed one by one. Zhang Yi didn't have a moment of rest. He spent every penny he had without sparing a dime. He went to the best restaurants for meals every day and purchased large quantities of food from top restaurants to store in his alternate space. During this period, he also went to the shooting range in Tianhai City every day to practice archery and firearms shooting, striving to improve his skills. It was unrealistic to expect to become a combat expert in just a month. However, with a bow, a gun, and a super secure shelter made of all metal, he would not fear any potential danger that might come. Such actions naturally could not escape everyone's notice. Yet, Everyone around Zhang Yi treated him as a joke, thinking he had a mental issue and secretly mocking him. Even Fang Yuqing deliberately kept her distance from Zhang Yi, unwilling to communicate with him. Time passed day by day. Soon, more than 20 days had gone by, and the end was near. Zhang Yi had collected massive amounts of supplies, including food, weapons, and heating equipment. However, these did not provide him with enough security. He decided to target the giant warehouse at Walmart. As long as he secured this warehouse, he could obtain enough supplies to last him a lifetime. The reason he didn't wait until the last day to act was that Zhang Yi recalled something from his previous life. He had heard that the upper echelons had received news of the gamma ray's arrival in advance. Therefore, they had already begun secretly moving large amounts of supplies long before ordinary people noticed. Zhang Yi didn't dare to gamble. He had to take action early. Moreover, according to this logic, even if all the supplies in the Walmart warehouse disappeared, the upper echelons, in a hurry to find shelter, wouldn't have much energy to investigate. This gave Zhang Yi a suitable buffer period. Thus, Zhang Yi returned to the warehouse and resumed work as usual. The Walmart warehouse had staff on duty 24 hours a day, but only 10 people were on duty at night. Zhang Yi decided to use the simplest and most straightforward method, to add sleeping pills to their tea. After all, there were only 3 days left until the apocalypse, and he wasn't afraid of being found out. Since these people were all familiar to Zhang Yi, he easily succeeded. Once the effects of the drug took hold, they fell into a deep sleep, and Zhang Yi went to the monitoring room and turned off all the cameras in the warehouse. He knew this place too well. He could picture every corner with his eyes closed. Coupled with countless plans and rehearsals in his mind, he executed everything very smoothly. After completing all this, he changed into a pair of shoes 2 sizes too big, put on gloves, and quickly went to the warehouse. Looking at the enormous warehouse before him, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and began to collect the supplies. As long as his right eye scanned the shelves, with just a thought, the entire shelf would appear in his alternate space. Zhang Yi first went to the beverage section. This area stored tens of thousands of tons of bottled water, drinks, and alcohol, including many high-end red wines and spirits. He didn't differentiate. He stuffed everything into his warehouse. Soon, thousands of cubic meters of wine and beverages disappeared. Next, he moved to the fuel area for household supplies. Here, there were many smokeless coals and barrels of gasoline and alcohol, all for home storage or recreational use. There were over 10,000 boxes of smokeless coal alone, not to mention the solid alcohol and barrels of gasoline. The quantity here was enough for Zhang Yi to last for hundreds of years. Zhang Yi didn't consider leaving some for others. After all, once the apocalypse came, these things wouldn't end up in the hands of ordinary people. So he unhesitatingly collected all these supplies. Then, using his years of experience in warehousing, he organized them into designated areas in his alternate space, which would make it convenient for him to use. The third step was to go to the food section. The amount here was even larger, totaling several tens of thousands of tons. Several warehouses were stuffed full, resembling small mountains. Canned foods, packaged roasted chicken, roasted duck, puffed snacks, instant foods, high-end delicacies, enough for him to eat for 10 lifetimes. Zhang Yi exclaimed. He was not picky at all. He took whatever he could find. After finishing collecting food, Zhang Yi moved on to the sports equipment section. His safe house must have sports equipment. Regular exercise is essential for maintaining health and can even save lives when necessary. Although the space in the safe house was limited, he wouldn't be modest about what he could take. After all, the area in the alternate space was infinite. So why not take advantage of it? Among the items, there were some particularly useful things, such as baseball bats and fencing equipment, which were great weapons. During the collection process, Zhang Yi also found some very useful items, such as skiing and climbing gear, including professional cold weather gear suitable for national athletes. These items could withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees. They were the latest technological products from 2050. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. These would be the top-notch cold weather gear when the Ice Age arrived. He was not modest and immediately collected dozens of top-quality cold weather suits and sleeping bags from the warehouse. After 2 full hours, Zhang Yi had emptied the entire Walmart warehouse, which spanned over 1 million square meters. After doing all this, looking at the vast and empty warehouse, Zhang Yi felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Now, even in the face of the coldest ice age, he was confident that he could live comfortably. Zhang Yi returned to his post, took off his gloves and shoes, and stored them in his alternate space. Then he drank a bit of the tea laced with sleeping pills and lay down on the table, falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long it had been when he was abruptly shaken awake. Supervisor! Supervisor! Something big has happened. Wake up! Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes. looking dazedly at the few colleagues in front of him. What happened? One of the warehouse employees trembled as he pointed at the warehouse, saying, "It's unbelievable. Our warehouse has been completely emptied." "What?" Zhang Yi was astonished and stood up, slamming the table. He pretended to go to the warehouse and, as expected, saw the empty scene. Zhang Yi naturally knew better than anyone what had happened. However, he still felt weak in his legs and said in a trembling voice, "What on earth happened? How could so many supplies in the warehouse be gone?" The employees around were also looking tense. Yes, the goods in this warehouse were worth at least hundreds of billions. Even if large trucks were used to transport them, it would take several days to finish. How could everything disappear in the blink of an eye? They didn't mention the fact that they had just been sleeping. After all, everyone was on the night shift, and it was common to take a nap during work hours. Zhang Yi maintained a serious expression, pretending to be anxious as he paced back and forth a couple of steps. Then he said to everyone, "This is too strange. We can't solve this. Let's call the higher-ups." Although everyone was nervous, they weren't overly afraid. After all, if the situation escalated, they wouldn't bear much responsibility. The entire warehouse, valued at hundreds of billions, had disappeared in just 2 hours. Clearly, this was beyond their capability. Earning just a few thousand yuan a month, they had no need to work themselves to the bone for the company. Thus, when Zhang Yi said this, everyone nodded in agreement. Let the higher-ups handle this mess. Zhang Yi immediately called the warehouse manager to report the incident. When the manager heard the news, he was stunned, even thinking Zhang Yi was joking with him. Chapter 13. The Ice Age arrives. Zhang Yi had emptied the entire Walmart South China warehouse. Goods worth hundreds of billions had all entered his alternate space. He pretended to know nothing and promptly reported to Walmart's upper management. Soon, this news spread throughout the high-level management in Walmart's South China region. A large group of executives, shocked, rushed to the scene and called the police to handle the matter. Tom Watson, the general manager of the South China warehouse, turned pale when he saw the empty warehouse. "Oh my God, how am I supposed to explain this to headquarters?" In fact, Walmart's headquarters in the United States had already issued orders requiring them to transport all goods back to the country as quickly as possible. It was said that this was an instruction from the upper management, and the ships they dispatched were about to arrive at Tianhai port. Now, everything was ruined. On the other hand, Zhang Yi wasn't worried at all about his actions being exposed. After all, it was just too unbelievable that an entire warehouse's worth of goods disappeared in a mere 2 hours. Even if the police investigated rigorously, they wouldn't be able to uncover anything in a short time. Moreover, since Walmart was a foreign enterprise and not a state-owned enterprise, the intensity of the investigation naturally didn't need to be mentioned. However, he still pretended to be nervous and fearful, cooperating with the police investigation. After a night of interrogation, Zhang Yi was released. The police were also very suspicious about the incident. They reviewed the surveillance footage inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal cameras had been turned off, stealing millions of cubic meters of goods without leaving any trace was impossible. However, the surveillance footage around the warehouse showed no signs of any vehicles passing by. This meant that the hundreds of billions worth of goods either vanished into thin air or Walmart was engaged in a self-theft scheme. Logically deducing, the latter was clearly more reasonable. After all, unless a supernatural phenomenon occurred, it was impossible to explain how millions of cubic meters of goods could disappear without a trace in just 2 hours. As for Zhang Yi and the other ordinary employees, while they did raise some suspicions, the illogical disappearance of the goods meant that even if internal employees were involved, they were not the main issue. Since Walmart was a foreign company, without any official ties to Huagua, and the case was too significant, the efficiency of the police's actions was naturally slow. There was even concern about causing international repercussions, leading to a game of passing the buck regarding the investigation. To clarify this matter, it would take not just 3 days, but possibly even 3 months. As for Zhang Yi, he was ordered not to leave Tianhai City for a short period and had to cooperate with the police and Walmart's internal investigation at all times. Zhang Yi complied and was released. After returning home, he glanced outside through the blinds of the floor-to-ceiling window. Today was December 10th. Just 2 days before the Ice Age would arrive. For the next period, he only needed to stay at home, not going anywhere, to comfortably await his future. Thinking about the goods worth hundreds of billions in his alternate space that encompassed almost all the necessities of life, Zhang Yi felt very secure. He returned to his bedroom and lay down, feeling a bit tired after a night of busy activities and cooperating with the interrogation. He slept until the evening. And when he turned on the TV, the news was reporting on the theft at the Walmart South China warehouse. Due to the excessive loss of goods and the bizarre nature of the incident, Major news outlets across the country were competing to report on it. Such a large warehouse was emptied in just a few hours. It had to be an inside job. It must have been done by someone internal. Very likely by Walmart's upper management themselves, to defraud insurance. That's millions of cubic meters of goods, even using large trucks. It would be impossible to transport it all in one night. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. This matter would remain unsolved until the apocalypse arrived. In the next 2 days, Zhang Yi stayed at home, not going anywhere. He knew that time was running out for this world. For safety's sake, he wouldn't leave his room without necessity. During this time, the police and investigators from Walmart's headquarters called him in again for questioning. Although they suspected Zhang Yi's behavior that night was somewhat suspicious. The short investigation time and lack of solid evidence meant they couldn't arrest him despite their doubts. During this period, some acquaintances messaged him to inquire about the inside story. But Zhang Yi managed to deflect their questions. Finally, December 12th arrived. Gamma rays passed through Blue Star at 2 o'clock in the morning. It lasted only a moment, but had a devastating impact on the planet. Zhang Yi sealed off his room several hours in advance, and the fireplace was already lit. Soon, with the depletion of energy sources, air conditioning and heating systems would completely fail. All heating methods would have to rely on the most primitive means. At 2 o'clock, he sat on the sofa in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, holding a bottle of beer and staring intently outside. Suddenly, a white light appeared at the horizon. Although it was midnight, the earth brightened as if it were dusk. But this brightness lasted only a brief 2 seconds before fading into silence. Most people had already fallen asleep and didn't notice this momentary change. However, knowing what this meant, Zhang Yi felt a chill run down his back. He gulped down his beer, the refreshing Budweiser providing him with a bit of calm. Zhang Yi thought to himself as he tossed a few pieces of quality wood into the fireplace. He turned on the TV, watching the programs while waiting for the world's changes. Just a few minutes later, snow began to fall heavily outside. Initially, the snowflakes were only the size of a fingernail. But within 2 minutes, they transformed into large snowflakes. The wind outside began to howl, and the snow outside suddenly became terrifying in an instant. A heavy snow began to blanket the entire city. This was the power of nature. When it changes, it doesn't give you any warning. Zhang Yi's heart started to race. Although the safe house he built was perfect, he had experienced the Ice Age once, so he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. He wondered if this safe house, which cost as much as 8 million, could really withstand the upcoming severe drop in temperature. However, as the flames roared in the fireplace, the indoor temperature became incredibly warm. Even a bit hot. Zhang Yi glanced at the indoor temperature, which had already reached 326. Looking outside again, he saw that the snowflakes had completely submerged the entire city. Zhang Yi felt much more at ease. He reduced the amount of charcoal. After all, it was uncomfortable when the temperature was too high in the house. Zhang Yi didn't rush to sleep. He wanted to continue observing the changes. As for resting, there would be plenty of time later. Especially since he didn't have to go to work. In less than half an hour, the snow on the outside balcony had already piled up thickly. Zhang Yi opened his phone to check the news and found that the news about the sudden drop in temperature had spread all over the internet. The internet was filled with voices of complaint. Netizens were lamenting that this year's cold winter had come too early, and they had not had time to prepare winter clothes. This damn weather. How could it be below -10 degrees already? It was estimated that the roads would be frozen tomorrow. How could they go to work? Some people expressed their happiness, saying that with such heavy snow, they wouldn't have to go to work tomorrow, Especially some friends from the south were excitedly posting photos with the heavy snow, stating they had never seen such big snow in the south. Zhang Yi shook his head. This was just the beginning. The heavy snow would at least continue for another 3 months, and the temperature would keep dropping. By then, they wouldn't be in such a good mood to enjoy the snow. Chapter 14. Extreme Cold. I watched the world with a smile. The Ice Age had begun. In Haicheng City in the south, heavy snow was falling, and the internet was buzzing with discussions. Some were complaining, while others were celebrating. But none of them knew that this heavy snow and drop in temperature were not temporary. They would continue and escalate, ultimately bringing an unbearable disaster. However, at this moment, Zhang Yi was comfortably lying on his sofa at home, enjoying the temperature of over 20 degrees in the safe house, while sipping ice-cold Budweiser beer, feeling very content. At this time, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was people chatting in a group chat. Among them were his former classmates, hobby groups, and neighborhood owner groups. Oh my God, how did it suddenly snow so heavily? The weather forecast didn't say anything. I was frozen awake in the middle of the night. I quickly got up to turn on the air conditioning. Don't mention it. Our old air conditioner is useless for heating. It's getting colder by the minute. I don't even know how long this cold weather will last. I haven't bought my winter clothes yet. Everyone was discussing, expressing their feelings in a flurry. However, Zhang Yi could sense that most people didn't take the sudden drop in temperature seriously. Instead, they were somewhat pleasantly surprised. Zhang Yi knew very well that this was only temporary. He yawned, not intending to continue watching. Returning to his warm bed, Zhang Yi covered himself with a velvet-thin quilt and comfortably closed his eyes. His bed was very comfortable, a high-end item moved from a Walmart warehouse. Especially the mattress, which was said to be the same model as a certain female celebrity, worth $3 million. Outside, the heavy snow was falling, the cold wind howling, while inside, the fireplace was roaring, and the temperature was pleasant. In such a comfortable environment, Zhang Yi quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He opened his eyes to see that it was by Lianhua Fang Yuqing calling him. Being disturbed from a good dream, Zhang Yi's mood was naturally not very pleasant. He picked up the phone and asked irritably, "Hey, why are you calling me so early?" Fang Yuqing was taken aback by Zhang Yi's cold tone. But soon, she said, "Zhang Yi, it's so cold outside today. Did you stock up on supplies because you knew it would drop in temperature?" Her voice trembled slightly, as if she was trying hard to endure something. Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but curl his lips in a mocking arc. Sure enough, this Bai Lianhua wouldn't come to the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. He lazily replied, "I just heard a friend mention it, but I didn't expect the drop to be this severe." He lifted the quilt. The temperature in the room was very high, making him a bit sweaty. Zhang Yi put on his slippers and walked outside. When he reached the floor-to-ceiling window, the familiar scene made his eyes widen. The heavy snow had submerged the entire city. He could no longer see the streets or the shrubs by the roadside. He could only faintly see the outlines of the buildings, with many houses' ground floors submerged by more than half. Moreover, the heavy snow continued to fall, with snowflakes like goose feathers constantly landing on the ground, showing no signs of stopping. On the other end of the phone, Fang Yuqing continued, "No wonder you stocked up on so many supplies. Zhang Yi, you really should have told me about this in advance. Now I'm freezing." Zhang Yi frowned, not expecting her to have the nerve to come and complain to him. He directly hung up the phone and threw his phone aside. Then, he went to the bathroom for a comfortable hot shower. After that, he took out a piece of top-grade A5 Wagyu beef from his storage and had steak with pasta for breakfast. While having breakfast, he turned on the TV. Since the temperature had just dropped and there was no power outage yet, he could still watch TV normally. Even if there was a power outage, Zhang Yi had prepared various backup power sources, dozens of generators, and a large amount of gasoline. Energy-wise, he wouldn't have any problems for at least 300 years. After turning on the TV, Zhang Yi first switched to the morning news channel. Although he, as a reborn person, knew how things were outside, watching the external situation at this time was also a form of entertainment. On the news, two anchors were actually wearing thick down jackets. It should be noted that places like TV stations are usually well equipped with central air conditioning and are prioritized for power supply. However, the fact that the anchors needed to wear down jackets indicated that the temperature had reached a level where even the central air conditioning could not fully cope. The female anchor spoke into the camera, trying to maintain a steady tone. "Last night, a strong cold air mass hit various parts of the world, causing drastic temperature changes globally. The general drop in temperature reached between 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. The meteorological department is currently investigating the cause of this cold air mass. In the coming days, we hope everyone pays attention to staying warm and avoids frostbite. If unnecessary, try not to go outside. The authorities will handle this issue properly. And we hope everyone does not panic. Do not spread rumors or believe them, and definitely do not engage in hoarding supplies. The snow disaster will pass soon." Hearing the female anchor's words, Zhang Yi scoffed. After the Ice Age arrived, to survive, one could only rely on oneself. If one just stayed at home doing nothing, they would surely be among the first to die. In the upper right corner of the TV, it had already displayed that the outdoor temperature in Haiqing City had reached minus 65 degrees. It should be noted that just yesterday, the highest temperature in Haiqing City was still 15 degrees, meaning it had dropped by 80 degrees all at once. Zhang Yi shrugged. This level of temperature drop was exactly the same as in his past life. However, now he was wearing pajamas, sipping red wine, and eating steak with pasta, feeling no cold from outside at all. After all, this was a safe house that cost 8 million to build, and he had specifically emphasized its insulation function, so the temperature inside would hardly dissipate. At this moment, Zhang Yi's phone rang again. He was quite interested to see what those neighbors who had laughed at him before were talking about. The first message he saw was from Fang Yuqing. "Zhang Yi, why did you suddenly hang up on me? It's snowing heavily outside, and I can't go out. Didn't you buy a lot of food? Can you lend me some?" I'll return it once the snow disaster is over. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The White Lotus was clever enough to know that with such heavy snow, food would become very expensive. She didn't want to risk going out in the extreme low temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees, so she tried to ask Zhang Yi for food. But Zhang Yi knew that this ice disaster would last a long time and would not pass quickly. Moreover, he had no intention of giving Fang Yuqing any food. In his past life, he had been deceived by this White Lotus and had given her a lot of food from his home. In the end, she had actually caused Zhang Yi's death, and even wanted to dig out his ribs to make soup. Such a woman. Zhang Yi now only wanted to tease her and watch her die a miserable death. Thinking of this, a mocking smile appeared on his lips as he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. You should have said earlier, I've nearly eaten everything I stocked up at home. Look, I just made steak this morning. After sending the message, Zhang Yi took a selfie with himself and the steak and red wine on the table. He deliberately included a shot of himself in his pajamas and sent it to Fang Yuqing. At this moment, Fang Yuqing was curled up in her rental apartment, tightly wrapped in 2 blankets. Although the air conditioning was set to 40 degrees, the indoor temperature couldn't even reach 0. She was shivering all over, feeling as if cold air was pouring into the blankets. When she saw the photo Zhang Yi sent, Fang Yuqing immediately widened her eyes in disbelief. She couldn't believe that in such cold weather, Zhang Yi was still wearing thin pajamas, comfortably eating steak and drinking red wine. Clearly, they lived in the same building. Why did it feel like they were living in 2 different worlds? Especially after seeing the delicious steak on the table and the bottle of high-end red wine. Fang Yuqing's mouth began to water. As a top White Lotus and a gold digger, she had some knowledge about these high-end goods. From what she knew, the steak Zhang Yi was eating looked like authentic top-grade Wagyu, especially the French red wine next to him, which was definitely a classified Bordeaux, costing at least 20 to 30,000. While she was freezing to death, Zhang Yi was living so comfortably, making Fang Yuqing extremely jealous. She immediately sent a message to Zhang Yi. How nice. I want to eat steak and drink red wine too. She thought her hint was very obvious. According to Zhang Yi's previous character, he would definitely take the initiative to bring her steak and red wine at this time. However, upon seeing this message, Zhang Yi laughed happily. Still thinking of himself as her past lapdog, he slowly replied with a message. If you want to eat, just go buy some at the supermarket. After seeing this message, Fang Yuqing's face immediately stiffened. Wasn't this nonsense? It was -60 or 70 degrees outside, and any exposed skin could get frostbite. How could he make such an unreasonable request to someone as delicate as her? Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, angrily saying, Zhang Yi, you're really not a man. You don't even know how to take this good opportunity to show off. At this moment, Fang Yuqing still had some backbone. Although she really wanted to eat steak and drink high-end red wine, in her eyes, Zhang Yi was just a fish in her pond. Moreover, she believed this snow disaster wouldn't last long. So, she still tried to maintain her proud goddess image and didn't take the initiative to ask Zhang Yi for food. Zhang Yi ignored Fang Yuqing and went to check other chat groups, planning to see some good drama. When he saw the homeowners group for their community, he happened to see Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee urging everyone not to panic and to stay at home honestly. Everyone, don't worry. It's just a sudden drop in temperature. It will only last for 2 or 3 days at most. Please don't rush to hoard supplies. Trust our officials. Our neighborhood committee will also help everyone get through this snow disaster. Please obey the orders and follow the commands. Don't cause trouble for the officials. Some homeowners raised objections. With such heavy snow, we don't know when it will stop. It's inconvenient to go out right now. Can we not stock up on supplies? Yeah. Otherwise we should go out to buy some vegetables. The vegetable prices are likely to spike in the coming days. Aunt Lin immediately intensified her tone. What are you doing? Isn't this creating chaos for us? Hoarding supplies will only drive up prices, and then everyone will end up paying high prices for food. If I find anyone hoarding supplies, don't blame me for reporting them for disturbing the public. Zhang Yi saw Aunt Lin commanding everyone in the group like a leader and couldn't help but curl his lips in a cold smile. Today was the first day of the Ice Age, and due to the extremely cold weather outside, the supplies in the supermarket had not been completely depleted. If someone braved the heavy snow to go out, although there was a risk of frostbite, there was definitely a chance to stock up on supplies. But because of Aunt Lin's intimidation, many people, hoping for a lucky break, didn't go out to buy groceries. The outcome was predictable. Just then, Aunt Lin's attention suddenly turned to Zhang Yi. She tagged Zhang Yi in the homeowners group. Xiao Zhang, you stocked up on quite a bit at home before. Now that the snow disaster is serious, you can't be a negative example. Stay at home honestly for the next few days. And if I find you going out to buy things again, don't blame Aunt Lin for being ruthless. Zhang Yi's expression turned a bit ugly. This old hag had held a grudge against him since he didn't give her anything last time she asked. Now she found an opportunity and didn't forget to throw in some barbs. However, it was a pity that to Zhang Yi, this neighborhood committee ant was nothing. He sneered as he replied, "Aunt Lin, no one knows how long this snow disaster will last. If it goes on for a long time and everyone has no food, can you take responsibility for that?" By raising this question, Zhang Yi voiced the thoughts of many people. Everyone was unhappy with Aunt Lin's words, but didn't dare to refute her due to her position in the neighborhood committee. With Zhang Yi leading the charge, someone immediately stood up to ask, "Yeah, if you don't let us stock up on supplies, who will be responsible when we run out of food? Can you bear that responsibility?" Aunt Lin was a bit flustered when she saw everyone standing up to refute her. At the same time, she hated Zhang Yi even more in her heart. How dare he openly contradict her in the homeowners group? Wasn't that disrespecting her? Don't worry. Our neighborhood committee can assure everyone that supplies will not run out. The snow disaster will pass quickly. And you, Zhang Yi, don't incite people at this time. What you are doing is illegal. Aunt Lin, curled up at home, gritted her teeth and said viciously, "This Zhang Yi really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. I need to think of a way to find a dark place to detain him for a few days." Zhang Yi laughed out loud. Even at such a time, this old woman surnamed Lin still wanted to act tough, relying on her little bit of power to bully others, which was truly ridiculous. "Oh dear. I can't wear such a big hat. Don't worry, it's so cold outside that I wouldn't go out even if you asked me to. Do as you please." He had already stocked up on supplies long ago, so there was no need for him to go out and fight over vegetable leaves in the supermarket. However, those who believed Aunt Lin's nonsense would soon face dire consequences. Zhang Yi felt a bit of sorrow in his heart. With the apocalypse approaching, he didn't know how many people would freeze or starve to death. However, some people deserved to die, like the neighbors from his previous life who had caused his demise. Whether they lived or died, it was irrelevant to Zhang Yi. He had made up his mind to survive at all costs. The lives of others had nothing to do with him. Chapter 16. Aunt Lin's Revenge. Zhang Yi directly retorts. Zhang Yi yawned, bored, while sitting on the sofa. While others were enduring hunger and freezing temperatures, he was living more comfortably than in paradise. His home had the perfect insulation system and an endless supply of fuel, allowing his safe house to maintain a constant, comfortable temperature all year round. All he needed to do was to make sure he was happy every day. At that moment, there was nothing interesting on TV. Various live broadcasts had been suspended due to the extreme cold. After all, those beautiful hosts he usually liked couldn't possibly endure temperatures of minus 60 or 70 degrees, or even over 100 degrees, to dance in tank tops. If there were any who could, Zhang Yi would have to give them a thumbs up and call them tough. He opened his alternate space, where there were plenty of game consoles and AAA titles. There were hundreds of brand new, unopened PS5s, Switches, and Xboxes. As for game cartridges, there were tens of thousands of them. Zhang Yi took out the latest PS5, connected it to his huge 100-inch Sony TV, and started playing games. He was playing the latest AAA action game, Bayonetta 3. He also had Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, and Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice at hand. If he wanted to kill time, those were excellent choices. If he found the game durations too short, he could always play time-consuming games like Civilization and Cities, Skylines to his heart's content, without needing to worry about work or social obligations. This life was even better than before the apocalypse. Since he was at home, Zhang Yi was only wearing pajamas, munching on snacks while playing games, thoroughly enjoying himself. After a while, however, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was that annoying Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee tagging him in the group chat. "Zhang Yi, the roads outside are completely blocked by heavy snow. You need to come out with tools and help clear the snow." Her tone was commanding. Zhang Yi noticed she was rallying others in the group to go out and shovel snow, but very few were responding. Unexpectedly, she had directly targeted him. Zhang Yi glanced at the heavy snow outside. The entire floor was almost covered. 3 meters of snow? Clearing it by hand was simply a fantasy. Moreover, Zhang Yi knew this snow would last for at least another 3 months. Going out to shovel snow would be slower than the snow falling. Zhang Yi immediately refused. "It's so cold outside that you'd freeze into a popsicle in no time. We can talk about shoveling snow after the snow stops." Others in the chat echoed Zhang Yi's sentiments. "Yeah, it's over minus 70 degrees outside. We'd probably get frostbite after a short while. This isn't the Northeast. We don't have any proper cold-resistant equipment. How can we go out?" Aunt Lin became anxious at once. "What kind of attitude is this? Shoveling snow isn't just for me. It's for everyone. You're all young and strong. How can you think about escaping when a disaster strikes instead of stepping up to serve the community?" She directed her ire toward Zhang Yi, who had taken the lead in opposing her. Zhang Yi, I order you in the name of the neighborhood committee to go out and shovel snow. This is a critical moment. We must unite and follow the organization's orders. Anyone who dares to oppose me is opposing the leadership of the neighborhood committee. Once this snow disaster is over, there will be consequences. Aunt Lin once again invoked her identity as a neighborhood committee member. The homeowners suddenly felt angry but dared not speak out. With the snow disaster just beginning and social order still somewhat intact, nobody wanted to defy her. Although these neighborhood committee members seemed to have little power, their small authority was closely related to everyone's daily lives, so people were generally wary of provoking them. Everyone fell silent. No one wanted to be the scapegoat. However, many hoped Zhang Yi would step up and give Aunt Lin a good retort, becoming the voice for everyone. Zhang Yi certainly understood the thoughts of these ostriches, and a cold smile appeared on his lips as he looked down on them. But it was impossible for him to swallow his anger quietly. He decided to confront Aunt Lin head-on. He reviewed the chat history and noticed that Aunt Lin had tagged a few young people in the community who were usually easy to talk to, while completely ignoring the troublesome characters or those in positions of power. So, Zhang Yi directly mocked her. Aunt Lin, you're right. Since it's for everyone. You neighborhood committee members should lead the way in shoveling snow. And speaking of young strength, there are so many people in our community. Why did you only call on us few? Do you think we're easy to bully? You didn't tag those socialites or rich second-generation people at all. What's the matter? Are you too scared to face them? Other homeowners nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. Zhang Yi is truly my internet spokesperson. Yes. She only called on honest folks. Why not call on Chen Jinghao and Su Hao? Everyone knew who Zhang Yi was referring to, living in the same community. They were well aware of the influential figures among them. For example, Chen Jinghao, who lived in Unit 601 on the 6th floor, was a well-known local gang leader with hundreds of people working for him in earthwork projects. Another example was Su Hao from Unit 802 on the 8th floor, whose father was a famous developer in Tianhai City, and his family had connections in government work. Aunt Lin had never mentioned these two at all. Zhang Yi directly exposed Aunt Lin's nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, which made Aunt Lin lose face instantly. The reason she didn't mention those difficult characters was indeed that she lacked the courage, and they wouldn't even pay her any mind. Such people always bullied the weak and feared the strong. If Zhang Yi had been the type to back down, Aunt Lin wouldn't have dared to ask him to shovel snow. Feeling embarrassed, she lashed out in the group chat with several long voice messages in quick succession. Shoveling snow is a public service for everyone's sake. Some people are so petty about minor things and lack any spirit of contribution. Such people are simply the troublemakers in our homeowners group. If you don't want to do it, then don't. There are plenty of people who will. Everyone's awareness is much higher than yours. Also, I'm not treating anyone differently. It's just unnecessary to tag everyone one by one. I hope you all understand and don't misinterpret. If you continue to spread these slanders against me, I will call the police. Aunt Lin's explanation only made things worse. Especially her last claim of calling the police made Zhang Yi unable to hold back his laughter. Hearing Aunt Lin's words, those who were timid felt a bit scared and started grabbing tools to go shovel snow. However, at that moment, Zhang Yi felt no fear of her. Not to mention that her unreasonable behavior would not be supported by the police. Did she still think that various social machines were functioning normally? Chapter 17, Aunt Lin. The bully of the week. Zhang Yi completely regarded Aunt Lin's words as nonsense. However, since he had nothing to do, he intentionally wanted to tease this old woman. Wow. Aunt Lin is really something. You are so capable. Why don't you call Chen Jinghao and Su Hao downstairs to shovel snow? He called them out by name in the group, completely disregarding anyone's feelings. Chen Jinghao, nicknamed Hao Gu, is a well-known thug. He was the one who barged into their home, wielding a mountain axe. Su Hao, the arrogant second-generation rich kid, was the first to attack Zhang Yi. In short, apart from a few good neighbors, the rest participated in the attacks or robberies against Zhang Yi. He could even guess that after his death in his previous life, each of them took a share of the spoils. Therefore, Zhang Yi gave no face to anyone and ruthlessly tore off their veils of shame, disgusting them. Aunt Lin looked at her phone, and her expression changed immediately. Zhang Yi calling people out by name put her in a difficult position, no matter how she reasoned. If she backed down now, she would absolutely become the laughingstock of everyone. Moreover, no one would listen to her orders in the future. There was no choice. She had to tag Chen Jinghao and Su Hao in the group. Family, the community is my home, and shoveling snow relies on everyone. I hope family members with free time can bring tools and go out to shovel snow together. After a while, an ID named 25602, Chen Jinghao, sent several question marks. Then, a voice message appeared in the group. Shovel snow? Shovel your head. Are you blind? Can't you see it's still snowing heavily outside? Damn, is your brain sick? If you're sick, go to the hospital, don't bark here. Tag me again, and I'll kill you, do you believe it? Chen Jinghao scolded Aunt Lin, who tagged him, in a very unpleasant manner. After listening to him, the homeowners in the group laughed, holding their stomachs. This Aunt Lin considered herself something. But the truth was, they didn't take her seriously at all. A mere member of the neighborhood committee had only a bit of influence over ordinary homeowners. People like Chen Jinghao wouldn't see her as anything significant. The second-generation rich kid Su Hao also sent a voice message. Why should I care about shoveling snow? I don't need to go to work. I can just sleep at home every day. After saying this, he sent a picture of himself lying in a thick blanket, holding a woman. This building was just a place Su Hao bought to keep a woman. He happened to be stuck here. When Aunt Lin told him to shovel snow, he thought she was out of her mind. Aunt Lin was too scared to retort after being scolded by Chen Jinghao. She didn't dare provoke real tough guys. But seeing Su Hao being so provocative, she stubbornly replied, no matter what, you are also a member of the homeowners. Shoveling snow is your duty. Su Hao disdainfully said. Huh, do you think I pay property fees for nothing every month? Without my money, you neighborhood committee people would starve to death. Damn, you take the homeowners' money and act like you're the boss. Ridiculous. None of the rich kids were easy to deal with, although Su Hao was idle. He had seen the world. He wouldn't regard a mere neighborhood committee lady as anything significant. After saying this, he smugly taunted. I'm where I am today, thanks to my parents and family. Can you poor losers be the same? Hurry up and shovel snow. You all still need to go out and earn money. I can only leave this hellhole after the snow is cleared. Everyone listened to Su Hao's arrogant words, feeling furious but powerless to retort. After all, he was born into a good family. Although those words were harsh, they were also the truth. Chen Jinghao and Su Hao's commotion completely disheartened everyone. Aunt Lin's words became meaningless, and no one paid her any attention. Aunt Lin was furious. However, she was not angry with Chen Jinghao and Su Hao. Instead, she was angry with Zhang Yi. She believed she had successfully mobilized the homeowners, and it was Zhang Yi, the troublemaker, who ruined her good plans. So she privately messaged Zhang Yi, angrily asking, Zhang Yi, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? What exactly do you want to do? I told everyone to go out and shovel snow. Does everyone need to go out? Now look, no one is doing it. Are we just going to be stuck at home forever? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Oh, someone came to seek scolding? Stop pretending. You're just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. And now you're barking here? You don't dare say a word when others scold you. But you come to me for attention? I'll tell you, your grandpa is not easy to bully. Keep barking, and be careful I'll kill you. Zhang Yi had Aunt Lin's personality figured out perfectly. She was just a useless person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Sure enough, after Zhang Yi said this, Aunt Lin was scared out of her wits. As an old lady living with her grandson, she relied on her identity in the neighborhood committee to gain some respect. But if others disregarded her position and went all out against her, she wouldn't be able to stand a chance. Suddenly, she didn't dare to speak. Seemingly afraid of truly provoking Zhang Yi, Aunt Lin hurriedly blocked Zhang Yi, fearing he would scold her again. Her body trembled, unsure if it was from the cold or from being scared by Zhang Yi. That bastard. He is simply a lunatic. It's better not to anger him now. Just wait. I'll have plenty of ways to make your life miserable later. Aunt Lin thought about how she would later use her position in the neighborhood committee to make things difficult for Zhang Yi. For example, when distributing living supplies, she could deliberately delay Zhang Yi, or she could not inform Zhang Yi about any good community activities. She imagined Zhang Yi's regretful expression at that time, even thinking he might come to beg her for mercy, while she would coldly close the door and say, Aren't you very arrogant? Be more arrogant. As Aunt Lin thought about this, she started to smile happily. Hee, one day you will come to beg me. For now, I want to stoop to your level. Aunt Lin found satisfaction in this kind of AQ spirit of victorious mentality. Then she continued to go to the group to mobilize others to go out and shovel snow. Although everyone looked down on Aunt Lin, most people had to go out to work later, and considering their travel issues, some honest folks took tools and braved the severe cold of -70 degrees to go out and shovel snow. Zhang Yi, however, did not expect that just after scaring off Aunt Lin, someone else would come looking for trouble. This time, his WeChat phone rang. He glanced at the profile picture and found it was Chen Jinghao from the group. It seemed that Zhang Yi mentioning him in the group made him feel unhappy. So he called to threaten Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi already harbored resentment towards this jerk, and seeing him call, he immediately narrowed his eyes. At this moment, He quite hoped this blind fool would come to find trouble with him. After all, there was no way Zhang Yi would go out of this safe house. But if anyone dared to come looking for trouble, he had plenty of ways to make that person suffer. So Zhang Yi answered the call. Chapter 18. Who's afraid of whom? Playing tough. As soon as the call connected, a torrent of fierce curses came from the other end. Are you looking for death? Who told you to mention me in the group? You dare provoke me? Qin Jinghao, you little brat. Looks like you don't want to live anymore. I have 100 ways to make you unable to stay in this city. Do you believe it? Qin Jinghao was also a somewhat notorious bully in Tianhai City, with hundreds of followers, and it was said he had previously been involved in several homicide cases. Therefore, living in the same community, all homeowners avoided him, and no one dared to provoke him to establish his authority. Qin Jinghao's style was that anyone who dared to offend him even a little would have to pay a huge price. This is the so-called face of a social person. Even though Zhang Yi only mentioned him once in the owner group, Qin Jinghao still took it as a provocation. On the other end of the phone, he cursed fiercely. You really want to die? You can talk big, huh? You dare to use me as an example. Zhang Yi certainly wouldn't indulge him. He sneered coldly and retorted. What are you, a useless piece of trash? Stop pretending to be tough here, you scum of society, a worthless waste. When I call you, you better answer. After cursing, Zhang Yi felt particularly relieved. He had been holding back a lot of anger towards this murderer who had barged into his home in his past life and caused his death. On the other end, Qin Jinghao didn't expect Zhang Yi to dare to talk back. He became even angrier and cursed even more harshly. Zhang Yi said directly, You're just a useless piece of trash, only good at talking big, right? Who are you trying to scare? Go eat shit. After cursing, Zhang Yi hung up the phone and blacklisted him. After venting his anger and blacklisting him, just thinking about Qin Jinghao's furious expression made Zhang Yi feel especially satisfied. He walked to the TV and opened the surveillance camera. When the Zhanlong security company set up the safe house for him, they installed cameras on the entire floor. It could be said that the whole building was under his surveillance. Zhang Yi looked towards the 6th floor where Qin Jinghao was, and sure enough, their door was soon violently pushed open. Qin Jinghao, dressed in a down jacket and holding a baseball bat, stormed out aggressively. But as soon as he stepped outside, he immediately shivered from the cold. It was over -70 degrees outside, and he had only worn a down jacket over a thermal shirt to put on a show. He even deliberately left the zipper open to show off the tattoo on his chest. The freezing temperature quickly taught him a lesson. Seeing that no one was around, Qin Jinghao hurriedly rubbed his hands together and rushed to the elevator. Zhang Yi, sitting on the sofa, leisurely picked up a hand crossbow from under the coffee table. This type of crossbow was used for hunting. Even a 300-kilogram wild boar could be shot through with a 20-centimeter bolt. He hummed a tune while loading the crossbow bolt. After practicing for a while, he had become very skilled with the crossbow. Within 15 meters, he wouldn't miss a watermelon-sized target. The elevator kept going up, and Zhang Yi took the loaded crossbow to the door. His massive security door had a shooting hole 2 meters high. Zhang Yi stood on a chair and opened the door covering the shooting hole. It could only be opened from the inside. Then he aimed the crossbow at the corridor outside. For safety, Zhang Yi also kept his handgun in his pocket. Even if Qin Jinghao was made of iron, he would still be unlucky today. Soon, the elevator dinged, and Qin Jinghao angrily walked out of it. Through the notes in the owner group, he easily found out Zhang Yi's address. Arriving at the door, he raised the baseball bat and started cursing while smashing the door. Zhang Yi, you son of a bitch. Come out. Weren't you so tough just now? Come out if you dare, and see how I kill you. Qin Jinghao cursed viciously and slammed the door hard. However, that security door was 20 centimeters thick and reinforced with bulletproof metal, making it far more defensively strong than some large military vehicles. Naturally, it couldn't be broken by Qin Jinghao with a baseball bat, and instead, it made his hands hurt. Qin Jinghao kept cursing but didn't notice that he had already been targeted by a crossbow bolt. Zhang Yi watched Qin Jinghao's fierce expression, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His crossbow was aimed at Qin Jinghao's head. However, after thinking for a while, he changed his target. In this apocalyptic situation, everyone in the building besides him would eventually die. Qin Jinghao was no exception. Killing him now would be too easy. After all, in his past life, he had been eaten alive by these insane neighbors. A wicked smile crept across Zhang Yi's face. He wouldn't let this scum die so easily. So Zhang Yi changed his target. With a faint sound of the bolt slicing through the air, the sharp crossbow bolt shot directly into Qin Jinghao's leg. The bolt capable of killing wild boars penetrated his calf completely. Qin Jinghao let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. In this temperature of over -70 degrees, the penetrating injury meant that Chen Jinghao's leg was surely ruined. Additionally, due to the lack of medicine, infection was inevitable. Next, he would die a miserable death in pain and cold. At this moment, Chen Jinghao was in excruciating pain, realizing he had encountered a terrifying, ruthless person. In fact, people like them, the thugs, relied on their fearlessness and reckless bravado. They bet that honest people wouldn't dare to resist them. But when faced with someone who dared to use a crossbow, they would also be scared. Chen Jinghao was so frightened that he nearly lost control of his bowels. He didn't even see where the arrow had come from. However, he was still a tough guy from the streets, dragging his injured leg back to the elevator. Zhang Yi chose not to shoot again, and the reason was simple. He wanted Chen Jinghao to live a little longer. After all, he wasn't a devil. After returning to the elevator, Chen Jinghao was drenched in cold sweat, quickly freezing in the extreme cold. But at this moment, his heart was colder than the air temperature. The ruthless attack from just now made him feel the naked intent to kill. In today's society, anyone who dares to shoot people with a crossbow is not someone to be trifled with. Chen Jinghao looked at his ruined leg, which was completely pierced by the crossbow bolt. Blood had soaked half of his pant leg, which then froze. In the super low temperature, his sense of pain was dulled. But this didn't make Chen Jinghao feel relieved. Instead, it terrified him. He knew that if his leg didn't get treated in this situation, it would be useless in less than half an hour. Chapter 19. Let's give you an ice water bath. Chen Jinghao finally felt fear. He took out his phone and called 120. However, the call wouldn't go through. Chen Jinghao dialed for over 2 minutes, and the line was busy. His heart sank. Outside, the weather was freezing, and even the hospitals had come to a standstill. Even if some hospitals were still operating, it was impossible to send an ambulance out to save anyone due to the heavy snow blocking the city. Chen Jinghao was also a tough guy, and after hesitating for a long time, he decided to perform surgery on himself. At the very least, he had to take out the crossbow bolt. After struggling to return home, he took a knife, an alcohol lamp, gauze, and hemostatic medicine from the drawer. Being someone who often got into fights, he naturally kept these supplies at home. Chen Jinghao cut open the leg of his pants, and when he saw the wound, he was horrified, his face turning pale. In the extreme cold, the wound on his leg had already frozen. Although this temporarily stopped the bleeding, the area around the wound was already turning purple, and his calf had completely lost sensation. Chen Jinghao felt hopeless. He knew that in this situation, he could only rely on self-rescue. Luckily, he was a tough guy from the streets, and after thinking for a moment, he began to perform surgery on himself. Since his calf was already frostbitten, the low temperature dulled his pain significantly. So even without anesthesia, he successfully completed the surgery. However, the process was so painful that he nearly passed out. The calf was clearly ruined. Chen Jinghao lay on the sofa, gasping for breath, filled with hatred for Zhang Yi, the one who shot him with an arrow. Zhang Yi, you little brat, I will definitely kill you, absolutely. Chen Jinghao's eyes were full of murderous intent. He was not joking. He truly intended to kill Zhang Yi. Otherwise, how would he survive in Tianhai City in the future? Chen Jinghao picked up his phone, but since Zhang Yi had blacklisted him, he could only tag Zhang Yi in the homeowners group chat. Zhang Yi, you little dog, just wait for me. If I don't kill you, I'll write my name Chen Jinghao backwards from now on. The homeowners didn't actually know what had happened. However, upon learning that Zhang Yi had offended Chen Jinghao, they couldn't help but sweat for him. Chen Jinghao was a notorious thug, and he was ruthless. But if everyone knew that Zhang Yi had shot him with an arrow and crippled his leg, they would probably be too scared to say a word. However, some people were very excited. For example, Aunt Lin, who had been humiliated by Zhang Yi before, happily said, "It's best when dogs bite dogs, humph. Neither of them is a good person. It would be best if that thug Chen Jinghao killed Zhang Yi, so that this damned thing can scold me." By Lianhua Fang Yuqing also saw the messages in the group. She pouted and actually hoped that Zhang Yi would get beaten up by Chen Jinghao. After all, Zhang Yi had been so cold to her. He didn't even know to bring her some food when she asked like a goddess. However, no one in the group dared to speak up, fearing that this matter might implicate them. Zhang Yi saw this message and burst into laughter. As long as he didn't leave the safe house, he didn't care about 100 Chen Jinghaos. Zhang Yi sent a voice message on his phone. "What are you? Just a barking dog. If you provoke me again, I'll cripple your other leg too." The homeowners in the group were in an uproar upon hearing this voice message. They didn't expect Zhang Yi to dare to oppose Chen Jinghao. Moreover, it seemed that he had injured one of Chen Jinghao's legs. Chen Jinghao gripped his phone tightly, nearly breaking it. "Damn it, Zhang Yi, just wait. I will definitely kill you." Zhang Yi was also unrelenting. "You dog, Come at me if you dare. Let us see who dies first. I have to say, after the apocalypse, Zhang Yi was quite carefree, without so many concerns about public order and social morals. He didn't have to give anyone face. It was just exhilarating. On the other hand, Chen Jinghao was furious to the point of exploding. After returning home, leaning against the air conditioning, he gradually regained some feeling. However, the intense pain in his leg made him grimace. Now if he wanted to move, he could only rely on a crutch. After thinking carefully for a while, Chen Jinghao felt that killing Zhang Yi was not difficult. He believed he was shot with an arrow simply because he was careless. Now that he was on guard, he could easily call his little brothers over to storm into Zhang Yi's house and kill him. After all, it was freezing outside, and the hospitals and police stations were in a state of paralysis. Now was the best time to kill someone. Chen Jinghao immediately called his little brothers, telling them to bring weapons and come help him take care of Zhang Yi. Many of Chen Jinghao's little brothers lived nearby, and upon receiving his order, they all grabbed knives, baseball bats, steel pipes, and other items and rushed to Chen Jinghao's house. Upon seeing Chen Jinghao's leg injury, these little brothers shouted that they wanted to kill that person and avenge Chen Jinghao. Chen Jinghao coldly said, "I'm not seriously hurt. After a few days when the snow melts, I'll go to the hospital for some rest. But this dog actually dared to shoot me. Isn't this digging at the roots of the Tai Shui? If I don't kill him, how will I, Chen Jinghao, survive in the future?" One of his little brothers immediately said, "Brother Hao, tell me his room number, and I'll go chop him up right now." Chen Jinghao nodded. They were in room 2401 of this building, but that little brat is very cunning and has a crossbow. He shot me with the crossbow. One little brother shouted with a steel pipe, "This person is too shameless. He actually ambushed." Chen Jinghao said, "Be careful when you go over. I know he is alone in the house. Just don't let him shoot you, break down their door, and kill him however you like." Chen Jinghao's little brothers were all reckless, and although they knew Zhang Yi had weapons, they weren't afraid. Instead, they were all excited. Now that the snow disaster had locked down the city, it was a lawless time, and they could openly go beat someone up. The malice within human nature was unleashed recklessly in them. So, they grabbed their weapons and headed to Zhang Yi's house, intending to break in. Zhang Yi also knew that Chen Jinghao would not let this go easily and would definitely come for revenge. However, Zhang Yi was not the slightest bit nervous. He was at home, playing games while using a split screen to monitor the movements in the entire building. He could see clearly when Chen Jinghao's little thugs arrived. His table was filled with equipment, just waiting for them to show up so he could give them a good lesson. After all, those social failures deserved to die. And Zhang Yi had no intention of being soft-hearted. Soon, more than a dozen of Chen Jinghao's little brothers arrived at Zhang Yi's door. They knew Zhang Yi had a crossbow, so they were a bit cautious. A few of the little thugs held wooden boards as shields in front. When they reached Zhang Yi's door and found nothing wrong, they began to act. "Open the door. Damn it, you dared to shoot our brother Hao. Today we'll see if we don't kill you. Next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Open the door." They yelled and began to smash Zhang Yi's door with hammers and iron rods, wanting to break in and give Zhang Yi a good beating before handing him over to Chen Jinghao. Zhang Yi was playing his game, unhurried. He happened to be stuck on the first boss, having died 7 or 8 times without passing it, and his mood was a bit foul. Hearing the shouts and banging on the door outside, Zhang Yi shouted irritably, "Can't you use a bit of strength? Haven't you eaten?" Hearing Zhang Yi being so arrogant, those little thugs became even angrier and hit harder. However, the security door made of 20 centimeters of alloy was very hard to open even with small explosives. Not to mention they were just using primitive smashing methods to break the door. After smashing for a long time, only a few small white spots appeared on the metal door, just some paint chipped off. They couldn't even dent it, let alone break it. The little thugs were dumbfounded. "Damn, this door is actually pure metal. And so thick, how can we smash it? What the hell? How many enemies does this person have?" A group of little thugs were stunned. However, when they came, they had promised Chen Jinghao that they would beat Zhang Yi half to death and bring him back. Now that they couldn't break the door, they had no way to go back and report, so they continued to beat and shout at the door. Zhang Yi's game character died again. Listening to the little thugs outside, he finally got a bit annoyed. He went to the kitchen, connected a water pipe to the faucet, then climbed up to the shooting port. The little thugs outside didn't notice what was above their heads and continued barking. Zhang Yi sneered, then turned on the faucet and sprayed water at them. The torrential water flow poured down the narrow corridor like a torrential rain, instantly drenching them. Chapter 20. Starting a laid-back life, can you imagine what it feels like to be doused with cold water at over -70 degrees? Zhang Yi took a large hose and sprayed it at those little karami outside the door. There was about a 100-degree temperature difference between indoors and outdoors. So when the water flowed out, it was steaming, but once it hit those people, it quickly froze into ice. In the freezing cold, they were all wearing down jackets and sweaters. The cold water soaked them completely, making them feel as if they had been thrown into an ice cellar. Damn. It's so cold, I'm freezing to death. Ah, stop spraying, stop spraying. At this moment, they would rather be beaten up than endure this freezing torture. One by one, their lips turned purple, and some even fainted from the extreme cold. Instinctively, they rushed away from Zhang Yi's door. However, in just a few seconds, they were already soaked to the bone. They didn't even have time to take the elevator to escape, and their clothes were already frozen stiff. Zhang Yi watched them run away before turning off the faucet. He had initially planned to teach these people a lesson with a crossbow. However, the loading speed was too slow, and there was a risk of them counterattacking through the shooting hole. Instead, this method of drenching them with water was much more effective. After being soaked to the core, those little Karami had their lips turning purple and hurried back to Chen Jinghao's house. When Chen Jinghao saw them return in such a sorry state, he was furious. Where's that little bastard? Did you catch him? The little brothers hurriedly looked for blankets and sheets to warm up. Their clothes were completely soaked and frozen solid. More than a dozen people scrambled for clothes and blankets in the room. However, due to the overwhelming number of people, there weren't enough items to go around. So a few of the little brothers had no choice but to strip down and huddle together for warmth. The scene was quite bizarre. This made Chen Jinghao extremely angry, and he slammed the table, shouting, "Who will explain to me what the hell is going on?" A few little brothers, having regained some body heat, shivered as they explained the whole situation to Chen Jinghao. That Zhang Yi is too despicable. He actually sprayed us with a hose. We couldn't stand it at all. We don't know how thick his door is. We hammered on it for a long time and only chipped off a bit of paint. After hearing this, Chen Jinghao frowned deeply. When he had tried to break down the door himself, he also felt that Zhang Yi's door was very solid. It seemed that a strong offensive would be difficult. However, he quickly sneered. It doesn't matter. Even if his house is an iron turtle, there will always be a flaw. Besides, I don't believe he can stay at home forever. You guys just keep watch nearby. As soon as he steps out, beat him to death. Chen Jinghao said viciously. His little brothers were all desperate people, and upon hearing this, they shivered and laughed coldly. Although they were all frozen like dogs, they still had to show a fierce demeanor. However, they never expected that Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving his house at all. Outside was hell, but his room was paradise. Why would he go from paradise to hell? After dealing with Chen Jinghao and the others, Zhang Yi went back to playing his game. Although he knew these guys wouldn't give up easily, they didn't have the ability to break into his home. As for going out, Zhang Yi would never make that choice. Even with a 1 in 10,000 risk, he wouldn't take it. Staying comfortably at home, isn't that nice? Soon after, Zhang Yi went to the floor-to-ceiling window to check on the outside scene. There were indeed people with tools shoveling snow. He seemed to see Uncle Yu, the security guard, a straightforward and enthusiastic veteran who always rushed to the front when something happened. The dozen or so people downstairs were some of the more reasonable young homeowners from the community group. However, he didn't see a single shadow of Linda Ma or any community members. Faced with the thick layer of snow 2 to 3 meters high, they were struggling to dig. However, Zhang Yi knew that this was completely futile. Not to mention, just to dig a path from downstairs to the community entrance would take an entire day. But even if they managed to clear it, what difference would it make? The roads outside were completely covered. With such thick snow, only professional, large snowplows could slowly clear it. But in the south, there were no such specialized vehicles. Going out had become an impossible task. Moreover, in weather below -70 degrees, they couldn't last long. Their cold protection equipment was inadequate, and their physical condition couldn't adapt to such low temperatures. Staying outdoors for half an hour posed a risk of frostbite. Zhang Yi shook his head. These honest people were indeed quite pitiful. However, it was their own choice, and Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to say anything. After all, now, everything was none of his business. He just wanted to live well. By the afternoon, Zhang Yi felt a bit hungry and took out a feast from his space. The meal was simple: a plate of Australian lobster, a serving of Wellington steak, plus 2 Huangshan pancakes and a bottle of cola. Such delicacies were plentiful in his space. Now that he was staying at home every day, Zhang Yi's schedule had also become free. In short, he would sleep when tired and eat when hungry, without needing to distinguish between day and night. The heavy snow outside was still falling. Zhang Yi took a moment to look at the area below the building. Those snow shovelers had all gone back. The area they had cleared after half a day's effort was quickly covered again by the snow. Perhaps they had realized that with just their strength, they could not fight against nature. Zhang Yi, wearing a thermal shirt, lay on the sofa. The indoor temperature a comfortable 27 degrees. He turned on the TV and watched the programs. Now, many television stations across the country had directly stopped broadcasting, with only a few provincial channels and CCTV still airing. Among them were promotional official work and slogans encouraging everyone. At this moment, our eyes are on Shengjing. The officials are strategizing and directing us to launch a final assault against the snow disaster. According to reports, due to inadequate snow disaster prevention and control in the United States, 200 million people had been affected and tens of millions had died. Our country's snow disaster situation was under control and everything was developing positively. We hope everyone remains calm and believes in the power of the authorities. Zhang Yi shook his head. The scale and severity of this snow disaster were unimaginable to humankind, while the authorities were working hard to solve the problems. Human power was too weak in the face of nature. Chapter 21. White Lotus and Green Tea. Meanwhile, in the homeowners group, Linda Ma could still be seen chattering away. Did everyone see the news? Our country has the strength to completely cope with this snow disaster. Don't panic. All problems will be resolved smoothly. By the way, if anyone needs supplies at home, those who can, please try to help out. After all, this snow disaster will soon pass, and there's no need to hoard supplies. However, very few people replied to her. Clearly, after 2 days, with no signs of the snow disaster coming to an end, many people began to worry. Fang Yuqing sent a message to Zhang Yi again. Zhang Yi, are you okay? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Fang Yuqing probably thought she had been dealt with by Qin Zhenghao. However, he didn't believe Fang Yuqing was being kind-hearted. I'm fine. Oh, that's good. Fang Yuqing felt a bit disappointed inside. However, she quickly said, We've run out of food at home. I remember you bought quite a bit. Can you give me some? You know, they might invite you to dinner later. Zhang Yi revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Indeed. This woman must have a purpose in finding him. He remembered the last time they went to the supermarket. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining also bought some things. Although it wasn't tea as much as he bought, it shouldn't be that they couldn't tea last 2 days. Oh, that is something from a long time ago. I didn't keep those things at home, and actually, there is not much food at my place either. Fang Yuqing still wouldn't give up. Then can you give me a few packs of instant noodles? You manage the warehouse. Surely there is enough at home? Zhang Yi was very straightforward. I really don't have any instant noodles left. Look, this is all I can eat usually. He took a photo of the Australian lobster and steak on the table and sent it to Fang Yuqing. Upon seeing the photo, Fang Yuqing's brows furrowed in anger. Damn, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you doing this on purpose to irritate me? Beside her, her best friend Lin Kaining poked her head out from under the blankets. It was so cold that the two of them were sleeping on the same bed. The moment she saw the delicious food in the photo, her eyes sparkled with greed. These little fairies never cooked. They usually ordered takeout or had men treat them to meals. With the recent heavy snow, they had been starving, forced to eat instant noodles and canned food they usually didn't like. Seeing Zhang Yi enjoying Australian lobster and steak made both women feel a mix of anger and envy. They were angry because Zhang Yi was eating alone without thinking of sharing with them. Lin Kaining immediately said sourly, Wow, Zhang Yi is too much. He actually has these delicious things at home, and didn't he even think of you? He used to say he liked you. I think he is just being insincere. Fang Yuqing was also quite unhappy. This wasn't the first time Zhang Yi sent her a photo. She knew he was deliberately trying to provoke her. However, she believed that Zhang Yi still liked her. He just wanted to use this method to get her to compromise. Foolish. Just a little food. And you think that will make me your girlfriend? Zhang Yi, you're really naive. Fang Yuqing scoffed in her heart. As a proud woman, she certainly wanted to maintain her lofty image. However, looking at the photo Zhang Yi sent, the desire in her eyes was hard to hide. Lin Kaining naturally understood her. So she said, Yuqing, why don't you tell Zhang Yi that you can have dinner with him, but he needs to provide the food. That way, you can save face and also enjoy the delicious Australian lobster and steak. I believe he'll be excited to agree immediately. Fang Yuqing frowned and thought for a moment. Zhang Yi was just a high-level backup in her heart. Although he was handsome and had some assets, he was still far from her ideal wealthy and handsome man. Usually, she would never lower her head to him. However, right now, she really couldn't stand eating instant noodles and canned food every day. So, she decided to give him a chance to have dinner with her. Fang Yuqing pouted and said somewhat reluctantly, All right then. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, it's been a long time since we gathered. How about you come to our place for dinner tonight? Zhang Yi smiled when he saw the message. Are you inviting me to dinner? Great, thank you. This response made Fang Yuqing on the other end of the line turn pale with anger. It might also be due to the cold. She angrily said to Lin Kaining. This Zhang Yi is simply ungrateful. I'm giving him a chance to invite me to dinner, and he actually wants me to treat him. Lin Kainin was taken aback. She seemed to not expect that the Zhang Yi who used to pursue Fang Yuqing would suddenly be so unreasonable. Strange. Could it be that a man who is always chasing after a girl has suddenly lost his sense? Fang Yuqing was so angry that she threw her phone aside. She huffed, "This Zhang Yi, I originally planned to keep him as my backup. Now he has got to move to the back of the line. I'm really angry this time. From now on, I won't say a word to him. Even if he comes to beg me later, it won't work." Although Lin Kainin was greedy, she also added fuel to the fire. Exactly. He doesn't even look at what he has like. Wanting to pursue you and still being so stingy, a man like this deserves to be single for life. The two of them continued to scold Zhang Yi for a while. During this time, Fang Yuqing picked up her phone, thinking Zhang Yi would send a message to apologize. However, Zhang Yi didn't send a single message, making her face darken. Meanwhile, Lin Kainin started to think of a mischievous plan. She secretly sent a message to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, why are you so stupid? Now Yuqing is unhappy. Do you know how serious the problem is?" After receiving the message, Zhang Yi habitually took a glance. For him, checking various chat group messages had become a way to entertain himself. What could be more entertaining than human nature in the apocalypse? When he realized it was a message from Lin Kainin, Zhang Yi smirked. One playing the bad cop. One playing the good cop, right? You two are really theatrical. Zhang Yi had long seen through this combination of green tea and white lotus. Usually, when Lin Kainin intervened, it was to help Fang Yuqing, because Fang Yuqing needed to maintain her pure goddess image. Things like hinting for gifts or asking men to spend money on her were all things Lin Kainin would say. Chapter 22. Being a backup is useful. Zhang Yi pretended to be confused and said, "What's wrong? I haven't done anything wrong." Lin Kainin replied, "Are you stupid? With the heavy snow and the food at home almost gone, wouldn't sending over some good food right now be a way to express your loyalty to Yuqing? If I were you, I'd send over all the good stuff like steak and lobster. When Yuqing is touched, wouldn't your chances increase?" Zhang Yi looked at Lin Kainin's message and could already imagine the greedy look on that woman's face. He couldn't help but sneer. This kind of behavior was no different from begging. Yet the ridiculous part was that even when begging, they had to put on a show of charity. As if Zhang Yi giving them food was them giving him a chance. This kind of face made Zhang Yi want to slap them hard. Despicable. Zhang Yi decided to have some fun with these two green tea bitches. He said, "But we don't have much food at home either. Just enough for me to eat." Lin Kainin frowned immediately and criticized, "Fool. How many days can this snowstorm last? If you endure being hungry for a couple of meals, you can win Yuqing over, and wouldn't that be worth it? If you can't even spare this little bit of food, then I see you don't really care about our Yuqing." Zhang Yi laughed even harder. These two women were playing their roles well. One is the good cop and the other is the bad cop. Unfortunately for them, Zhang Yi had been reborn and had long seen through their shamelessness. Facing Lin Kainin's act, he simply replied with a casual "oh," then tossed his phone aside and ignored her. Lin Kainin saw the "oh" and immediately became furious. "Oh? What does that "oh" mean? I've been talking to you for so long, and that is your attitude? Hurry up and send me the food. I want to eat steak and lobster too." Lin Kainin is a foodie. She hasn't had anything good to eat these past couple of days and is drooling over the sight of Zhang Yi enjoying a feast. She initially thought about using Fang Yuqing's name to trick Zhang Yi into sending her all the delicious food. However, things turned out completely opposite to her expectations. That "oh" almost broke her composure. Could it be that he has lost interest in Fang Yuqing? No, that's absolutely impossible. Lin Kainin recalled Zhang Yi's attentiveness to Fang Yuqing over the past few years and immediately shook her head. He must just be temporarily out of his mind. Feeling angry, Lin Kainin decided to find Fang Yuqing and embellish the story a bit. Of course, she told Fang Yuqing that she was only seeking Zhang Yi to help her collect supplies for her. Fang Yuqing coldly responded, "Humph, who is Zhang Yi? Do I know him? Don't mention him in front of me again." Now, if Zhang Yi wanted to be her loyal follower again, he would have to sincerely apologize for what happened over the past few days and pay a hefty price to seek her forgiveness. Lin Kainin nudged Fang Yuqing, saying that if Zhang Yi wasn't smart enough, she still had other admirers. Their community has quite a few colleagues working in the warehouse, including other suitors of Fang Yuqing, like Zhou Peng, who is the most eager to curry favor with her. Fang Yuqing naturally knew who Lin Kainin was talking about. She disdainfully curled her lip, saying that Zhou Peng wasn't even worth considering as a backup, although they both worked at Walmart before. Zhou Peng didn't even own a house in Tianxia City and was still renting. Fang Yuqing only used him for minor benefits and had no feelings for him at all. Lin Kainin advised, "It's so cold outside, and the snow is falling heavily. We can't go out to buy things, so why not use him to help us out? Fang Yuqing's gaze wavered, realizing that Lin Caning had a point. So, she sent Zhou Peng a message. To her surprise, within 5 minutes, Zhou Peng came running over, bringing a backpack full of food. Since he worked at the Walmart warehouse, he often took home discounted goods, so he had some supplies at home. At Fang Yuqing's request, Zhou Peng, as if energized, specifically picked out good items to deliver to her. He even patted his chest, assuring her, Yuqing, whatever you need, just say the word. You know I can do anything for you. Fang Yuqing rarely smiled at Zhou Peng, saying, Thank you, Zhou Peng. You're really great. With just a few sweet words. She sent Zhou Peng on his way. Once back inside, she immediately changed her expression. TCH, with your bear-like appearance, you dare to have thoughts about me? Maybe in your next life. The atmosphere in the entire building began to feel unusual. The extreme cold made it difficult for the southerners of Tiansha City to adapt. Even with the air conditioning running, the indoor temperature was below zero. They weren't used to stockpiling supplies, and 2 days of freezing had left their refrigerators nearly empty. Although Aunt Lin kept insisting that everything was fine and that the snow disaster would soon pass, everyone had their own concerns. However, Zhang Yi, observing all this, was quite happy. In the face of the apocalypse, he was more than prepared, and his days were even more comfortable than before the disaster struck. He felt like an outsider, quietly watching the grand spectacle outside. After Zhang Yi had taught Chen Jinghao and his little brother a lesson, they temporarily stopped bothering him. They knew Zhang Yi's home was not easy to invade. Moreover, Chen Jinghao's leg was practically useless, and if he couldn't get to a hospital, he would soon become permanently disabled. As for the other small-time troublemakers, after getting drenched in water, they all fell into states of cold and fever. Without any means of heating, they would probably perish from high fever before they starved due to a lack of food. Zhang Yi spent his time at home playing games and watching chat groups. When he had nothing else to do, he would also work out a bit. After all, he had plenty of high-end fitness equipment at home. Alternatively, he would read various professional books he downloaded online, like the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and Militia Training Manual. Being prepared is essential. Mastering this professional knowledge would be best if he never needed it, but it could save his life in an emergency. Outside, the heavy snow fell, and the sky was covered in clouds, making it hard to distinguish between day and night. On the morning of the third day, Zhang Yi got out of bed, enjoying a delicious Peking duck while checking the clock. It was almost time. The good show was about to begin. Zhang Yi said lightly. At that moment, the chat groups on his phone exploded with messages. Chapter 23, Water and Power Outages. 3 days after the apocalypse began, the real show started. Zhang Yi knew what would happen today, so he hadn't slept all night, waiting to see this good show. The events that transpired were quite simple. The electricity in the entire Yuelu community suddenly went out. Shortly after, due to a chain reaction from the power outage, the water supply company was unable to provide water normally. With the water supply system malfunctioning, every household lost water. This was all within Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, at the start of the apocalypse, no one could predict how long this extreme cold disaster would last. The authorities were still desperately trying to resolve the snow disaster. However, as time passed, it became clear by the third day that this was not something that could be solved by human effort. In the bitter cold, major hydropower plants successively shut down, and thermal power plants could not continue generating electricity due to personnel being unable to work. Once all the cities in the country exhausted their stored electricity, power outages were inevitable. At this point, only a small number of nuclear power plants were still operational. However, the electricity produced was entirely allocated for official use. With the water and power out, ordinary people's lives were suddenly plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had already turned on 2 silent generators to provide power for his room. After doing all this, Zhang Yi opened his phone to find numerous messages in the chat groups asking, "Does your home have electricity? We have no electricity. And the water supply is also cut off. What's going on? Our home also has no water or electricity. With this cold weather, the air conditioning is completely useless. And we can't use heaters. How are we supposed to live like this? Why aren't the authorities doing anything about this? If this continues, people are going to freeze to death." Zhang Yi silently shook his head. At this point, the authorities were already too overwhelmed to assist everyone. To survive, they could only rely on themselves. He also knew that, from today onward, the apocalypse had truly begun. Without modern society's electricity and food, humanity would fall into mass death. Zhang Yi thought about this, glancing nervously at his home. When he saw his warm and secure house, like a copper-clad iron barrel, and the endless supplies in the other space, a sense of solid warmth surged in his heart. The community owners group chat was now filled with tense complaints. If it weren't for advanced technology, and if the phone batteries didn't stop working due to the low temperatures, they might not even be able to use their phones. However, without electricity, their phones would eventually become useless. How long was this snow going to last? The air conditioning was also not working, and the indoor temperature had dropped to over minus 30 degrees. If this continued, people would really freeze to death. And with the water cut off, were they supposed to drink melted snow? Our family doesn't have much food left, and with the heavy snow blocking the door, we can't go to the supermarket. What should we do? Someone started tagging Aunt Lynn. Aunt Lynn, didn't you say it was fine before? Yes. I only believed your words and didn't go out to buy supplies. How do we solve this now? When will help come for us? You need to say something. Aunt Lynn felt anxious and panicked in the face of her neighbors' questions. At this moment, she was even more afraid than her neighbors. The homeowners still didn't know how the authorities would rescue them. However, Aunt Lynn had already received some information through the neighborhood committee. The entire world is experiencing heavy snowfall, said to be a once-in-100,000-year snow disaster. Perhaps we are facing another mass extinction, an apocalypse. Although the authorities are trying their best to hold on, it is impossible to care for over 1 billion people in our country. Several major cities have already fallen. To survive, we can only rely on ourselves. We must stock up on supplies, especially food and heating energy. I have already started going door to door to collect supplies. Doing it in the name of the neighborhood committee. Isn't doing this harmful? Harmful? If I don't do this, our family will freeze to death or starve in at most 3 days. I can't care about that anymore. I don't know how many people will die from this snow disaster. I can only take care of myself and my family first. Yes, while we still have some influence. We should quickly gather more supplies. At this time, surviving is the most crucial. Aunt Lynn stared intensely at the messages in the neighborhood committee group, her whole body trembling violently. Although the indoor temperature had dropped to minus 30 degrees, she was still sweating. She lay in bed, covered with 3 thick layers of blankets, almost unable to breathe, but she didn't dare to lift them, because the room felt like an ice cellar. At this moment, her grandson, little Tiger, asked from under the covers, "Grandma, why is it so cold outside? When will Dad and Mom come back?" Aunt Lynn looked at her little grandson, her heart sinking. She had just spoken with her son and daughter-in-law today. They were working in a different city and were now stuck in a rental apartment, in a situation not much better than theirs. I must protect the two of us. We have to survive. Aunt Lynn bit her lip hard, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. "Little Tiger, it's okay. After a while, Dad and Mom will come back." After comforting little Tiger, Aunt Lynn picked up her phone and began to speak in the homeowners group. "Everyone, this disaster is only temporary. The weather outside is extremely cold, and it's not surprising to have water and power outages. Don't worry, workers are already in the process of repairs. The authorities have issued a notice that during this critical time, our neighborhood committee will manage the homeowners collectively. I hope everyone will cooperate with our work. If anyone does not cooperate and causes serious consequences, we will request the police to arrest and interrogate them afterward." Aunt Lynn's words were very heavy. This statement evoked strong dissatisfaction among the homeowners. They did not expect that at such a time, the neighborhood committee would not only fail to explain their poor performance, but also intimidate the homeowners. However, everyone was also somewhat afraid, and no one dared to speak out against it. Zhang Yi held his phone, leisurely looking at Aunt Lynn's messages. He raised an eyebrow and let out a sneer. He knew Aunt Lynn was lying. In his previous life, she used such despicable methods to trick others out of supplies. However, he did not plan to expose Aunt Lynn's tricks. After all, whether the other neighbors lived or died had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi turned on the TV and continued playing his game. Water and power outages? It didn't matter. His warehouse was stocked with a massive amount of backup batteries, generators, and fuel, as well as solid alcohol. As for water, he had stored 500 tons of tap water, not to mention several tons of mineral water and beverages in his warehouse. Moreover, when necessary, he could also obtain water by melting snow. In short, whether it was fresh water or energy, he was not lacking at all. Chapter 24. Aunt Lynn's thread. Zhang Yi played games while enjoying imported snacks, living a fulfilling life. The entire Tianhai city, or rather more than 99% of the world, was in a state of water and power outages. The water outage issue was slightly easier to resolve. Those who couldn't stand it could go outside to dig snow for water. However, the power outage was the most unbearable thing. Modern people's bodies are very delicate. Living in temperatures below minus 30 degrees is almost a death sentence. But this couldn't be blamed on the authorities. After all, most power stations couldn't operate because the workers couldn't get to work. Zhang Yi remembered that there would still be some power supply every day, as the authorities didn't want all the common people to die. However, relying on those 21st century industrial nuclear power stations and new energy power stations. The amount of electricity provided was very limited. At most, they could charge their phones or boil some water. Air conditioners and heaters, those high-power appliances, were out of the question. At this moment, the neighbors were wailing in the homeowners group, fear causing them to huddle together, hoping someone could bring them a glimmer of hope. Chen Jinghao, who had his leg broken by Zhang Yi earlier, was now dragging his broken leg at home, almost freezing to death. Already injured. Living in extremely low temperatures inflicted double damage on him, and his little friends were even worse off. Although Zhang Yi had only doused them with a water hose at that time, there were no means of heating in such temperatures. The indoor temperature gradually approached the outdoor temperature, reaching -50 or 60 degrees. Several people started to develop high fevers, with the lowest temperature at 39, and several above 40. Since they had no awareness of preparing medicine, their homes were devoid of ibuprofen. And in this weather, going out to buy medicine was impossible. Therefore, they could only choose to endure. This is why Zhang Yi did not shoot them at that time. Letting them freeze to death day by day in despair was much more enjoyable than killing them outright. Zhang Yi sat on the carpet, focused on his game. Outside, it was freezing cold, with howling winds mixed with heavy snow. Yet inside the room, it was 27 degrees, brightly lit, with no worries about food or drink. And entertainment was plentiful. If he had to say he was lacking anything, it might just be the absence of a woman to accompany him. However, Zhang Yi was not the type to be foolishly driven by lust. Having been burned by women in his previous life, he now prioritized his safety and quality of life above all else. Unless in an absolutely safe situation, he would never let anyone into his safe house. In an apocalypse, human hearts are absolutely unpredictable. He had once witnessed a woman kill her own husband for a packet of instant noodles. Just then, Zhang Yi's phone lit up again. He curiously picked it up to find Aunt Lin tagging everyone in the homeowners group. Due to the current heavy snowfall, everyone's lives were greatly affected. According to the official notice, this snow would last for a relatively short period. To help everyone get through this difficult time, each household would collect their available supplies, which would then be uniformly distributed. This was an order from the authorities. Please cooperate. Otherwise, if anyone at home is selfish and does not obey the organization's arrangements, they will be held accountable by the organization afterward. Don't think that just because you are capable, you can go against our organization. Remember, everyone has their own weaknesses at home. Zhang Yi sneered. This was just the same old trick as in his previous life. Although Aunt Lin, as a member of the neighborhood committee, had little power, she still had more channels of information than ordinary people. She must have known that the apocalypse was coming long ago, and the authorities in Tianhai City had already come to a standstill. That's why she wanted to use deception and intimidation to make everyone hand over their supplies to her. However, Aunt Lin's methods were not clever at all. After all, she was just an old woman with a middle school education. In fact, smart people could see that there was something wrong with what she said. Even if the authorities were conducting unified control, they could never issue such an order. However, there were more than 50 households living in this building. And there would always be some timid people who, out of fear, would listen to Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi had no intention of getting involved. He just wanted to watch the show. Sure enough, this time, because Aunt Lin insisted on confiscating the supplies from each household with a strong attitude, some people were finally pushed to their limits. Wang Min, who lived on the 15th floor and was also Zhang Yi's colleague, was a thrifty housewife who often brought things home from the warehouse. Everyone in the neighborhood knew this. With Aunt Lin wanting to collect supplies from every household, theirs would certainly not escape. Wang Min said, "Now that the heavy snow has blocked the doors, we can't go out at all. Each family doesn't even have enough to eat. How can you collect and redistribute them? Does that make sense?" Another homeowner named Sun Jichao also said, "Everyone is having a hard time. It's not easy to keep some food. Isn't it excessive to confiscate it?" Aunt Lin gritted her teeth and pressed the voice message button hard. "I said it before, this is a very special time, and we must use extraordinary means. The snow disaster will pass soon, so you don't have to worry. It's just to redistribute the supplies. At this time, many families have no food. Are you that selfish? Can't you think about your neighbors? Some families had hoarded supplies, so naturally, some families were lacking supplies. Thus, those who lacked supplies would naturally come forward to support Aunt Lin. Exactly, we're all neighbors. What's wrong with helping each other out during this time? It's just some food and drink, right? Usually, we're not unable to afford it. It's just that the situation is special these couple of days. This is a decision from the organization. If you do not comply, the consequences are not something everyone can bear." In the WeChat group, two factions began to argue. Zhang Yi remained silent. and by Lianhua Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning also did not speak, as their families actually had quite a lot of supplies. However, due to their personalities, they would never hand them over, no matter what. Zhang Yi's desire to watch the drama was soon shattered. Although he did not speak, Aunt Lin took the initiative to send him a private message. Xiao Zhang, you work at the warehouse. And you must have quite a bit of food and drink at home, right? I remember last time you bought 3 truckloads of stuff. Now that everyone is in trouble, it's your time to show your spirit. Don't worry, once the snow disaster is over, we will definitely return it to you. Everyone will remember your kindness. Aunt Lin first created momentum in the WeChat group to panic some timid people, then began to break through one by one. As long as she could deceive one family, she could obtain some supplies, allowing her and her grandson to survive a few more days. And Zhang Yi, the warehouse supervisor at Walmart, was also targeted by Aunt Lin. Chapter 25. Scolding the old woman. Zhang Yi sneered. In his previous life, he underestimated the severity of the snow disaster. Thinking he could do a big favor for his neighbors, he gave away some of his hoarded supplies. But what was the result? Not only did he not receive gratitude from his neighbors, but it also made them think that he had a lot of supplies at home. The final outcome was that he was killed when they broke into his home and was used as food. It could be said that the old woman named Lin was also involved in his death in his previous life. The corners of his mouth curled up as he lazily sent a voice message. That's great. Our food is all gone too. Aunt Lin, when you collect the supplies, please save me a little. Aunt Lin was so angry that she started cursing right there in her home. Bah, who are you trying to fool? Your family must have hoarded quite a bit. Humph, having worked in the warehouse for so many years, I don't believe your hands are clean. The reason she was so certain was that Zhang Yi often helped neighbors buy discounted items processed by the Walmart warehouse. For example, some damaged packaged goods and near-expiration foods would be sold at very low prices. As an internal employee, he had priority purchasing rights. Sometimes, the warehouse would also distribute them as employee benefits. Aunt Lin's face turned pale with anger. She gritted her teeth, but refused to give up. She was convinced that Zhang Yi was a big fish, and if she could pry open his mouth, she and her grandson could get a pile of supplies. Enough to live for at least another week. Aunt Lin took a deep breath and tried to speak in a tone that was both gentle and stern. Xiao Zhang, don't joke with Auntie. Everyone knows you are the supervisor of the Walmart warehouse. Can your family lack food and drink? This is an order from the organization. You must comply. You have contributed to everyone, and everyone and the organization will remember your kindness. Be obedient and send all your supplies to Annie. Set an example. Zhang Yi picked up a toothpick to clean his teeth. He had eaten roasted leg of lamb for lunch, and some bits were stuck. He said in a lazy tone, I'm not joking with you. My family has eaten everything. In this day and age, even the landlord's family doesn't have any surplus grain. Aunt Lin, send me a few packs of instant noodles. As a member of the neighborhood committee, you need to set an example and show some spirit. Zhang Yi sarcastically replied. Seeing that Zhang Yi was impervious to her, Aunt Lin knew that being soft wouldn't work. She intensified her tone, and her voice became low and serious. Zhang Yi, is it not possible to have a good conversation with you? Do you think I'm speaking to you in a personal capacity? I am representing the organization. Refusing to hand over your supplies is going against the organization, and I will definitely deal with you later. Zhang Yi sneered. Bah, representing the organization? Do you really think you are in charge? You're just a neighborhood committee worker, not to mention being a civil servant. You aren't even a staff member. Usually, you just flatter those old folks, and now you're trying to act tough with me? Are you out of your mind? You can try whatever you want. I'll be waiting for you at home. Zhang Yi ruthlessly exposed Aunt Lin's true nature. Neighborhood committee workers are just social workers, with no official status, and certainly do not belong to civil servants. Moreover, Aunt Lin was just a runner in their neighborhood committee and not even a minor leader. Of course, even if she were a big official, Zhang Yi wouldn't care at this time. After scolding Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi decisively hung up the phone and then blocked her. Because this kind of shrewish old woman loved to curse, he had no time to argue with her. His actions nearly drove Aunt Lin to the brink of explosion. This Zhang Yi repeatedly went against her, rubbing her face in the dirt. How could she, who considered herself the leader of the community, tolerate it? Zhang Yi, you bastard. I really want to kill you. Aunt Lin shouted angrily. However, she could only curse a few times. In fact, she herself was in a precarious situation and could not really do anything to Zhang Yi. She wanted to kick Zhang Yi out of the homeowners chat group. After thinking it over, it seems that doing this wouldn't harm Zhang Yi. She wanted to rally everyone in the group to collectively condemn Zhang Yi. However, if she did that, everyone would know that Zhang Yi refused to share supplies. If everyone learned from that, she wouldn't be able to deceive them, no matter what. At this moment, she couldn't do anything to Zhang Yi. The more Aunt Lin thought about it, the angrier and more upset she became. But she had no way to retaliate, so she could only swallow her anger. Right now, her top priority was to deceive others. She had to take advantage of the fact that they hadn't woken up yet, and try to get their supplies. Over the next 2 days, Aunt Lin used both coaxing and intimidation to really trick several households into giving her some supplies. However, not everyone was a fool. In the apocalypse, everyone's first thought was to survive for themselves and their families. Some people chose to ignore Aunt Lin and treated her coldly. Others, with stronger personalities, directly scolded Aunt Lin for coming to demand supplies. As for people like Chen Jinghao and Su Hao, who were not to be trifled with, she didn't even have the courage to approach them. Zhang Yi could see all of this clearly through the surveillance cameras. However, he was busy enjoying his life and didn't feel the need to interfere in other people's affairs. It had already been 5 days since the snowstorm began. Normal families would only store food for 3 to 5 days. Here, since some people were working at the big warehouse, they had a bit more supplies at home. But due to the severe cold, the need for fuel and food for heating meant that supplies were consumed even faster. In the past few days, a sense of hostility gradually began to appear in the chat group. Initially, the honest homeowners who were waiting for official rescue were also experiencing a change in mindset due to the lack of energy for heating and food. Especially those families who had their supplies tricked away by Aunt Lin. They finally couldn't hold back and started questioning Aunt Lin in the group about how the supplies would be distributed after being taken. Unit 251, Room 1502. Lin Xuanxia. Aunt Lin, you promised that the supplies would be distributed evenly after being taken, right? Our food is all gone, and it's been 2 days. You should give us some. Yeah, you said there would be a uniform distribution so that everyone would have something to eat. The homeowners started to shout, including those who hadn't taken anything before, hoping to get a share. Aunt Lin, however, seemed to have disappeared and did not respond at all. Of course, she could see these messages, but at this moment, she had no intention of giving out any supplies. Only she and Zhang Yi knew what was really happening in the entire building. Outside, chaos had already set in. You could only survive with supplies, otherwise, you would just wait to die? Holding her grandson tightly, she curled up under 5 layers of blankets and gritted her teeth, saying, how could I possibly return the supplies I worked so hard to trick away? Chapter 26. Black eating black. Seeing that Aunt Lin wouldn't respond no matter how they called, the neighbors began to realize that they had been fooled by Aunt Lin. In an instant, the chat group was filled with kind greetings directed at Aunt Lin. However, the moment Aunt Lin decided to deceive her neighbors, she had long since discarded any concern for her own image, so she naturally didn't care how the neighbors cursed her. However, someone had their eyes on the supplies she had tricked away. For example, the notorious Chen Jinghao. Although 5 days had passed since the apocalypse began, everyone still didn't know the real situation outside. Thus, it hadn't yet developed into a desperate fight for supplies. In Zhang Yi's memory, Chen Jinghao later led a group of subordinates to rob others' belongings and even resorted to violence and murder. However, at this point, he hadn't thought about using force to seize supplies from his neighbors. After all, not all people like him were insane. He was somewhat sensible. Even Zhang Yi, who had shot off one of his legs, he hadn't dared to continue to storm into Zhang Yi's home without absolute certainty. Now, their supplies had also dwindled significantly. People like him didn't have the habit of hoarding supplies at home. There was plenty of beer in the fridge, but it had long since frozen over. It wouldn't fill their stomachs, and if they wanted to drink, they could only smash the ice and gnaw on it. Aunt Lin's actions caught his attention. Aunt Lin had stated that she would collect supplies and then distribute them uniformly. Although he scoffed at Aunt Lin's words, it was now evident that Aunt Lin had used deception to obtain a portion of her neighbor's supplies. This gave him a legitimate reason to take them. Even after the snow melted and things got messy, Aunt Lin wouldn't dare to do anything because of her guilt. So, Chen Jinghao picked up his phone and called Aunt Lin. At this moment, Aunt Lin was at home, happily eating cookies with her grandson, Xiaohu. She had to wait for the brief period of electricity each day to boil water for instant noodles. Just then, the phone rang urgently. Grandma, phone. Xiaohu pointed at the phone. Aunt Lin snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. She figured it must be those neighbors who had been tricked out of their supplies calling her. She felt no guilt towards those fools, considering them all to be idiots. However, when she picked up the phone and saw the caller's name, a look of fear crossed her face. Chen Jinghao? What does he want with me? Chen Jinghao was a well-known figure, notorious not only for having many subordinates, but also reportedly for having a powerful background. He was definitely not someone a small community worker like her could provoke. Aunt Lin answered the call. Chen Jinghao's voice came through. Hey Aunt Lin. You really have some skills, managing to get everyone's supplies into your hands. Upon hearing the word supplies, Aunt Lin immediately became alert. She coughed and said, "Cough. As a community worker, it's my duty to manage supplies for everyone." Chen Jinghao let out a cold laugh. "Heh, that is perfect. Our family is currently in need of supplies, so hurry up and send some over." Aunt Lin's face stiffened. She hadn't expected this thug to come and extort her for supplies. She seemed to forget that she had also tricked supplies from other neighbors using shameless means. Although Aunt Lin didn't dare to provoke Chen Jinghao, she was unwilling to hand over the supplies she had obtained for the sake of her own and her grandson's survival. She gritted her teeth and said, "I still need to manage these supplies. Besides, some families haven't contributed yet, so distribution can't happen right now." Chen Jinghao was already growing impatient. This Aunt Lin really didn't know how to stay alive, trying to brush him off with such nonsense. He angrily scolded, "Old hag, don't push your luck. You've pocketed all those supplies, haven't you? Let me tell you, you better hand over the stuff obediently. Otherwise, I'll just come over and take it myself." Aunt Lin turned pale with fear, trembling and unsure of what to say. She was someone who typically bullied the weak and feared the strong. When facing ordinary homeowners, she was difficult and unreasonable. But she had no idea how to deal with someone like Chen Jinghao. She could only muster her courage and say, "What do you want? I warn you. Don't act recklessly. I'm a community worker." Chen Jinghao laughed even harder. "What a bunch of nonsense. You really think you're something special? If you don't give it to me, I'll just come over and take it myself." After saying that, Chen Jinghao hung up the phone. Due to the extreme cold these past few days, he had called several of his subordinates to his home. On one hand, having more people could provide warmth. On the other, many had fallen ill after being doused with cold water by Zhang Yi and needed care. Thirdly, as a social figure, Chen Jinghao was somewhat clever. He has realized that the situation is developing in an unusual way, so he concentrated his manpower. When the time comes, having people on hand will give him absolute power. However, with so many people, they all need to eat. He hung up the phone, shouted for his little brothers, and a group of them marched towards Aunt Lin's house. Chen Jinghao leaned on a mop as a cane and held a baseball bat in one hand, charging fiercely to Aunt Lin's doorstep. This scene was clearly captured by Zhang Yi through the surveillance camera. Zhang Yi sat on the couch with his legs crossed on the coffee table, munching on chips while enjoying the program on TV. "Oh, looks like a dog-eat-dog show is about to unfold," Zhang Yi said with a grin. It was only the 5th day since the apocalypse began, and he didn't expect such an entertaining scene to unfold, especially with both sides being people he deeply disliked. Zhang Yi felt very pleased. Suddenly, he thought of those foolish neighbors who were deceived by Aunt Lin. Based on his memories from his previous life and his understanding of these neighbors, even after this incident, more people would continue to fall for the trick. There's no helping it. People always have a sense of luck, and due to thousands of years of Confucian thought, Chinese people instinctively choose to obey representatives like Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee. Thus, they were being exploited layer by layer by Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, wondering what would happen if he posted about the events happening here in the group. A wicked smile appeared on his face. It would definitely be quite something. He then pressed the record button. After Chen Jinghao and his men arrived at Aunt Lin's house, they began to shout loudly, demanding Aunt Lin to open the door. The Yuelu community was a mid-range residential area, and every household had installed anti-theft doors. However, everyone knows that anti-theft doors are meant to deter thieves, and they are not very effective against forceful break-ins. Aunt Lin's home was not like Zhang Yi's. Although it was clear that Aunt Lin was desperately trying to block the door, the anti-theft locks could not stop a group of greedy thugs. They smashed the door lock with baseball bats, steel pipes, and crowbars, quickly destroying it. It was evident that this was not their first time doing such a thing. Once the door lock was broken, the tables and sofas that Aunt Lin used to barricade the door were no match for them. Through the camera, Zhang Yi saw the terror written all over Aunt Lin's pale face. Chapter 27. Kicking Lin Xiaohu soon. Zhang Yi heard Aunt Lin screaming like a slaughtered pig. After Chen Jinghao rushed into the house, he slapped Aunt Lin hard across the face. "You old hag. This is what you get for deceiving the neighbors out of their supplies. I'm acting on behalf of the heavens." Chen Jinghao laughed heartily. Aunt Lin was knocked to the ground, her head spinning, unable to speak for a long time. Chen Jinghao ordered his men, "Search the house. Take all the food and drink. This is what the neighbors have worked hard to accumulate. We can't let her get away with it." His subordinates laughed wickedly and winked at each other as they rummaged through the kitchen and bedroom, turning over every place where Aunt Lin could hide things. Soon, they found a large pile of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, mineral water, and other items. Aunt Lin crawled over, crying, and clung to Chen Jinghao's leg, saying, You can't take everything away. We still have our own supplies. If you take them all, how will my grandson and I live? Chen Jinghao stared at her coldly and sneered, not my problem. Get lost. After saying that, he kicked Aunt Lin in the face with his good leg. Ah! Aunt Lin screamed in agony as she fell backward. At that moment, a shout came from the bedroom. You bunch of bastards, get out of here. It was Lin Xiaohu, Aunt Lin's grandson, who, upon discovering that his secretly hidden chocolate biscuits had been found, turned red with rage. He grabbed a fruit knife from the drawer and stabbed it into a little thug's butt. In such extreme cold, any injury could be fatal. The little thug cried out in pain. When he turned and saw that it was a child who had stabbed him, he became even angrier. Damn, if this gets out. How will I ever mix in again? I'll F you up. The little thug was furious and kicked Lin Xiaohu's stomach with all his might. An adult's full-strength kick was not something a 6-year-old could withstand. Lin Xiaohu let out a scream and actually flew through the air, crashing hard into the wall and sliding down to the ground like a piece of garbage. There's a saying that hitting someone is like hanging a painting. And this scene was reminiscent of that saying. Seeing this, Chen Jinghao and the others burst into laughter. Ha! Lao Wu, when did you practice such great kicking skills? You actually kicked that little brat away. Impressive. The little thug, nicknamed Lao Wu, pulled the knife out of his butt and proudly said, Aren't I cool? You should have recorded that moment. Aunt Lin, already injured, originally wanted to lie on the ground and play dead. But seeing her beloved grandson being kicked so hard, she cried out in despair, Xiaohu, my grandson, and rushed towards him. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao pointed at Aunt Lin and said with righteous indignation, This is the price for deceiving the neighbors. I'm acting on behalf of the heavens. After that, a group of them laughed heartily and left Aunt Lin's house with their spoils. This brutal scene made Zhang Yi raise his eyebrows. Watching the despicable Aunt Lin and her family get beaten up, Zhang Yi naturally felt pleased and had no sympathy for them at all. However, this scene also represented the cracks beginning to appear in the previously existing civilized social rules of the entire building. From now on, brutal incidents would become more and more frequent. After all, once a complete ice surface cracks, it will rapidly expand. It's a pity this has nothing to do with me. Watching them fight to the death over a bit of supplies, while he could only lie at home and pass the time, Zhang Yi found it truly boring. Lying on his imported sofa, he smiled and sighed. He then posted the video he recorded in the owners group for their building. In the owners group, those deceived owners were still cursing Aunt Lin until they saw the video Zhang Yi posted. Watching the video of Aunt Lin's house being smashed by Chen Jinghao and his men, and how she and her grandson were brutally beaten while the supplies she had deceived from the neighbors were taken away, the owners were instantly delighted. Ha ha, big liar. You deserve it. Brother Hao is mighty. Such people should be dealt with using thunderous means. This is the price of being a scammer. Hee hee. Trying to steal chickens, but losing rice. This is really hilarious. Although the owners who had their supplies stolen knew that the items taken by Chen Jinghao would not be returned to them, seeing Aunt Lin being beaten up still made them genuinely happy. For a moment, some even considered Chen Jinghao a hero and praised him. Brother Hao is mighty. No wonder he's a big brother in society. He has a sense of justice. If it weren't for Brother Hao, we really wouldn't have any way to deal with such shameless scum. Be careful, Brother Hao. This old hag is very shameless. Watch out for her reporting you. Some even began to worry about Chen Jinghao and offered him advice. This time, Chen Jinghao truly reaped both fame and fortune, not only avoiding collective resistance from the owners, but also acquiring a large amount of supplies. Zhang Yi watched the owners chat, sneering and shaking his head. These owners had no idea of a crucial issue. If Chen Jinghao could break into Aunt Lin's house and rob her today, then one day, he could just as easily break into their homes. As people gradually lose hope in everything outside, such events will come swiftly. However, seeing the homeowners still chatting freely in the group proves one thing. Everyone actually still has a certain amount of supplies. The situation of most families is not as dire as everyone claims. Many people in the Yuelu community work in the warehouse area and have the habit of stockpiling supplies at home. Even those who do not work in the warehouse area will buy discounted goods through various channels to keep at home. A box of near-expiry instant noodles can save a family of 3 for 4 to 5 days. Therefore, even though it is very difficult for everyone to eat enough and stay warm right now, by saving a little, they can still sustain themselves for a period of time. In his previous life, Zhang Yi managed to hold on for a month before being overwhelmed by starving neighbors who rushed in to share his food. The principle of keeping wealth hidden is something everyone understands. The reason why everyone is crying poor is that they are afraid others will ask to borrow supplies from them. Of course, they are only barely maintaining their survival. When it comes to quality of life, that has basically nothing to do with them right now. Zhang Yi stopped watching the messages in the chat group. He took out a target from the other space and placed it on the wall. Then he picked up his hand crossbow and compound bow to practice shooting skills. Even though his safe house is as solid as a steel fortress, one cannot afford to be negligent when living in the apocalypse. Only through persistent daily practice of survival skills can one manage to survive until the end. Moreover, practicing shooting is also a good form of entertainment for Zhang Yi. As for marksmanship, he felt there was no need to practice. He has a shooting association membership card and knows how to use firearms. Although he can't say his shooting skills are superb, just having a gun in hand is a tremendous deterrent. With only 100 bullets, which cannot be reused like arrows, it is better to save some. Chapter 28. A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 bucks. Aunt Lin was robbed of supplies by Qin Zhenghao, and she and her grandson, Xiao Hu, were also brutally beaten. The old woman barely managed to hold on and could still move. However, her grandson, Xiao Hu, was kicked hard in the stomach by a lackey of Qin Zhenghao named Zai Kalami. A 6-year-old child cannot withstand such a kick. His internal organs are already damaged. In her desperation, she could only seek help in the homeowners group, hoping someone could help save her grandson. However, due to her previous deceit in obtaining supplies, everyone felt particularly disgusted with her, and no one was willing to help. Woo, I know what I did before was wrong, but my grandson is innocent. He is still a child, please help him. Aunt Lin cried out in despair in the group. Yet, no one among the homeowners sympathized with her. Instead, some began to mock her. Who knows if this is true or not? Yeah, besides, we are not doctors and don't have the ability to help you. If it weren't for you deceiving everyone for supplies in the first place, would Brother Hao have beaten your grandson? Ultimately, it was still your own doing. Aunt Lin broke down and cried, "It's all my fault. As long as you can save my grandson, I will bow to you." At that moment, a woman named Zhou Kuer sent a message. "Let me take a look at the child, but I can't guarantee I can heal him." When Zhang Yi saw Zhou Kuer's message, an image of a tall, proud woman with a long ponytail immediately surfaced in his mind. Zhou Kuer is a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. In his previous life, she used her medical knowledge to save many people and was one of the few good people among the neighbors. She usually has a somewhat aloof demeanor and doesn't often speak in the homeowners group. This time, seeing that Xiao Hu was in danger, she stepped forward to speak up. Aunt Lin then remembered that there was such a doctor in the community and quickly expressed her gratitude as she sent the child over. Half an hour later, Aunt Lin's anxious voice rang out in the group again. "Does anyone have hemostatic medicine, shock medication, and antibiotics? My Xiao Hu needs surgery, please help." Xiao Hu was seriously injured. That kick had ruptured his liver. Although Zhou Kuer is a doctor, she didn't have so many medicines at home. When the homeowners heard Aunt Lin's plea for help, they all laughed and remained silent. Come on, who keeps those kinds of medicines at home? Qin Zhenghao was still in the group, making sarcastic comments. "How do you bow? Are you going to bow in the group?" A wave of laughter immediately flooded the chat. Aunt Lin's voice was filled with tears. "As long as you can help, I will bow right now." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he actually has all those medicines in his other space. However, he absolutely wouldn't take them out to save Xiao Hu. Firstly, in the apocalypse, medicine is as crucial as food. He doesn't want to expose himself. Secondly, he truly dislikes Aunt Lin and that spoiled little monkey. Besides, even if he managed to save Xiao Hu with such severe injuries, he wouldn't survive the long, harsh winter. It's better to keep those medicines for his own use. No matter how Aunt Lin begged in the group afterward, no one stepped forward to help her. After a long time, Dr. Zhou Kuer finally sent a message in the group. She said she had temporarily stabilized Xiao Hu's injuries, but it was only emergency treatment and wouldn't last long. He must go to the hospital for surgery to survive. She also stated that she could help treat anyone who encountered sudden illnesses. Below, there were soon a bunch of compliments. Even Qin Zhenghao and the rich second-generation Su Hao were eager to praise Dr. Zhou Kuer for her compassion. In the past, everyone wasn't very interested in this aloof female doctor. But now, in this time of crisis, everyone fears death, so they all worked hard to curry favor with her. Zhang Yi still did not speak in the chat group, quietly observing the changes in the situation. In recent days, Fang Yuqing had not contacted him again. Zhang Yi was happy to have some peace, but he knew that this White Lotus would definitely come to him for help soon. Right now, she was not looking for him just to maintain her pitiful vanity. She always thought of herself as a woman of high status and wouldn't take the initiative to bow down to a man. Of course, this excludes rich people. But what about later? The heavy snow continued to fall, completely submerging the entire first floor. Now, not to mention leaving the community. Even trying to get to the community gate would mean facing snowdrifts 4 to 5 meters high. It was inevitable that supplies would be exhausted. At that time, with this White Lotus's temperament, she would definitely come to Zhang Yi to ask for help. A week had passed since the apocalypse began. 7 days may not seem long, but for a group of people enduring the cold, who could only curl up at home every day, it felt longer than 7 years. From the beginning, they were still filled with hope. By now, almost everyone had realized the harsh reality. The possibility of waiting for rescue at home had become almost negligible, because they had learned through the internet that the whole world was facing an unprecedented snow disaster that occurs once in hundreds of thousands of years. The entire world was submerged in heavy snow, and in some northern cities, temperatures reached over -100 degrees, with the snowfall being even heavier, causing many cities to be completely buried. Although the authorities were still encouraging everyone to unite and help each other through the few remaining channels, seeing the frozen city outside, everyone's hearts sank completely. The problems caused by the lack of supplies became increasingly acute. Aunt Lin's food at home had been completely plundered by Qin Zhenghao, and her grandson was lying on the bed, barely alive, which drove her into a state of madness. All day long, she frantically shouted in the group, claiming to be the leader of the neighborhood committee and demanding that everyone hand over their supplies to her. However, now everyone was getting smarter, and no one paid her any attention. In the owner group, a mother living on the 12th floor, Xiaolime, suddenly sent a message. Does anyone have food? My child and I haven't eaten for 2 days. I can buy it at a high price. This message caused a subtle change in the owner group. In the past, everyone thought the disaster would soon pass and the city would be unsealed. So, although there was food trading, the prices were only a few times higher than usual. But now, more and more families had run out of supplies. At such a time, food was life. It was hope for survival. Soon after, someone suddenly said, I still have a few packs of instant noodles at home. I can sell them to you if you need them. However, I want 1,000 yuan for 1 pack. 1 pack of instant noodles for 1,000 yuan. This was something unimaginable in the past. They might not have realized how much this transaction would impact the entire owner building. Zhang Yi supported his chin with his hand, looking at his phone, and said lightly, wonderful things are about to begin. Xiaolime didn't respond, clearly still hesitant. At least for now, people still held a glimmer of hope, believing that the snow disaster would pass. When that time came, people would still need to live and make money. Just then, the rich second-generation Su Hao, who hadn't spoken in the group for a long time, suddenly popped up. I'll pay 2,000 yuan for a pack. How many do you have? I want them all. Chapter 29. The 10th day. Su Hao's words immediately caused an uproar in the chat group. What? 1 pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan? I must be hearing things. Some people said shakily, the snow disaster will definitely pass, right? There's really no need to do this. He sent a voice message, but his trembling tone already revealed his inner panic. People had not completely given up hope. Every morning when they opened their eyes, they longed to see the heavy snow stop, the sun rise, and return to a normal life. However, the incident of Xiaolime and Su Hao buying food at high prices deeply touched the fragile strings in their hearts. Some people pretended to be calm and said, don't joke around. 1 pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan? Do you really think it's the end of the world? Ha! It's just a bit of snow. Winter has come early. It's not like zombies are surrounding the city. Zhang Yi saw this message and chuckled, shaking his head. Zombies surrounding the city? Don't compare such low-end things to this ice apocalypse. Zombies, while terrifying, can still be countered by human strength. However, in the face of natural disasters, tiny humans are as fragile as insects against the forces of the universe. They still did not know what kind of terrifying disaster they were facing. Su Hao arrogantly said in the group, don't worry about so much. Anyway, I have money. Can I buy peace of mind? If you want to sell, just message me privately. If you don't want to, then forget it. Su Hao pretended to be indifferent. However, Zhang Yi had already seen through it. His indifference was all a facade, and in reality, he was already scared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. This matter is not difficult to think about. Although Su Hao was very rich, with a net worth of several hundred million in the current apocalypse, he couldn't even enjoy a luxurious life, let alone order takeout. Rich people are not necessarily kind, but they are definitely not stupid. Realizing the seriousness of the crisis, Su Hao began to buy supplies from his neighbors at high prices. Mother Xiaolime excitedly said, how can you do this? Our family has nothing to eat. Buying food is a matter of life and death. Su Hao bluntly replied, I'm not robbing you. I'm just offering a higher price. It's their freedom to whom they want to sell. When Xiaolime saw that Su Hao was ignoring her, she began to cry in the group. Please help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. If I don't eat, I can't produce milk for her. We're both going to starve. The owner group remained silent in response to Xiao Mei's words. At this moment, the selfish side of human nature was fully displayed. Su Hao was offering 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. Xiao Mei's offered price was only half of that. It should be noted that the average salary level in Tianhai City is only about 5,000 yuan. Who would be willing to sell their hard-earned supplies to her at a cheap price? Many people had already started chatting privately with Su Hao, beginning to negotiate deals. Xiao Mei seemed to realize what was happening and continued to cry out in the group, pleading for help. But still, no one spoke up, not even to comfort her. After all, if you opened your mouth, Xiao Mei might think you're soft-hearted and then cling to you tightly. This helpless mother was so anxious that she cried out loud. She was taking care of her 8-month-old child, and it was already tough enough to care for herself, let alone a completely helpless baby. Zhang Yi's mind recalled memories of Xiao Mei from his previous life. He didn't have a deep impression of her because she had always presented herself as a weak mother. She relied on this to gain sympathy and trade for supplies to survive. However, one thing was indeed very strange. In Zhang Yi's memory, she and her daughter lived well until later. Thinking of this, a glimmer of light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. This woman is definitely not as simple as she seems. Everything pink is dark when cut open. After his death, she probably also took a share of the pie. Zhang Yi understood that in the apocalypse, a saintly heart is the biggest factor leading to death. Therefore, he chose to remain silent and watch Xiao Mei coldly. Too many people had died in the apocalypse. He only wanted to take care of himself, and as for others, if they died, then they died. However, Xiao Mei's cries finally had some effect. Uncle Yu, the security guard, had a soft heart and ultimately agreed to give her some food. Xiao Mei thanked Uncle Yu profusely, claiming she would never forget his kindness for the rest of her life. Zhang Yi, through the surveillance, discovered that Su Hao used his cash power to buy supplies from many neighbors. The quantity wasn't too much, but it was enough for him and his girlfriend to survive for a few weeks. Zhang Yi sneered. This is the last warmth that money can exert in the apocalypse. It won't be long before people realize that as supplies run out, money has become waste paper. Supplies are the absolute king. At that time, who knows how many people will regret their actions of selling supplies. It must be said that Su Hao did indeed set a bad precedent in the owner group. Moreover, in Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining's home, their supplies had almost been consumed. Two people who used to be picky eaters and enjoyed high-end food could now argue over a pack of instant noodles. The food they had previously bought and the little that had been delivered by the sycophant Zhou Peng had nearly run out. If things continued like this, they would only last a week at most before starving. The two of them were wrapped in blankets sitting on the sofa, their faces pale, with a pack of unsealed compressed biscuits on the coffee table in front of them. Lin Kaining glanced at the compressed biscuits and said to Fang Yuqing, Yuqing, this is our last pack of compressed biscuits. Fang Yuqing's eyes were filled with pain. In the past, she would never have allowed such coarse food to enter her delicate throat, even if it meant death. But now, she finished every bit, even picking up crumbs that fell on the floor to eat. Chapter 30. Quality Backup. Lin Kaining continued. There are 5 packs of crispy noodles left, and 3 bags of instant noodles. There is also half a bottle of Lao Gan Ma in the kitchen, but the steamed buns and noodles are long gone. Fang Yuqing held her head in pain. Crispy noodles, crispy noodles. That stuff doesn't fill you up at all. Lin Kaining stared at her. Yuqing, the situation outside is very dire. Do you think this heavy snow will ever stop? Fang Yuqing paused for a moment, then turned her head dazedly to look out the window. Through the frost-covered glass, she could vaguely see the snowflakes continuously falling from the sky. It had been snowing for 10 whole days without a moment's pause. The second floor was completely inundated, making it impossible to go outside. The street in the distance was silent, with no sign of snow removal vehicles sent by the authorities. Fang Yuqing's heart sank to the bottom, filled with despair. She had no idea how long this snow disaster would last, or if it would ever end. Fang Yuqing covered her eyes and cried out in pain. Ningning, what are we going to do? If this continues, we will starve. Lin Kaining gritted her teeth and asked, is there any food left at Zhou Peng's place? Fang Yuqing shook her head. I've asked him several times, even pretending to want to be friends with him. But he has really been drained dry. Not a drop left. The last time he brought me 2 packs of instant noodles, that was his last bit of food. He is as thin as a zombie now. Definitely has no food left. Lin Kaining clenched her fists in frustration. Then, can we try someone else? She said, look at us. We're both so beautiful. As long as we make a little effort, there must be men willing to be moved by us. Fang Yuqing shot her a look, somewhat dissatisfied. Are you stupid? Right now, everyone treats supplies like their lives. Even if they are moved by us, it's not that easy for them to give us supplies. Plus, it's so cold. Even if we offer ourselves, they might not have the strength to take it. As Fong Yuqing spoke, a flash of pain crossed her eyes. Lin Canning didn't know that Fong Yuqing had actually tried this method before, attempting to use her beauty to exchange for supplies with men. The result was that her standards were too high. She demanded a partner who was at least 185 meters tall, a civil servant, and earning 50,000 a month before she would even consider them. In the end, even the 60-year-old neighbor said, "You came too late. If you had come half a month earlier, I might have been able to give it a shot." Lin Canning bit her lip, feeling very scared herself. As a woman with some looks, she had planned to rely on her beauty as her last means of survival. But the cold, clearly, was an excellent remedy for abstinence. Suddenly, a man's shadow appeared in her mind. She said to Fong Yuqing, "By the way, Yuqing, have you forgotten that you still have a sycophant?" Fong Yuqing knew exactly who Lin Canning was talking about. She pursed her lips and said stubbornly, "Humph, that stinky man. Unless he comes to beg for my forgiveness, I will never take the initiative to contact him." Previously, she had approached Zhang Yi a few times, hoping to give him a chance to come over with supplies to please her. But Zhang Yi had been too cold towards her, even sending photos to deliberately provoke her. This infuriated Fong Yuqing, and she vowed to make Zhang Yi come over and lick her feet. If she contacted him first now, wouldn't that ruin her image as a cold goddess? No, that was absolutely not allowed for Fong Yuqing. If her image was ruined, how could she find a wealthy heir in the future? Lin Canning said, "Have you forgotten that Zhang Yi's family had stocked up quite a bit of food? Even if a month has passed, they must have more than an average household. As long as you make the first move to find him, he will definitely agree to bring you food immediately." When Fong Yuqing heard about food, her heart was a bit moved. However, she hesitated and said, "But he was so cold when I approached him before." Lin Canning replied, "Are you stupid? He must feel unworthy of you, so he wants to give up. After all, you were pretty cold to him recently too." Fong Yuqing immediately became excited. "That's all his fault. He's just a small middle-class guy pretending to be a rich heir, making me waste so much emotion for nothing," Lin Canning said with a grin. "But he counts as a quality backup now. The role of a backup is to be used when needed, right? Just give him a little smile. Reignite the hope in his heart, and then one day he be at your beck and call." Chapter 31. Zhang Yi's family is too wealthy. The White Lotus cries in jealousy after listening to Lin Canning's advice. Fong Yuqing found it quite reasonable. The most important reason was that she was too hungry right now. Just thinking about the pictures Zhang Yi had sent her before with steaks, Australian lobsters, and exquisite fruits made Fong Yuqing's mouth water. All her reservations could be temporarily set aside for a bite to eat. So she took out her phone, found Zhang Yi's WeChat, and tried to send a voice message in a gentle tone. Zhang Yi was at home, sitting on the sofa watching TV shows. Nowadays, all major TV stations around the world had basically stopped broadcasting, but he had already downloaded a lot of classic films and variety shows to help pass the long boring time. Ding dong. His phone rang. Zhang Yi picked it up and saw it was Fong Yuqing. A teasing smile immediately appeared on his face. This woman, her little bit of pathetic pride finally couldn't hold up anymore. He opened the voice message and instantly heard Fong Yuqing's trembling, coy voice. "Humph, Zhang Yi. You stinky little brother. You haven't chatted with me for so many days. You're really terrible. Was it just because I said a few words to you a few days ago? I actually regretted it at that time. But I'm a girl, so I'm embarrassed to speak first. You stinky little brother. You don't even know how to care for me." As a green tea White Lotus, Fong Yuqing was quite skilled at acting cute and charming. Otherwise, in her past life, she wouldn't have been able to make Zhang Yi so dazed. It must be said that hearing her sweet voice made Zhang Yi feel a little weak in the knees. He gritted his teeth. This little ass. If he didn't know how malicious her heart was, he would really want to take her down. Zhang Yi replied with a message, saying he wasn't feeling well lately and was probably sick, so he didn't feel like checking WeChat. Fong Yuqing quickly asked, "Sick? Did you catch a cold? In this weather, you must pay attention to keeping warm." "No, I have heat stroke," Zhang Yi replied, looking at the message Zhang Yi sent. Fong Yuqing was in a daze. Heat stroke? Are you kidding me? Right now, their house temperature had already reached -5 or 6 degrees. Every day, I have to wrap myself in a blanket, huddling with Lin Kai-ning for warmth. It's so cold that I can't sleep well. You say you have a heat stroke? Zhang Yi, don't joke around. How could anyone have a heat stroke in such cold weather? Zhang Yi sent a curious expression. Cold. Oh. I have a fireplace in my room, so I don't really feel it. This thing heats up the room to an uncomfortable level. I probably caught a cold from sleeping in front of the fire a few days ago. As he spoke, Zhang Yi took a photo of the roaring fireplace with his phone. In the photo, he also accidentally included his bare legs and the piles of snacks on the coffee table, along with leftover lamb chops and chicken legs. Then he sent the photo to Fang Yuqing. When Fang Yuqing saw the photo Zhang Yi sent, if the previous photos only made her a bit envious, this one made her eyes burn with jealousy. A fireplace. This is the ultimate heating device, even in the far north. Having one of these at home means you could survive freezing temperatures outside. Its heating ability is even stronger than central heating since you can warm yourself right next to it. Over the past 10 days, Fang Yuqing had been so cold that she could barely feel her body. Now, besides food, the thing she craved the most was a way to keep warm. A few days ago, she and Lin Kai-ning had burned a chair in their room just to stay warm, although it only maintained the heat for about 10 minutes. The intense heat of the flames made her cry on the spot, but there was hardly anything left to burn at home. After it was gone, she could only reminisce about that feeling. Who would have thought that Zhang Yi actually had a fireplace at home? Tianhai City is a southern city, where people usually don't even wear down jackets in winter. Who would install a fireplace in their house? Fang Yuqing didn't have time to think about this. Her eyes were glued to the photo, and she had only one thought. She wanted to go to Zhang Yi's house. Looking at Zhang Yi lounging with his bare legs and the heap of food on the table, Zhang Yi had become Fang Yuqing's greatest hope. Lin Kai-ning, curled up in the blanket beside her, noticed the change in Fang Yuqing's expression. She leaned over to take a look and was soon wide-eyed, exclaiming, "My God, this photo can't be edited, right? How could anyone live so well at a time like this? This is simply heaven." Fang Yuqing suddenly realized. Yes, everyone else was starving and freezing at home. Why should Zhang Yi be so comfortable? Maybe this photo, along with the previous ones, was all edited. She had a sudden idea and called Zhang Yi on a video call. It would be clear whether it was real or not with just one look. Lin Kai-ning also leaned in, staring intently at the screen. When Zhang Yi saw the call invitation, he wore a teasing expression. He was curious to see this white lotus humbly begging him. If he couldn't watch her die in despair, how could he justify his previous life's tragic end? So he reached out and answered the call. As soon as the call connected, both sides saw each other's situations. Zhang Yi had just finished exercising, lazily lying on the sofa with his upper body bare. The room was brightly lit, and behind him were fitness equipment, with a noticeable amount of ingredients piled up in the kitchen. Occasionally, he would cook some meals for himself as a leisure activity. So in the kitchen, there were casually placed boxes of dried scallops, fish maw, and abalone, along with instant noodles and high-end canned goods like caviar and truffles. For him, these were just occasional snacks. But for the two women on the other side of the screen, they were the most desirable foods imaginable. Compared to Zhang Yi's comfortable and relaxed demeanor, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning looked very disheveled. They were wrapped in thick blankets, and due to the low temperature, many cosmetics were unusable, making them appear somewhat haggard. They did not look as refined as they used to. When Zhang Yi saw Fang Yuqing, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. The goddess he once pursued turned out to look like this without makeup, at most a 6 out of 10. Thinking about how he had been obsessed with Asian beauty for so long, he cursed inwardly. Shayet, old horse. The two women didn't notice Zhang Yi's expression. Their eyes were completely captivated by the things in Zhang Yi's home. His bare upper body indicated that the indoor temperature of Zhang Yi's house was definitely very comfortable. The bright lights, in a time when they experienced power outages for less than an hour each day, were something they couldn't even dare to imagine. After all, there were official regulations against using high-power appliances, or they would face forced power cuts. Especially the pile of food in the kitchen was enough to make the two women, who had been eating compressed food for a long time, green with envy. Chapter 32. The White Lotus's Soft and Hard Persuasion Through the Video Call. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning saw Zhang Yi's current living conditions. The pleasant temperature and abundance of food left them completely dumbfounded, as if they had seen heaven. They probably couldn't imagine that even 10 days after the apocalypse began, someone could live so comfortably. Zhang Yi casually asked, "How have you been lately? I can see you both have lost weight. Congratulations." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning really wanted to curse. Did they want to lose weight? They were starving. Now they only dared to eat 1 pack of instant noodles a day. Otherwise, their supplies would have run out long ago. Lin Kai-ning's eyes were fixed on the food in Zhang Yi's house, and she swallowed hard, greedily saying, "Zhang Yi, how does your family have so much food? Is it from the things you stocked up during our last shopping trip?" Zhang Yi glanced at the kitchen and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, those? Just some junk food. I eat a little when I don't feel like cooking. I hardly move around." What Zhang Yi said was the absolute truth. In his alternate space, delicious food was piled high. After all, he had ordered countless delicacies from various restaurants. And just from the hundreds of billions of supplies in the Walmart warehouse, there were over 100,000 types of food. His casual remark was, for Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning, a blatant display of wealth. After all, a pack of instant noodles had been driven up to 2,000 yuan in their community. Zhang Yi could clearly see their throats constantly moving, obviously swallowing saliva. However, he said nothing and quietly enjoyed the look of desire in their eyes. Zhang Yi Gij, your family has so much food. How amazing. Many people outside can't even get a meal now. Hee hee, you are so smart. No wonder you stocked up so much back then. You had it all planned out. Fang Yuqing said playfully. Her address for Zhang Yi had suddenly changed to Zhang Yi Gij. Zhang Yi's lips curled slightly. Ah, what's so great about it? Just lucky. That's all. Fang Yuqing then asked, Zhang Yi Gij, your house looks so warm. And it's not even power supply time. Why is your house so bright? Fang Yuqing voiced her greatest curiosity. Nothing is more desirable than warmth in an extremely cold environment. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, turned his phone camera around, and pointed it at the fireplace. We have a fireplace at home. This thing is really warm. It's uncomfortably hot in here. He deliberately added, by the way. You both look like you're really cold. Is it really that cold outside? I haven't been out for over 10 days, so I don't know what's going on out there. Zhang Yi's words can be said to have completely filled the hatred meter. How could he not know what the situation outside was like? Just by looking at the chat group of the homeowners, he could see everyone's miserable condition and understand how low the temperature was in other people's homes. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning were both filled with resentment. They knew that Zhang Yi was saying this on purpose. However, they couldn't help but feel envious because he was living in paradise. He had the capital to be ostentatious. Fang Yuqing now had only one thought, which was to move into Zhang Yi's home. From Zhang Yi's state, it was clear that their food supplies were very ample. Plus, with the warm environment, who wouldn't long for it? Fang Yuqing immediately put on a weak and pitiful look, blinked her eyes, and said in a delicate voice, Zhang Yi Gij, you're so amazing. I really admire you. Can I go to your house to take a look? I haven't seen you for a long time, and Yuqing misses you so much. Fang Yuqing believed that this tactic would definitely work. After all, she had used it before to make many admirers obedient to her. Moreover, Zhang Yi had pursued her in the past. She thought that as a goddess, with just a little maneuvering, Zhang Yi would surely agree to her request eagerly. Once she could enter Zhang Yi's home, she would naturally have more ways to stay there convincingly. At worst, she would give Zhang Yi a little sweetness. After all, aren't men all like this? But she didn't expect that Zhang Yi, seeing her act coy on the other side of the screen, felt a wave of nausea. He really began to doubt whether he had been out of his mind in the past. Otherwise, how could he have pursued such a woman for 2 years? In the past, they had all worked in the warehouse area, where female employees were already quite scarce. Fang Yuqing would act cute and dress up, so over time, Zhang Yi had regarded her as a goddess. When in love mode, with the goddess filter on, Fang Yuqing became the white moonlight in his heart. But ever since he was betrayed and died in his last life, that goddess filter had completely disappeared. Looking at the bare-faced Fang Yuqing on the other side of the screen, Zhang Yi felt not a single ripple in his heart. He even found her affected demeanor ridiculous, giving him goosebumps. A smirk of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Leaning back on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand, he lazily said, It's so cold outside, it's better to stay at home and rest. Don't run around. Although I don't really know how cold it is outside. But judging by your looks, the temperature should be quite low. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning probably didn't expect to be rejected by Zhang Yi. The two of them were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Fang Yuqing's eyes were even filled with shock and grievance. In her eyes, Zhang Yi was a good backup. As long as she beckoned him, he would obediently come to serve her. Now she was actively proposing to go to Zhang Yi's house. Yet he rejected her without even thinking about it. This severely hit her confidence. What made her feel worse was Zhang Yi's ostentatious tone. No, she couldn't accept such a result. Knowing that there was a warm paradise with ample food right in her own apartment building, while she had to endure hunger at home. She absolutely could not accept it. After all, she was a goddess. Fang Yuqing's face stiffened for a moment, then she forced a smile. Zhang Yi Gij. Don't joke with Yuqing. Weren't you the best to Yuqing before? How come you won't let me visit you? I'm not saying I want to do anything else. She pouted, showing a wronged expression, truly pitiful. Any ordinary man seeing this would probably feel a surge of pity and then let his masculinity overflow, agreeing to her request on the spot. But Zhang Yi was the exception. Ever since he was betrayed and died by Fang Yuqing, he had no feelings for her beyond hatred. Zhang Yi said, Every time I invited you to my house before, you always made various excuses, saying that we are both single men and women, and it wouldn't be good if it got out, right? I think you were right. Since we don't have any relationship, we should keep our distance. We don't want people talking behind our backs. when Zhang Yi pursued Fang Yuqing. He had to put in a lot of effort just to invite her out for a meal or to watch a movie. He had to prepare gifts, surprises, and even book high-end hotels to have a chance. When he wanted to take things further and invite Fang Yuqing to his home, she always had various excuses. Now, Zhang Yi took her previous words and mockingly threw them back at her. Chapter 33. Crazy slap in the face. Fang Yuqing's expression changed slightly. After all, she still had some awareness of the things she had done in the past. However, how could a little fairy feel embarrassed? Especially in front of the backup, she thought she could manipulate it well. Even though Zhang Yi's attitude towards her was still cold, Fang Yuqing believed that he was just playing hard to get. She firmly believed that Zhang Yi had feelings for her, and as long as she put in some effort, she could definitely win him over. So she pouted again. I did all that for your own good. Zhang Yi Gij, don't be so petty. Just consider it Yuqing's fault. Okay, I'll go over there to apologize. As she said this, she gently bit her lip, and a blush appeared on her face. At worst, she could help you massage your legs and shoulders. Zhang Yi couldn't help but think, wow, in such cold weather. It was rare for her to showcase such exquisite acting skills, portraying a shy girl. What a waste of talent not to become an actress. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was not taken in by this act. No way. We are not boyfriend and girlfriend, so I can't accept doing such intimate things, Zhang Yi said with a stern face, stating his principles. Fang Yuqing was almost enraged to the point of exploding by Zhang Yi's words. She was already proactively offering herself. Yet he was still pretending to be reserved? Did she have to be so straightforward? As long as he let her stay at his home, there would be many benefits in the future. Even getting physical wasn't entirely out of the question. She felt that maybe her words hadn't been clear enough. In order to live in Zhang Yi's home and enjoy a paradise-like life, she didn't care that Lin Kainan was still beside her. She directly said to Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi Gij, actually, I have always had a special fondness for you. Being boyfriend and girlfriend is not out of the question in the future. After all, feelings develop over time. As she spoke, she pretended to shyly cover her face, saying, oh, how embarrassing. How much more do you want me to say? Her coy demeanor, combined with her flirtatious eye contact, was indeed very tempting. If it were the old Zhang Yi, he would have definitely been hot-headed at this moment and let her into his home. It must be said that being a green tea white lotus wasn't something anyone could achieve easily. This level of tea art definitely required more than 10 years of skill. Zhang Yi quickly thought in his mind whether or not to let Fang Yuqing, this white lotus, enter his home. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't some saint. He simply felt that he had pursued her for 2 years in the past. If he could get physical, it would be a way to settle things with his past. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before he firmly rejected it, because now it was the end of the world, and he had to completely eliminate any possible risks. Therefore, he would not open his door and let others enter his solid fortress. Living was more important than anything. Zhang Yi sneered, looking at Fang Yuqing with a mocking gaze. Fang Yuqing, do you think you misunderstood something? He spread his hands and said, I admit. There was a time when our relationship was quite good. However, he leaned closer to the camera with a teasing expression and said, you don't really think I like you, do you? For a confident green tea white lotus, this sentence was incredibly damaging. Sure enough, after hearing this, Fang Yuqing's expression instantly turned very ugly. Lin Kainan, who was next to her, also secretly glanced at her, her eyes carrying a trace of barely noticeable joy. Indeed, best friends are often just plastic sisters. On the surface, they care for you and act like it's for your own good, but in reality, many of them are just waiting for you to make a fool of yourself. Fang Yuqing questioned, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? Didn't you used to like me the most? Zhang Yi scoffed. Don't get me wrong. You do have some looks, you're a pretty girl. But I never intended to date you. At most it was just for fun. With my conditions. Finding a girlfriend with looks and figure in Tianhai City is really not difficult. You, huh? Where do you get the confidence to think I'm desperately pursuing you? Zhang Yi looked like he was struggling to hold back laughter. What he said was the truth. As a local from Tianhai City with a household registration, he had a house worth millions, a few million in savings, and a stable job with a monthly salary over 10,000. Plus, with his tall and handsome appearance, he was definitely a quality man in the matchmaking market of Tianhai City. Otherwise, Fang Yuqing wouldn't have listed him as her first choice after failing to catch a wealthy husband. If Zhang Yi hadn't been so simple and kind in his previous life, he would have long changed women countless times. Zhang Yi's words were like knives, stabbing directly into Fang Yuqing's heart. For a self-proclaimed goddess White Lotus, the most unacceptable thing was to have her charm unrecognized, as that was everything she relied on for survival. In the past, she saw Zhang Yi as a backup and a lovesick fool. She could dangle him while looking for a wealthier second-generation rich kid. But in the end, Zhang Yi told her that she was the one in the fish pond. This was something Fang Yuqing could never accept. Her voice, filled with anger, changed. Zhang Yi, don't go too far. Zhang Yi sneered and continued to increase the pressure. All right, stop pretending to be some pure and beautiful girl. I've seen through you long ago. You're just a gold digger. Thinking every day about catching a wealthy husband. Do you think rich people are fools? By the way, let me tell you something else. You're notorious in the second-generation rich circle of Tianhai City. Today you're sweet-talking Zhang Xiao. Tomorrow you're chasing after Li Xiao. They're just playing with you for a few days, and you really think you can become the young mistress of a wealthy family? Do you know what they call you behind your back? Public bus, public socket. Zhang Yi recklessly mocked Fang Yuqing. While she thought her charm was high and wanted to impress Zhang Yi with her beauty to enjoy a life of luxury in his home, Fang Yuqing's face turned pale with anger, her body trembling from rage. When had she ever been so humiliated to her face? Moreover, it was from someone she viewed as a backup and lovesick fool. The mockery was merciless. This completely crushed her self-esteem. Zhang Yi, shut up. Fang Yuqing shouted angrily. Zhang Yi scoffed. Am I not just speaking the truth? Why are you so agitated? Aren't these things all done by you? Truly hypocritical. After saying that, Zhang Yi didn't give Fang Yuqing a chance to curse him out, and directly hung up the call. Chapter 34. Ugly people cause trouble. Zhang Yi scolded Fang Yuqing, exposing her green tea, white lotus gold-digging nature. This deeply hit a sore spot for Fang Yuqing. Although she was materialistic, promiscuous, and played with men's feelings, she thought of herself as a good girl. Being mocked by Zhang Yi like this shattered her confidence. After all, if even someone like Zhang Yi could look down on her, it meant her charm was insufficient, and she had no chance of hooking up with a second-generation rich kid to become a wealthy wife. After hanging up, Zhang Yi quickly saw a long string of voice messages from Fang Yuqing. Without listening, he knew she was cursing him. But did Zhang Yi care? Of course not. In the apocalypse, this white lotus would die day by day in extreme cold and hunger. Zhang Yi was just toying with her, watching her miserable state. How could he get angry with a dead person? Instead, seeing the exasperated look on the white lotus brought him a sense of satisfaction. Ha ha! Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He went to the kitchen and took out a bottle of Romanicani from the fridge. This bottle of wine was worth 200,000. And when it was in the Walmart warehouse, it was also stored in a temperature-controlled wine cabinet. Such wine was rare in Zhang Yi's possession, only a few dozen boxes. Feeling good today, he decided to take it out for a celebration. There wouldn't be any power shortages at home. The electrical system had been modified during renovations. It was connected to a backup power supply and a silent generator. He was not lacking in energy at all. He went to the living room, setting up a table full of delicious food with a sense of ceremony. French baked snails, tomahawk steak, stargazing, salted duck from Jinling, paired with a bottle of 200,000 Romanicani. In the apocalypse, all social norms were rapidly disappearing. Zhang Yi wasn't particular about dining etiquette. He ate whatever he wanted and paired it however he liked. He could even eat caviar as a meal. This luxurious lifestyle was probably unique in the entire world today. Because of the sudden arrival of the apocalypse, even the most powerful and wealthy people in the world didn't have enough time to prepare adequately. For instance, Su Hao, whose father was also a well-known group president in Tianhai City. But in Zhang Yi's memory, his father died half a month after the apocalypse began. After all, his wealth turned into waste paper, and that bloated old man lacked the survival skills necessary for the end of the world. At this moment, in the house shared by Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan, Fang Yuqing was somewhat on the verge of collapse, angrily smashing things and cursing Zhang Yi. If it were any other time, she might not be so furious. But right now, at this moment, she saw Zhang Yi living in a paradise-like home. A warm and comfortable environment, an abundance of high-end food, all of which were the most precious things in the icy apocalypse. Heaven was so close. Yet she couldn't step in. This was something she simply could not accept. Zhang Yi, that damned guy, who do you think you are to curse me? If it weren't for this snow disaster, I wouldn't even look at you. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and cursed. On the sofa beside her, Lin Kainan watched her, a trace of contempt flashing in her eyes. Isn't it because you played around before? Otherwise, we could also enjoy the delicious food in Zhang Yi's home and the warm fireplace now. Fang Yuqing snorted coldly. What is he? Just a house and some savings. I, Fang Yuqing, am going to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Lin Kainan frowned. But now Zhang Yi had so much food and a fireplace for warmth at home. That was much better than the second-generation rich kids. She looked out the window. The heavy snow showed no signs of stopping, and according to the external news she got from her phone in the past 2 days, The whole world was under a blanket of snow and ice. She worriedly said, "Will this snow disaster continue indefinitely?" On the TV, the few remaining official channels were still encouraging people. Experts, dressed in thick down jackets, were shivering as they said the disaster would soon pass. We the people have strength. Perseverance is victory. But in reality, there was no sign of the disaster passing. Lin Kainin hugged herself tightly, thinking if this snow didn't stop, then even if we don't freeze to death, we'll starve to death at home. Lin Kainin's words instantly turned Fang Yuqing's inner anger into fear. It had been 10 days. They had been trapped at home for 10 days. These 10 days felt longer than 10 years. If one has not experienced such a situation, they cannot understand how torturous it is. It can even drive a person to madness. Even though Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainin were a combination of green tea and white lotus flowers, as women in their 20s, they were also very fragile inside. Faced with the heavy snowfall that showed no sign of stopping, they thought of death. Fang Yuqing curled up on the sofa. Memories of Zhang Yi's warm and well-stocked home flooded her mind. She said angrily, "It's not fair. Why can Zhang Yi live so comfortably? I'm so beautiful. Yet I have to suffer so much." Lin Kainin glanced at Fang Yuqing, but said nothing. She wrapped herself in a blanket and took out her phone to find Zhang Yi in her contacts. Soon, Zhang Yi received a message from Lin Kainin. He was enjoying high-end red wine paired with a luxurious meal. Seeing a message come in, a mocking glint appeared in his eyes. In this apocalypse, watching the struggles and suffering of women like them was even more entertaining than a movie. Zhang Yi glanced at the message Lin Kainin sent. "Zhang Yi, I just saw you scold Fang Yuqing, and I'm so happy for you. I actually knew long ago that Fang Yuqing is a materialistic woman and never took you seriously. I always hoped you would see her true colors one day." "Great, congratulations on waking up." Zhang Yi chuckled. Truly, they were plastic sisters. They sold out Fang Yuqing so quickly. But that was normal. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Neither Lin Kainin nor Fang Yuqing was a good person. He replied, "Nothing much." Lin Kainin continued, "In the past, watching you pursue Fang Yuqing made me very sad. Zhang Yi, I have actually liked you all along, did you know? Now that you don't want Fang Yuqing anymore, let's be together." Zhang Yi nearly spat out the red wine he had just drunk. Wow, this girl is direct enough. He shook his head. TSK, what a reality check. It seemed she had been having a tough time these past 10 days. Previously, Lin Kainin had been quite rude to Zhang Yi, although her own conditions weren't great. It didn't stop her from thinking of herself as a fairy. Now seeing Zhang Yi reject Fang Yuqing and noticing the high quality of life in his home, she immediately wanted to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 35, Plastic Sisters. Zhang Yi sighed. This woman couldn't possibly think I'm a scavenger, right? Although Fang Yuqing was a green tea white lotus, at least she knew how to act coy and dress up. What does Lin Kainin have besides being self-deprecating and narcissistic? But out of morbid curiosity, Zhang Yi still grinned and said, "Oh, is that so? But I just scolded Fang Yuqing pretty harshly. You two are good friends. If you follow me, won't it affect your relationship?" Lin Kainin's eyes brightened, sensing an opportunity. She said without hesitation, "What friends? We're just co-renters." To gain Zhang Yi's trust, she spilled all of Fang Yuqing's dirt. "You don't know how much I dislike her. This woman is especially lazy for the past few days. She said she was afraid of the cold and wouldn't even go to the bathroom. She pees in a mineral water bottle. It disgusts me. Don't be fooled by her innocent facade. She goes to nightclubs to find men every day. If she meets a rich second generation, she will do everything to get close to him. If she runs out of money, she'll go sell herself. Otherwise, how could she afford cosmetics and designer bags on a monthly salary of just 5,000 yuan? It's only 1,500 for a night. How cheap." I look down on such women. This was the first time Zhang Yi learned that Fang Yuqing had such a side job. He gritted his teeth, increasingly feeling that this world was absurd. Thankfully, he wasn't stupid. Although he pursued Fang Yuqing, he wasn't foolish enough to be a pathetic lapdog like Zhou Peng. To convince Zhang Yi, Lin Kainin continued to expose Fang Yuqing's secrets. Don't be fooled by her innocent act. She has had several abortions. Back in college, she had a few contractors support her for 4 years. Zhang Yi silently watched and recorded what she said. Lin Kainin clearly had long harbored resentment towards Fang Yuqing. After all, Fang Yuqing was better at being coy and prettier than her, which relegated Lin Kainin to the role of a mere backdrop. In this world, how many women are willing to be someone else's green leaves? Otherwise, why do you think in college, the best-looking girls often have friends who are ugly and fat? After venting her emotions about Fang Yuqing, Lin Kainin continued to confess to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, do you know how much it hurt me to watch you pursue Fang Yuqing all these years? Now I finally have a chance to confess to you. Let me be your girlfriend. I promise I will love you well. And at this time, you must feel lonely at home, right? Having a woman around can help you with many things. Lin Kainin was clearly hinting to Zhang Yi that as long as he let her into his home, she wouldn't mind how he played with her. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi didn't think highly of such a person at all. He forwarded the chat records of the two to Fang Yuqing. Then he told Lin Kainin, although I'm touched, let's forget about this. Lin Kainin, not willing to give up, asked why? Don't you need a woman right now? Zhang Yi suppressed his nausea and said to his phone, it's true that I like women. However, you're too ugly. After saying that, Zhang Yi silenced his phone and tossed it aside. Lin Kainin's face changed drastically upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice message. He actually said she was too ugly? This is slander. It's serious slander. Every time she posted her edited photos online, countless people praised her as a beauty, just as Lin Kainin was furious. An angry scream rang in her ears. Lin Kainin, you shameless woman. Fang Yuqing exploded upon seeing Lin Kainin's insults. The two of them wrestled, pulling each other's hair and pinching each other's arms. They only stopped when they were too exhausted to continue, but they still glared at each other fiercely. If it weren't for the freezing weather and the need to live under one roof, they might even have the urge to kill each other. Lin Kainin certainly understood what was happening and felt deep hatred for Zhang Yi. However, like Fang Yuqing, she might envy him more than hate him. If at this moment, Zhang Yi agreed to let them into his room to eat some food, they would abandon their dignity and crawl over like dogs. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to live a simple and mundane yet wealthy life. Every night, he would turn on the TV to watch news he had never cared for before. Although the news still had a lot of fluff, it provided some information from the outside world. The Tianhai city authorities issued a notice stating that to meet the power demand, electricity would be supplied every day from 1 to 2 p.m. High-power appliances could not be used. Only small power devices like kettles and phones could be heated. Currently, all power plants were offline, and electricity was scarce. So everyone was encouraged to reduce electricity usage to avoid large-scale, prolonged blackouts. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow upon seeing this news. In fact, over the past few days, power had been intermittently supplied, usually for an hour or less. Sometimes, there was even power for just 10 minutes. At this time, the authorities are still willing to provide electricity to the general public, even if only for a brief moment, which is probably their greatest effort. Most power plants around the world have shut down, and before the Ice Age passes, energy is becoming scarcer. However, what Zhang Yi cares about is not the content of the news, but the tone of the female anchor and the manner in which the news is reported. This time, the female anchor's tone is very serious, and the content of the report is no longer focused on comforting the public. This indicates that the authorities have given up on concealing the extent of the disaster nationwide. When they can no longer control the situation, they can only fully release information, allowing everyone to recognize reality as soon as possible and then find ways to save themselves. Sure enough, when Zhang Yi opened his phone, he saw that various chat groups had erupted. Some were cursing the government's inaction, some were crying in despair, and many others were buying supplies at high prices. The price of instant noodles has skyrocketed from 2,000 yuan per pack 2 days ago to 5,000 yuan per pack. Zhang Yi still felt speechless. The essence of human greed is truly glaringly obvious. They clearly know the world is coming to an end, and money is almost useless in the short term. Yet they still want to exchange food and drink for money. Zhang Yi said nothing and observed everything like an outsider. Life still has to go on. Even if hope is lost, no one wants to die, even if it's just to survive. Therefore, despite the cursing and the noise, they still have to struggle desperately to survive the next day. Chapter 36. A ruthless woman due to the water pipes being frozen. The water supply in the community has become a major issue. To get drinking water, one has to brave the extremely low temperature of -70 degrees outside to fetch snow water from the first floor. However, once the snow water is brought back, how to melt it becomes another big problem. The indoor temperature is also around -50 to 60 degrees. At this temperature, solid ice is as hard as cement. Some residents, suffering from extreme thirst, resort to licking it with their tongues, only to have their tongues stuck and frozen. During these days, Zhang Yi noticed through the surveillance cameras that the group under Chen Jinghao came to spy every day. Clearly, they thought Zhang Yi would come out to fetch water and planned to take the opportunity to eliminate him. However, for several consecutive days, they did not see Zhang Yi leave his room. They could not imagine how rich Zhang Yi's supplies were. As long as he wanted, he could live comfortably in that room until he died. Is Chen Jinghao still not dead? He is quite resilient. Zhang Yi muttered to himself. Chen Jinghao was shot in the calf, and without effective treatment, his leg would surely be useless. Moreover, due to infection, He might even lose his life. Not to mention in such extreme cold, any injury could lead to a high fever. Surviving would be a miracle. Could it be that the temperature is too low for the virus to survive, which is why he died? Zhang Yi, not well versed in medicine, could not figure out why Chen Jinghao was still alive. But he didn't care much. Who lived or died outside didn't have much impact on him. Chen Jinghao's death was just a matter of time. The next morning, after waking up, Zhang Yi sleepily picked up his phone. Checking the messages in the chat groups and browsing the forums for external conditions had become his greatest pleasure. In this apocalyptic world, watching others struggle in extreme cold was quite the contrast to his own enjoyable life. This stark contrast provided Zhang Yi with immense satisfaction. At the very least, it dispelled his inner boredom and occasional loneliness. Compared to those freezing and starving to death or struggling on the brink of death, he felt immensely fortunate. He opened his phone and unexpectedly saw messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I'm sorry. I might have been too cold yesterday and wasn't in a good mood. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. You were right. I was too naive in the past and didn't understand who truly cared for me. Now I realize that the person who treats me the best is you. Actually, I really like you deep down. Can you forgive me? Let's live well together from now on. I want to be your woman. Living alone, you must feel lonely too. Right? I can come over to accompany you, so you won't be alone in the apocalypse. Zhang Yi felt a bit amused. The previously aloof Fang Yuqing had finally shed all her dignity and arrogance in the face of disaster. Even after being ruthlessly mocked by Zhang Yi, she had to cast aside her pride and choose to flatter him. TSK. Zhang Yi shook his head. He had been foolish in his past life. If he had known she was this kind of woman, he would have easily taken advantage of her. A woman like Fang Yuqing, clearly worthless, pretended to be a high and mighty goddess. She was obviously cheap, but acted pure. Zhang Yi replied, although a rotten pear can quench thirst, I'm not that thirsty yet. He was a man with ancestral skills. At the very least, there were plenty of props to use in the alternate space. They were high-end products. Fully realistic items developed by Sakura Country. Sigh. It wasn't that Zhang Yi wanted them. It was just that the variety in Walmart's warehouse was too complete. After closing Fang Yuqing's chat interface, Zhang Yi opened Lin Caning's. This woman was bolder than Fang Yuqing. She might also know her looks were not as good as Fang Yuqing's, so competing would put her at a disadvantage. Therefore, she directly sent a few selfies. All suggestive in nature. Compared to Fang Yuqing, she was more open, and if this were in the past, it would have led to her social death. Zhang Yi quickly replied, I feel no fluctuations in my heart. I'm even a bit amused. Then he ignored her. He knew that after seeing the comforts of his home, these two women would spare no effort to try to enter. Now that they had abandoned their dignity to plead with him, they would be even more unscrupulous in the future. But what could that change? Zhang Yi had spent a fortune turning his home into a steel fortress to deal with any potential situation. After receiving Zhang Yi's reply, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were furious and began to curse him again. They had already thrown away their dignity, humbly begging Zhang Yi, especially Lin Caning, who had taken photos in every possible pose and angle. Zhang Yi actually said he wanted to laugh after seeing her pictures. What a humiliation. Although she didn't have the time and energy to apply makeup or dress up now, and her looks and figure were lacking, she was still a woman. Did she not care about her dignity? The more they thought about it, the more unwilling they felt. Life now was like hell. Not only did they have to endure hunger, but they also had to withstand extreme cold. Zhang Yi's home was their last hope. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, a fierce look appearing in her eyes. If it came to it, she would rush into his home. I must live in his home. I can't continue to starve. If it comes to it, killing Zhang Yi would also be acceptable. As long as she could live in Zhang Yi's home, she would be willing to do anything. Although she thought this way, she was still a woman. If she went to Zhang Yi's house to bang on the door, she definitely wouldn't be able to overpower him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuqing cast a cold glance towards the next door. She and Lin Caning had already fallen out. The once plastic sisterhood had completely torn apart. But now, Fang Yuqing needed someone to help her. She went next door and said to Lin Caning, that damn Zhang Yi, that worthless scoundrel, actually watches us starve and freeze without letting us into his house. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Such a nice house. He doesn't deserve to live in it. Let's find a way to take his house. Upon hearing Fang Yuqing's suggestion, Lin Caning's eyes lit up with excitement. Since begging Zhang Yi was ineffective, they could only think of ways to deceive and steal. All right, I agree with you, Lin Caning exclaimed. That kind of scoundrel Zhang Yi, why should he live in such a nice house? He should be kicked out and frozen to death or bitten by wild dogs. It's most suitable for us to move into his house. Chapter 37. storming the door out of hatred for Zhang Yi and a desire for his house. The two plastic sisters temporarily formed a united front. However, they discussed how to take Zhang Yi's house. If they went to rob it, the two of them might not be able to overpower Zhang Yi. They would still need external help. Even on normal days, the two of them couldn't beat Zhang Yi. Not to mention now, when they were cold and hungry, while Zhang Yi was energetic and well-fed. Lin Kai-ning gritted her teeth and suggested, "How about we call a few neighbors to come along?" Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glare. "Are you stupid? Even if Zhang Yi has a lot of supplies, it wouldn't be enough to share with so many people. So the fewer people know about this, the better." Lin Kai-ning anxiously asked. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Fang Yuqing smugly replied, "We can call Zhou Peng over." Zhou Peng was her loyal admirer, completely obedient to Fang Yuqing. Although Zhang Yi had also pursued Fang Yuqing, at least he had some brains, and wasn't he easily manipulated by her. But Zhou Peng was completely brainless, willing to do anything for Fang Yuqing, even die for her if necessary. So Fang Yuqing planned to have Zhou Peng help her take Zhang Yi's house. Lin Kai-ning clapped her hands and laughed. "What a great idea. That loyal admirer is really useful." Fang Yuqing immediately called Zhou Peng. At that moment, Zhou Peng was starving and skin and bones. As a warehouse employee, he originally had a lot of food at home, but most of it had been given to Fang Yuqing. Zhou Peng had no idea that she was just toying with him and was self-righteous, thinking that since he had given so much, Fang Yuqing would definitely marry him in the future. When he saw Fang Yuqing's call, he was so excited that he forgot about his hunger and coldness, rushing over. When he arrived at Fang Yuqing's house, she immediately approached him, feigning a pitiful look and complaining about how Zhang Yi had mistreated her. Wah, Zhang Yi is simply a beast. I just asked him for some food, and he wanted me to sleep with him. Zhou Peng, you know I'm not that kind of woman." Zhou Peng looked at Fang Yuqing's tearful expression and thought about how she came to him first after being bullied, and his heart filled with joy. "Look, why does she come to me when she has a problem? It shows my importance in her heart. This must be love." Zhou Peng felt it was time to show his masculinity. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to win Fang Yuqing over. So he pounded his chest and said, "Zhang Yi really is a piece of work. How dare he do this to you? I must take care of him." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning exchanged glances, thinking, this admirer is really easy to deceive. They had prepared a lot of talking points, but before they could use them, Zhou Peng had already volunteered to deal with Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing grabbed Zhou Peng's arm and looked at him with seductive eyes. Zhang Yi has hoarded a lot of food at home, and he has a fireplace, which is especially warm. Why should that scoundrel live in such a nice house? Zhou Peng, let us find a way to take his house. In the future, we can all live there together. What do you think? Zhou Peng had always been displeased with Zhang Yi because he was better looking and richer. They both had shown interest in Fang Yuqing, but she had always treated Zhang Yi better. Now, with Fang Yuqing hugging his arm and feeling her faint touch through several layers of clothing, he felt a sense of victory swell within him. He immediately said, "Haha, great. Don't worry, this matter is on me." Seeing Zhou Peng agree, Fang Yuqing added, "But you must be careful. Zhang Yi is such a selfish and shameless person. If we try to take his house, he might retaliate. So we need to bring weapons, and it's best to strike first." Lin Kai-ning chimed in, "I say we just kill him." She hated Zhang Yi the most because she had sent him her private photos, and instead of being moved, he said she was too dark. If this got out, she'd want to die. So Zhang Yi had to die? Zhou Peng hesitated when he heard this. Killing someone sounded easy to say, but they had all lived in a civilized society for over 20 years. It wasn't simple to take that first step. Fang Yuqing noticed Zhou Peng's hesitation and immediately frowned. "What? You don't agree? Zhang Yi has already bullied me so much, and you're still soft-hearted towards him. It seems like everything you said about loving me was fake." Humph. Seeing Fang Yuqing angry, Zhou Peng's dog-like nature kicked in. He hurriedly said, No. Don't be angry. Yuqing, I'll listen to you, okay?" As long as he could win over Fang Yuqing, he would even commit murder. After all, they were in a post-apocalyptic world, and people's moral values were slowly degrading. Fang Yuqing said, "All right, time is of the essence. Let's go now. First, we'll find a way to trick Zhang Yi into opening the door. Once he opens it, She made a throat-cutting gesture. Lin Kai-ning then brought out the prepared tools, 2 kitchen knives and a steel pipe, which she had taken from a clothes rack. Zhou Peng took a kitchen knife and stuffed it into his thick down jacket. After the three of them finished preparing, they headed towards Zhang Yi's house, exuding a murderous intent. When they arrived at Zhang Yi's door, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning hid with their weapons to avoid being seen through the peephole. The two signaled Zhou Peng to knock on the door and lure Zhang Yi out. Zhou Peng nodded, feeling the knife in his jacket gave him confidence. He knocked on the door. Zhang Yi, are you home?" It's Zhou Peng. Hearing the voice outside, Zhang Yi was curious. Zhou Peng. Although they both worked at the warehouse, their relationship was not good, especially since they had both pursued Fang Yuqing and had some conflicts. This guy coming to find him could only mean trouble. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, there was no such thing as good news. Zhang Yi didn't go to open the door, but turned on the TV to check the surveillance. Sure enough, he saw the scene outside. Watching the two women hiding beside the door, brandishing kitchen knives and a steel pipe with fierce looks on their faces, a chill ran down Zhang Yi's back. Even though he was well prepared, the ruthlessness of these two women still made him draw a sharp breath. Want to kill me? You think you're worthy? Zhang Yi sneered. And the cold, killing intent in his dark eyes spread. Who kills whom is still uncertain. Chapter 38. Drenching you in liquid gold. Zhou Peng saw that no one was responding to him and knocked even harder on the door. Zhang Yi. It's Zhou Peng. Open the door. I have something very important to tell you. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh, reached out to take out the gun, and with a click, disengaged the safety. He walked to the door and shouted, Who is it? Zhou Peng heard Zhang Yi respond, and quickly gestured for Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining to get ready. The two women were a bit nervous as it was their first time doing something like this, but thinking about killing Zhang Yi and moving into his warm, comfortable house with plenty of food, their gazes immediately became resolute. Zhou Peng said, Zhang Yi, I'm Zhou Peng. We've run out of food at home. Considering we're colleagues, could you spare me some to eat? He wore a pleading expression, but his hand quietly lowered, ready to draw his knife at any moment. Zhang Yi leaned against the door and said casually, We don't have any food left either. I can't help you with this. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining secretly cursed in their hearts. How could his house have no food? There were 7 or 8 boxes of food in the kitchen, including dried scallops, fish maw, and abalone. Were those all fake? However, they were prepared for this situation. Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and took out a box of medicine from his pocket. Zhang Yi, I want to take your food for free. I'll trade you a box of ibuprofen. In this cold weather, many people were catching colds and fevers. In such circumstances, medicine could be life-saving. Worth as much as food. To entice Zhang Yi to open the door, Zhou Peng brought out his treasured ibuprofen. At this moment, Zhang Yi was behind the door, contemplating how to deal with them. Kill them? That would be simple. Whether with a gun or a crossbow, he could easily end their lives. However, simply killing them seemed too boring. In the apocalypse, death was a form of relief. Living was hell. He certainly wouldn't make it easy for these worthless scum. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yi came up with an idea. He walked to the trash can and took out a pulsating bottle. Having just drunk several cans of beer, he felt the urge to urinate. He turned the bottle upside down and let it flow. Ibuprofen? That is not bad. Let me think about it. Zhang Yi casually chatted with Zhou Peng while relieving himself. The few people outside heard the faint sound of water but had no idea what Zhang Yi was doing. Hearing that there was a chance, excitement appeared on their faces. Zhou Peng hurriedly said, Yes, open the door, and let us make the exchange. I don't need much, just 2 packs of instant noodles. According to the current market price in the community, ibuprofen could at least be exchanged for 5 packs of instant noodles. Zhou Peng deliberately offered a low price to trick Zhang Yi into opening the door. 2 packs of instant noodles? I'm afraid you'll be at a loss. That would be too embarrassing. After finishing, Zhang Yi ended his business and immediately held a bottle of iced tea, full to the brim and frothy. Zhou Peng thought Zhang Yi was about to take the bait and leaned against the door, saying, It's fine. I'm starving right now. Since we're colleagues, it's better to give you a discount than to someone else. Hurry up and open the door. Zhang Yi climbed onto a stool to look through the shooting hole in the door, then poured the warm iced tea all over the 3 people outside. Zhou Peng and the others were startled by the sudden liquid pouring over them. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining screamed, Huh? What is this? Hey, it's hot water. And it's steaming. Initially, feeling the warmth made them a bit happy, but within a second, they caught a whiff of that peculiar, pungent smell. This is urine. The 2 women screamed as the urine drenched them, immediately squatting down and vomiting uncontrollably. Zhou Peng also turned red with anger. Banging on the door. Zhang Yi, you. Get the hell out here, I'll kill you. But the heavy alloy door didn't budge at all. Instead, Zhou Peng's hand ached from the impact. Inside, Zhang Yi laughed heartily. How does my urine smell? Is it good to drink? A bunch of idiots still want to come and trick me. Do they even qualify? Zhou Peng and the others suddenly realized they had been discovered by Zhang Yi. They were shocked and enraged, shouting curses at Zhang Yi from outside. Zhou Peng cursed. Damn it, I shouldn't have wasted breath with you. Just wait. I'll definitely kill you once I get in. He stopped pretending and pulled out a kitchen knife, desperately hacking at the door. Ordinary doors are made of wood. and if you break the lock, you can open them. But Zhang Yi's door was made of integrated alloy, able to withstand RPG strikes. When Zhou Peng struck down, it was like hitting a steel plate. The door didn't move an inch, and the tremendous recoil sent the kitchen knife flying. The knife grazed past Zhou Peng's head, leaving a long gash. His palm was also shaken, causing it to bleed profusely. A little biological fact: a person's skin is more fragile in winter, and the sensation of pain is intensified. Zhou Peng was left dumbfounded. If the knife had been a bit off, it would have directly struck his face. But soon, his daze was violently interrupted by the sharp pain. Oh! Zhou Peng cried out in pain. The two women, seeing this, were so terrified that they abandoned Zhou Peng and ran away in a panic. Zhang Yi watched all of this from inside the room, weighing his gun in his hand, contemplating whether to go out and give each of them a shot. Not to say he would kill them, but at least injure them so that they would suffer in this icy apocalypse. However, after thinking for a moment, he abandoned this plan. Why? Because outside were 3 rabid dogs. Although there was a high probability he could injure them by going out, there was also a minuscule chance he could be killed in return. Zhang Yi would never joke with his own life safety. That's right, he was the king of survival. Living so comfortably, why act impulsively? It was fine, he would just wait for them to die out there. Let us see how long they can survive in this apocalypse. Zhang Yi, calm and composed, returned to the sofa and continued playing games. Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing ran back home, sitting on the sofa, trembling all over. They had just narrowly escaped with their lives, and he was still feeling uneasy. Fang Yuqing saw the urine dripping onto the sofa and immediately screamed, "Ah, get off. Who told you to sit on my sofa?" Chapter 39. Stink Bomb. Fang Yuqing was heartbroken over her sofa and disgusted by Zhou Peng, who was soaked in urine. After all, Zhou Peng had been the one at the door, getting splashed the most. She immediately yelled at Zhou Peng to not sit on the sofa. Zhou Peng felt very aggrieved. He had only gone to trouble Zhang Yi because he listened to Fang Yuqing. Now, drenched in urine and shivering from the cold, he also had injuries. Yet Fang Yuqing treated him like this. However, a simp was still a simp. Zhou Peng thought about it and realized Fang Yuqing had a point. He hadn't even done her bidding properly, and being dirty, how could he soil the goddess's sofa? The more he thought about it, the more he felt he deserved to be scolded. He quickly stood up and apologized to Fang Yuqing. "I'm sorry, Yuqing, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan were eager to change clothes, so they waved him off. "Hurry up and get out. We need to change clothes." Zhou Peng didn't dare say anything and hurriedly left Fang Yuqing's house. The two of them returned to their room and swiftly changed out of the clothes that Zhang Yi had splashed with urine. However, after changing, they could still smell that pungent odor. After all, it wasn't just their clothes that were dirty. Their hair and skin were also covered in quite a bit, even flowing down their necks. With the weather being so cold, taking a shower would be like seeking death, and they didn't dare to do it. Therefore, they could only endure the disgust. After failing in their actions and getting splashed with urine, the two women grew even more resentful towards Zhang Yi. What to do? Zhang Yi was too cunning and difficult to deal with. Damn it, no matter what, I must take his house. Let's think of a good plan. I don't believe he has no weaknesses. Just as the two women were discussing how to deal with Zhang Yi, he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. This time it was urine. Next time, I might just throw feces at you. This time, it was just because Zhang Yi was unprepared. If he had prepared in advance, he would have surely treated them with feces. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan turned pale. If they were splashed with feces, they would want to die. Zhang Yi turned off the chat and stopped looking at the messages from Fang Yuqing. Although he had blocked the message notifications, the number of unread messages was rapidly increasing, and he knew without looking that they were not good words. He checked the owner group. As soon as he entered, he saw a good show. Ever since Chun Jinghao had taken over her house, Aunt Lin seemed to have lost her mind. Now, she was constantly sending voice messages in the group, shouting for everyone to hand over their supplies to her. "I'm the head of our community committee. Who dares not to listen to me? When the snow melts, I'll have you all arrested. Did you hear that? Everyone, reply to me. You must bring all your food to my house today." However, this time, hardly anyone paid attention to her. After more than 10 days, everyone had realized what the current environment was like. The authorities were too busy to care for everyone. And Aunt Lin's so-called community committee was nothing at all. She couldn't scare anyone, and instead, people mocked her. "Damn old woman, can you just go die? You tricked us out of a box of instant noodles, and I haven't settled the score with you yet." Someone brought up the initial issues caused by the snow disaster. "If it weren't for you telling everyone that it was fine and not allowing us to stock up on supplies, how would we be in this situation today?" As soon as this was mentioned, it instantly ignited everyone's anger. When it first snowed, Although it was very cold outside, some people still wanted to go shopping. But at that time, Aunt Lin kept saying in the group that the snow disaster would soon pass, and anyone who stocked up on supplies would be dealt with. So everyone didn't dare to go out. A few days later, the heavy snow blocked all the roads, making it impossible to go out. If it weren't for her, everyone could have stocked up for at least another half-month. Damn old woman, look at what you've done. It's all your fault. The neighbors cursed Aunt Lin. The wealthy second generation, Su Hao, also appeared in the group. He was buying supplies at high prices, whether food or drink, offering 10,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles and 5,000 for a bottle of mineral water. The price of instant noodles had reached 10,000, and Su Hao was truly anxious. If he didn't use his money now, it would just become waste paper. Zhang Yi shook his head. Even now, he was still thinking of buying things with money. Just as Zhang Yi finished speaking, someone immediately jumped out. I have some food at home that I can sell to you. Zhang Yi was speechless. It seemed that no matter the time, there would always be greedy people willing to risk their lives for money, even if hope was slim. There were still people betting that this snow disaster wouldn't last too long. But only Zhang Yi knew that this snow disaster would continue for an extremely long time. Even after the snow stopped, the whole world would need a very long time to recover. Money was even less useful than waste paper. At least waste paper could be used for wiping. As Zhang Yi thought of this, a wicked idea suddenly popped into his mind. He had an abundance of toilet paper in his warehouse, but the neighbors probably didn't have as much. If they ran out of toilet paper, what would they use to wipe? Soon, he shook his head again. With daily meals not being enough, they probably wouldn't have much to wipe anyway. However, this also indicated that the fragile peace they were maintaining would soon be broken. Zhang Yi knew that once food was completely cut off, people would turn into terrifying beasts. The next day, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning came knocking on Zhang Yi's door again. They pleaded outside, hoping Zhang Yi would let them in, saying they were about to freeze to death. Zhang Yi ignored them completely. Freeze to death? That was exactly what Zhang Yi hoped to see. Seeing that Zhang Yi had no response, they said that out of past feelings, he could at least give them some food. Zhang Yi looked through the surveillance camera and saw that they had even come with umbrellas. It seemed that after being splashed with urine yesterday, they had developed a psychological shadow. However, Zhang Yi was not foolish enough to open the door for them. If he guessed correctly, they were both carrying knives, ready to kill him and then seize his house and supplies. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and opened the alternate space. The warehouse had many miscellaneous items that were not usually used, and he had collected them all at that time. Since his alternate space was large enough, he didn't have to worry about taking up space. He didn't expect it to come in handy now. He took 2 stink bombs from the toy area inside. These toys were used for pranks. Once ignited, they would emit an extremely disgusting smell. Moreover, they were very difficult to wash off with water and detergent. Listening to the voices of Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning outside, Zhang Yi chuckled and picked up the stink bombs to walk over. Chapter 40. Gunshots. Zhang Yi ignited the stink bombs and quickly threw them through the shooting hole above the door. After the stink bombs hit the ground, they quickly emitted a large cloud of black smoke. The foul smell rapidly spread through the hallway. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, upon smelling the odor, felt as if they had opened a can of sealed feces for 10 years, and immediately began to vomit uncontrollably. What the hell, Zhang Yi, how shameless. The stench in the corridor grew stronger, and the 2 women hurriedly fled. Zhang Yi was not worried about the stink returning to the house. After closing the shooting hole, the entire room was in a semi-sealed state. Although air could still circulate, the house had been specially equipped with an air filtration system during construction, preventing any strange smells or harmful air from entering. Watching the 2 women stagger and vomit on the surveillance, Zhang Yi laughed heartily. However, he soon received a complaint from the neighbor next door. Zhang Yi, what did you throw at your door? It stinks. Can you please consider the feelings of your neighbors? Zhang Yi's neighbor was a young couple who had moved in for 2 years. However, on ordinary days, Zhang Yi had little interaction with them, at most nodding when they met in the elevator. Now that it was this time, he couldn't be bothered to maintain any neighborhood relationships. In this apocalypse, everything he did only considered his own safety, and he didn't care about others at all. He could even say that as long as he could live safely and comfortably, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate others. In the apocalypse, any saintly mindset must be extinguished immediately. If you're not satisfied, come and fight me. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he directly blocked the neighbor. Same old story. He didn't want to argue with anyone, wasting his breath. Soon, Zhang Yi found that the neighbor was bad-mouthing him in the large group. But unfortunately, others were not in the mood to care about their trivial matters. Zhang Yi chuckled. It felt quite refreshing to have no sense of morality. That afternoon, Zhang Yi was suddenly awakened from his sleep. Bang! A loud noise echoed in the corridor, quickly spreading throughout the entire building. Zhang Yi's expression became grave. The sound resembled a gunshot. Is there someone with a gun in their community? Zhang Yi wasn't sure if it was a gun or firecrackers. So he hurried to the living room and turned on the TV to check the surveillance. The scene before him made his pupils constrict. In front of the door of the third-floor apartment, Chen Jinghao, who had a broken leg, was holding a black gun. The cold, dark gleam of it could easily make anyone's heart tremble. The door of that apartment was open, and from the angle of the surveillance, two human legs could be vaguely seen. The little gangsters under Chen Jinghao were coming out with food and candles, all laughing and joking. Clearly, the residents of that third-floor apartment were already dead. Even if they weren't, someone shot and lost all their supplies wouldn't last long. It was 10 a.m., a time when every household usually went out together to dig snow to melt for drinking water. By doing this together, they could temporarily raise the temperature in the corridor to prevent it from getting too cold. No one could survive without water, so this activity was carried out daily. Chen Jinghao had seized this opportunity to start killing and robbing supplies. Ding dong. The phone rang. Zhang Yi picked up his phone to take a look. The message was from a large group chat. Chen Jinghao had sent a voice message. Now that the heavy snow has sealed off the city, we can't rely on anyone. We must depend on ourselves. I, Chen Jinghao, will take on the responsibility of the building leader of Block 25, and from now on, everything here will be decided by me. If you all cooperate, I can ensure you live well. Anyone who dares to stick their neck out. Haha. Following that, Chen Jinghao sent two pictures. One was of the gun he was holding, and the other was of the third-floor resident lying in a pool of blood. The once noisy group chat was now silent. Everyone was shocked by this bloody and brutal scene. Most residents were filled with fear. In peacetime, when had they ever seen such a thing? They couldn't even imagine it. Yet now, the bloody reality lay before them. In this building sealed off by heavy snow, others were hell. No one dared to contradict Chen Jinghao. Everyone was afraid of dying. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa and couldn't help but say, Chen Jinghao is quite clever. No wonder he's able to thrive in society. Chen Jinghao used both soft and hard tactics, not merely intimidating the homeowners in the building. After all, he only had one gun, and no one knew how many bullets he had. But Zhang Yi knew it couldn't be many. After all, this thing was tightly controlled in the country. When Zhang Yi spent a lot of money, he was only sold 100 rounds. Moreover, Chen Jinghao had only 5 or 6 little gangsters under him, with over 50 households in the building and more than 100 people. If everyone got pushed to the limit, a crippled man like him wouldn't stand a chance. Thus, using both intimidation and promises was the best way to make these homeowners obedient. Human nature has always feared death. Even though they all knew that if Chen Jinghao could kill the residents of the third floor today, it could be their turn tomorrow, they still held on to a glimmer of hope. For example, those living on higher floors thought that since Chen Jinghao was killing the third-floor residents today and the fourth-floor residents tomorrow, even if he came for them, it would be at least half a month later. So they felt they didn't need to fight back. The people below would definitely resist, and so forth. As for those living on the fourth floor, they thought that Chen Jinghao might not necessarily kill in order. They believed that if they resisted, they would surely be killed. So it was better to stay at home quietly. Who knows, maybe someone else would die first. Zhang Yi shrugged. Anyway, these matters had nothing to do with him. Others dared not resist Chen Jinghao, but he was not afraid of him at all. As long as Chen Jinghao dared to show up at his door, his life and death would be entirely in Zhang Yi's hands. As for whether the other neighbors lived or died, it had nothing to do with Zhang Yi. They chose to be ostriches, unwilling to resist. Zhang Yi had no interest in being a saint, sacrificing himself to save others. Just then, his phone suddenly buzzed with a series of urgent notifications. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and saw that several hundred new messages had appeared. He realized he had been added to a new group. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yi entered to take a look. It turned out that the homeowners of the building had created a new group, but this time it didn't include Chen Jinghao and his gang. It seemed that the death threats brought by Chen Jinghao had prompted some people to think about banding together for warmth. Zhang Yi didn't speak. After all, his own safety was certainly not an issue. He just wanted to see what these people would do. Chapter 41. Neighbors who only shout slogans. As soon as the new group was established, the homeowners and tenants began to panic and chat. Chen Jinghao is simply a devil. He robbed 3 households, all by breaking in. The young couple living in 301 on the third floor were fierce and tried to resist, but he shot them dead. The other 2 households, 302 and 401, were scared into obediently handing over their food and drink. Sigh, living like this without food and drink at home. Isn't that just waiting to die? Someone spoke with righteous indignation. We must unite and jointly resist this bully, Chen Jinghao. Immediately, someone responded, yes. We have so many households. How can we be afraid of just 5 or 6 of them? As long as we unite, he is nothing to fear. Others brought up. But he has a gun. Humph, what does having a gun matter? How many bullets can he have with just one gun? If we all rush him, he won't be able to stop us. With a left kick and a right whip kick, we can definitely take him down. Now that his leg is crippled, he is not worth mentioning. If he didn't have a gun, I could handle him alone. Everyone was filled with passion when discussing how to deal with Chen Jinghao, as if they couldn't wait to rush to his house and execute him. However, someone interrupted at that moment. So when do we take action? This question caused a brief silence. It was easy to talk big, but when it came to really risking their lives, not everyone dared to do so. Everyone understood the logic, but no one wanted to be the one at the front taking bullets. They spoke beautifully, but it was really just to persuade others to take the bullets for them. Well, that's not a problem. We can definitely take care of him. After all, he is a desperate man, and he has a few little thugs under him. We need to plan carefully. Yes, rushing in blindly is the behavior of a fool. We need to win with wisdom. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Just now, they were saying Chen Jinghao was nothing to fear. And someone was even talking about left kicks and right whip kicks to deal with him. Now that it was time to act, they were starting to talk about winning with wisdom. He really found it amusing. At this moment, the community's security guard, Uncle Yu, suddenly sent a message. We can't let Chen Jinghao and his gang continue like this. If it goes on, we will all be killed by him, even if we don't get shot. If we are robbed of all our food and drink, isn't that still death? I can lead the way. Everyone come with me. And let us teach this bunch of bastards a lesson. Uncle Yu usually didn't say much. He was a retired soldier, straightforward and full of passion. He was well respected in the community. Facing a scoundrel like Chen Jinghao, who disregarded human life, he was filled with anger. Whoa, Uncle Yu is impressive. No wonder he's from the People's Liberation Army. Amazing. Uncle Yu, I support you. Do you need weapons? We have kitchen knives at home that you can use. I also have a long quan sword I bought during my trip last year. It cuts through iron like mud. I can lend it to you. Chen Jinghao is just a cripple. Uncle Yu, you should find an opportunity to sneak attack him from behind. Don't give him a chance. Everyone praised Uncle Yu together, all chattering away with their own suggestions. But not a single person said they would go with Uncle Yu to deal with Chen Jinghao. Uncle Yu was also somewhat speechless. Chen Jinghao has 5 or 6 people with him, and they have guns, so I definitely can't go alone. At the very least, we need a dozen young men to go with me for safety. I used to be a soldier, so I have some skills and can lead the way. The adult men in the household suddenly fell silent. Meanwhile, the female residents like Fang Yuqing, who had no adult men at home, were all energized. Yes, we women are weak and powerless. We can't deal with these scum. Men of Building 25, now is the time to show your manliness. The men in our building are all remarkable guys. You must succeed. It's time to show your gentlemanly demeanor. I hope you succeed quickly and protect us weak women. The adult men among the homeowners were of course displeased. Some of them were still unmarried, living alone, or sharing a rental with friends. Asking them to risk their lives to confront the villains is something they could do, but seeing the attitudes of the female homeowners, it was clear they were treating their dangerous confrontation with the villains as their responsibility. The men were not happy about this. No way. In the past, you all prioritized women. Now that danger arises, you're asking us to go first. Why should we? Now that we want fair treatment, it should be everyone going together. You usually talk so tough online. Why not confront Chen Jinghao? I'm not unwilling to risk my life, but I will only protect my wife and children. When the female homeowners saw the men unwilling to confront Chen Jinghao, they started to scold them. Are you even men? Isn't this the time for you to step up? Letting women take the risk. How can you say that? You're really pathetic. Disgusting. I will definitely not marry someone like you in the future. Originally, the new homeowners group was created to discuss how to deal with the risks posed by Chen Jinghao. But inexplicably, they started arguing about who should confront Chen Jinghao, which eventually turned into a battle between men and women. Zhang Yi found it quite speechless. This plot is exactly the same as in his previous life. This is also why, in his past life, Chen Jinghao killed half of the people in the entire building, yet was still able to manage everyone with a gun. When they died, they only knew to close their eyes and didn't even dare to struggle. Seeing this, Uncle Yu anxiously called for calm in the group. Everyone, stop arguing. Dealing with Chen Jinghao is the biggest problem now. There is a female homeowner living on the 7th floor named Lu Tiantian. She is a key player in the verbal battle between men and women, a 22-year-old little fairy who just graduated. At this moment, both sides in the group were getting heated, and every time Lu Tiantian saw a male speaking, she would lash out. even when the kind-hearted Uncle Yu spoke up. She quickly typed with 2 fingers. Uncle Yu, what are you pretending to be a good person for? You were a soldier, so capable. You should be the first to charge up in situations like this. With so many men in our building, if they switch off with each other, everyone else would be safe. In today's society, women are clearly more important, and your only role as men is to provide services for us women. I hope all the pathetic men in the group remember this, and don't make me say it a second time. Chapter 42. Food Reserves. Lu Tiantian's comments were met with ridicule from a group of male homeowners. It's the end of the world. Who still caters to you little fairies? Haha, do you really think you're something special? Let us risk our lives to protect you. Do you even deserve that? Uncle Yu, who was being criticized, was even more speechless. He couldn't understand why, despite his good intentions for everyone, they all had this attitude. He was quiet and couldn't argue back. So he simply stopped speaking. Zhang Yi watched the chat in the group and found it quite lively. It was amusing to see. After all, entertainment options were limited. In summary, his conclusion was just one thing. The vast majority of people in this homeowners group deserve to die. The verbal battle in the chat group became increasingly intense. Perhaps because everyone had suppressed their feelings for too long, they finally found an outlet to vent, and thus everything was released. All sorts of vicious and filthy words filled the chat, making it unbearable to read. Eventually, they all forgot the original purpose of forming the group. Zhang Yi put his phone aside and went to the kitchen. Although there were many ready-made meals in the alternate space, he occasionally wanted to cook something himself and enjoy life. He took out fresh ingredients from the alternate space. Potatoes, green onions, ginger, and garlic looked as if they had just been dug up from the soil. The beef brisket was also very tender, with its fresh red meat looking very appetizing. Walmart truly lives up to being the world's #1 supermarket brand. The quality of the goods is undeniable. Zhang Yi stewed a pot of potatoes with beef brisket and, following the method for clay pot chicken, stuck some pancakes to the side of the pot. Once stewed, the pancakes absorbed the broth and became particularly delicious. Picking up his phone, he found that Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning had sent him messages again. This time, the tone was one of desperate pleading. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were crying heavily, clearly frightened by Chun Jinghao's killings. The 2 green tea white lotus flowers didn't have the ability to resist the villains. So, they were very likely to become the next targets of Chun Jinghao, especially after seeing the sturdy security door at Zhang Yi's home. They felt even more that Zhang Yi's place was a safe haven and wanted to come live there. Zhang Yi, no matter how much conflict we had in the past, at least you used to love me, right? You can't just watch me die, can you? I know you seem tough on the outside, but you're soft-hearted inside. Please, save me. Lin Caning had even less shame than Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I don't want to die. Just let me live in your house. I can do anything you want, but please don't let me die at those people's hands. Zhang Yi could feel their inner fear. To be honest, if his house hadn't been reinforced, and he were living in such a cold and food-scarce place, his despair wouldn't be less than that of these 2. However, would he pity these 2 women? Of course not. After all, this scene was exactly what he longed to see. The more desperate they were, the more excited Zhang Yi became. He didn't say anything, just leisurely recorded a video to show them. In the video, there was a large pot of potatoes stewed with beef brisket in front of Zhang Yi, and not far away, the fireplace was burning with a roaring flame. The atmosphere in the room was warm and peaceful, forming a stark contrast to the blizzard and howling north wind outside. For the 2 women at that moment, this was undoubtedly a huge stimulus. After all, they were now not only questioning whether they could have a full meal, but also whether they could survive. The 2 continued to say a lot of pleading words, asking Zhang Yi to let them live together in the room. Zhang Yi chose to ignore them. He neither agreed nor refused. He just wanted to leave them a glimmer of hope, making them aware that hope was slim. Yet they still had to come over and fawn on him. The day passed in such boredom. After Chun Jinghao and his group seized a certain amount of supplies, they weren't in a rush to take action again. They understood that if they went too far, it would unite all the homeowners against them. Gathering some, calming others, and then eliminating a few was the most reasonable approach. However, that night, Zhang Yi noticed some unusual movements from Chun Jinghao and his men through the surveillance cameras. The entire Tianhai city had no power at night, and only Zhang Yi's family had their lights on, but the other residents in the same building had not noticed. Zhang Yi saw several of Chun Jinghao's lackeys carrying 2 corpses out the door. Zhang Yi took a closer look and realized that the 2 individuals looked somewhat familiar. The reason he remembered them so clearly was that he knew almost all the homeowners in the building. However, these 2 individuals clearly did not belong to their building. Therefore, they must have been other lackeys called over by Chun Jinghao when it had just snowed. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi figured out what had happened. When Chen Jinghao and his men attacked Zhang Yi's house that day, Zhang Yi had sprayed them with a large water hose. In such extreme cold weather, with temperatures around -60 to 70 degrees, this could be fatal. Thus, these two individuals must have frozen to death. Colds and fevers caused by low temperatures, without a comfortable environment, and medications like ibuprofen, could easily lead to death. Otherwise, why was the average lifespan so short in ancient times? The two corpses had been stripped of all their clothing and thrown at the stairway. Zhang Yi frowned, initially unable to understand their purpose in doing so. If the intent was simply to dispose of the bodies, they could have just thrown them out the window. The heavy snow would cover everything. Why throw them at the door? However, as his thoughts shifted, Zhang Yi suddenly came up with a terrifying idea, causing his pupils to involuntarily contract. Did Chen Jinghao leave their bodies behind as backup food? This thought made the hair all over Zhang Yi's body stand on end, sending chills down his spine. Yet, this explanation was indeed the most reasonable. In the freezing cold, the world was like a giant refrigerator, with no need to worry about food spoiling. Modern people's understanding of the apocalypse often comes from movies about the end times. Cannibalism is not an uncommon theme in those narratives. Throughout human history, there have been terrifying records of people resorting to cannibalism during times of great disaster. Perhaps the years of peace had made some forget the historical records written in black and white. Until the arrival of the apocalypse, Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and his rapidly beating heart soon calmed down. Compared to the average person, he accepted this reality more quickly. After all, he had experienced an apocalypse before and had been eaten as food. He knew that when people reached the end of their rope, hunger could drive them to commit any cruel acts, consuming everything edible. Chen Jinghao was truly ruthless. Although Zhang Yi held no fondness for that social boss, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Many understood the reasoning. But those who could treat their brothers' corpses as reserve food before running out of supplies were almost devoid of humanity. Chapter 43. She was anxious after Chen Jinghao killed the resident of Unit 301. The atmosphere in the entire building became very tense. The previous large group had now fallen silent, with no one daring to speak. Chen Jinghao seemed to realize that everyone was secretly forming a new homeowners group behind his back. However, such things were impossible to prevent. He could only threaten and lure people within the homeowners group. With the situation so dire, everyone was just trying to survive. No one wanted to resort to killing. If it weren't for that kid from Unit 301 making a move on my people first, I wouldn't have accidentally killed him. After all, I'm not a demon. I hope we can all get along harmoniously in the future and lend us a little food when we need it. As long as you cooperate, I guarantee everyone can live in peace. After this statement, some people indeed relaxed their guard. Some even felt that perhaps it was true what Chen Jinghao said. The homeowner of Unit 301 died because he made the first move. Stockholm Syndrome refers to this type of person. In the face of despair and death, as long as the perpetrator shows them a little kindness, they will feel grateful. Zhang Yi remained a mere observer, watching coldly without commenting or participating. However, in his heart, he had grown more wary of Chen Jinghao. Although his home was well prepared for defense, with Chen Jinghao and his few men, and that broken gun, there was simply no chance of them breaking in. However, in an apocalypse, it's always better to be a little more cautious. If it truly came to it, find an opportunity to kill him, Zhang Yi said calmly. This brief moment of tranquility was shattered the next day. Although every household feared Chen Jinghao and dared not go out. If they didn't go downstairs to break ice for water, they wouldn't survive. Therefore, some people quietly opened their doors, planning to sneak out to dig for snow. As a result, they were caught red-handed by Chen Jinghao's men who had been sent to lie in wait. The supplies they had stolen the previous day were all consumed by the starving thugs. Now, with bloodshot eyes, they regarded all the residents of the building as their prey. Whoever they caught would not be treated kindly. They would be robbed clean. In the new group, someone could be heard urgently calling for help. Zhang Yi opened the group chat and was instantly amused. The one calling for help was none other than Lu Tiantian, who lived on the 7th floor. Chen Jinghao lived on the 6th floor, right below her. That morning, she had planned to sneak downstairs to dig for snow and get some water while it was still dark, but was caught red-handed. Living alone, it didn't take much effort for her to get ready. She was already a target for Chen Jinghao and his men. Plus, having been cooped up for nearly half a month, Chen Jinghao and those little thugs were feeling restless and were looking for a woman to relieve their urges. Lu Tiantian wasn't particularly pretty, but she was young, and her figure was decent. Given the limited options, no one was picky anymore. So, that group of thugs charged up with wrenches and iron bars, grinning. Lu Tiantian hurriedly closed her door, and in her desperation, she thought of asking her neighbors for help. Woo, everyone, please come save me. They're smashing my door. I'm begging you. I'll be killed by them. Uncle you, please save me. You're a veteran, right? They definitely can't beat you. You can't trust those people. They're too cruel. Everyone needs to unite. If something happens to me, you'll be next. Lu Tiantian cried in the group, sending one voice message after another in a panic. However, yesterday, when she was throwing her weight around in the group, fiercely confronting a bunch of male homeowners, she hadn't sounded like this at all. Uncle Yu replied, "Girl, this situation came on suddenly. And I can't handle so many of them by myself." Although Uncle Yu was kind, he wouldn't foolishly go to his death. Chen Jinghao had 5 or 6 men and guns. Even if he had been a soldier, he couldn't take them on. If everyone had reached a consensus yesterday and formed a security team, there might have been hope to scare them off. Lu Tiantian felt a chill in her heart upon seeing Uncle Yu's reply. She cried, "You can't do this. Can't you protect a weak woman like me? What kind of men are you? Wu, if I die, I won't let you go even as a ghost." At first, everyone felt a bit of sympathy for her. But when they discovered that she shamelessly moralized and manipulated them, they immediately got angry. Plus, with Lu Tiantian having insulted all the men in the building yesterday, everyone combined their old grievances with new ones. "Ah, right, we're all useless. Little fairy, you're so amazing, you definitely don't need our help. Haha. The little fairy can fight. Go beat those people up. Weren't you shouting so loudly yesterday? We thought you were so powerful, but in the end, you still had to beg us to save you. You might as well just die. If you die, you only take one down, but countless families will be happy." The group was filled with cheerful laughter. Everyone had no sympathy for Lu Tiantian's dire situation. Instead, they felt a bit of schadenfreude, because Lu Tiantian's home was robbed. At least they were safe for the time being. Seeing those cold mockeries, Lu Tiantian's heart plunged into despair. She then turned to beg the female homeowners for help. However, their replies were quite uniform. "We're all sisters, and in this situation, there's nothing we can do. Hang in there, sister. I'll support you spiritually. You must hold on. Otherwise, if they break in, who knows what they'll do to you." Exactly. There are so many of them. They could ruin you. Some offered perfunctory comfort, while others took pleasure in scaring Lu Tiantian. After all, human joys and sorrows are not shared. Long-term isolation and the threat of death had twisted many people's minds. More and more people joined the chat, but the topic had turned sour. "Little sister, even if you die, you should take someone down with you. That counts as eliminating a threat. Yes, since your home was robbed. You probably can't live much longer anyway. You might as well take someone down with you before you die." Lu Tiantian trembled with anger. And just as she wanted to say something more, the door was kicked open with a bang. In Zhang Yi's home. He watched on the monitor as Lu Tiantian let out a scream and was dragged out by several little thugs. Even on such a cold day, they didn't forget to exercise. Their intensity was too strong. Zhang Yi sighed. However, it was reasonable. In the current situation, no one knew when they would die. And before dying, living beings instinctively think about passing on their life genes. Zhang Yi took a bite of a chocolate bar and said to the monitor, "At this temperature, any exposed skin is in danger." Chapter 44, Why Should I Give Alms? Although no one had seen Lu Tiantian's fate, they could easily guess what would happen. A girl falling into the jaws of a pack of wolves. What other outcome could there be? Even if Chen Jinghao and the others spared her life, without any resources to survive on, she would just be waiting to die. However, everyone didn't feel much sorrow. Instead, they let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Tiantian could at least keep Chen Jinghao and the others fed for a while. Even so, this served as a wake-up call for the other homeowners. If things continued like this, they feared they wouldn't live much longer. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself suddenly added to a chat group. He chuckled silently. In such an unstable environment, people's suspicions grew heavier, and small groups became more frequent. It was as if by banding together, they would become stronger. Zhang Yi glanced at the members in the group and saw only 6 or 7 people. Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, Lin Kainan were all there, along with a few other neighbors. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, unsure of what they wanted. Soon, someone reached out to him. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi. It's too dangerous outside now. Chen Jinghao and his gang will eventually come for us. We must unite. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. It's fine. I'm quite comfortable on my own right now. Lin Kainan, that is not how it works. You're alone, but Chen Jinghao has 5 or 6 people and guns. So you're also very unsafe. Zhang Yi smirked. Why don't you ask Chen Jinghao who broke his leg? Chen Jinghao hasn't dared to retaliate. He knows Zhang Yi is tough. Zhang Yi asked. So what do you want to do? Fang Yuqing quickly said. Right now, living separately is too dangerous. We've decided to move in together. This way, we can resist Qin Jinghao. Zhang Yi laughed. So, you're saying by gathering together, you want to be afraid of the guns Qin Jinghao has? How ridiculous. If more people really helped, with over 50 households in the building, more than 100 people could easily stomp Qin Jinghao to death. You're all cowards. Gathering together is just for psychological comfort. Another person in the group spoke up. His name was Sun Jichao, and Zhang Yi remembered he was a white-collar worker in finance. Having more people means they would at least be cautious. Plus, we could band together and barricade the door, so we wouldn't have to worry about them breaking in. However, what we lack now is a good stronghold. Fang Yuqing quickly added, Zhang Yi, your house has a balcony, and the security door is particularly sturdy, making it very suitable for resisting Qin Jinghao. So, we hope you can join our team to fight against Qin Jinghao. At this point, Zhang Yi understood. It was definitely Fang Yuqing who told these people that his house was particularly good. It's very likely they already knew that Zhang Yi's home had a perfect insulation system and plenty of food. Zhang Yi sneered. Their plan was so obvious he could hear it from 10 floors up. Zhang Yi said bluntly, I don't need it, thanks. I'm very comfortable living alone right now. If you want to live together, find a place on your own. What a joke. 7 or 8 people crammed into my house. At this time, who knows who's who? Isn't that just bringing danger upon myself? Besides, Zhang Yi didn't owe them anything. Why should he? After Zhang Yi rejected them, the people in the group were clearly unhappy. Sun Jichao Zhang Yi. Everyone is in danger. You can't be so short-sighted. Only by being together can we survive. Another group member, Wang Min, said, it's only because your floor has a balcony that makes it convenient to collect snow water that we chose your house. Do you think we're taking advantage of you? In fact, we can protect you too. Zhang Yi smiled sarcastically. He sent a message in the group, protect me? The string of question marks reflected his inner mockery. Do you know what kind of life I'm living now? Still talking about protecting me. How shameless. Hiding under the covers, Fang Yuqing bit her lip and then began to fire back. She knew Zhang Yi hated her and wouldn't let her in. So now she was using everyone to morally coerce Zhang Yi. She thought life and death were at stake, and even though she and Lin Kainan, Zhou Peng, and others had treated him poorly, Zhang Yi should be more magnanimous. Lin Kainan, Zhang Yi, okay, I admit we need something from you. But think about it. If you let us take refuge in your home, you can save 7 or 8 lives. Would you really be able to bear watching us get killed by Qin Jinghao? We've been friends and neighbors for so many years. Among those 7 or 8 people, Zhang Yi did indeed know them. And there were a few he had a good relationship with, as well as a colleague from the same workplace. They all chimed in, asking Zhang Yi to let them in for old-time sake. Unfortunately, having experienced being persecuted to death in his previous life, Zhang Yi was no longer the soft-hearted guy he once was. Those who initially took a share from him, most of them are still in this group. In the face of the apocalypse, what is there to discuss about humanity? The only real path is to survive. So he said, at this point, whether we can survive is entirely up to our own abilities. You hold no value to me, so why should I be obligated to protect you? After saying this, Zhang Yi chose to leave the group. Dreaming of taking advantage of him was simply unrealistic. Only by lacking morals could he avoid being held hostage. After chatting, Zhang Yi took out a box of potato chips from another dimension. He went to the window, sat in a soft imported recliner, and ate chips while enjoying the view outside. Not to mention the extreme cold outside. The snowy scenery was truly beautiful. The earth was covered in a silver blanket, without any other colors, pleasing to the eye. At that moment, he suddenly saw a swaying black appear on the 18th floor ahead, followed by a scream filled with despair. Zhang Yi looked closely and realized that what was falling from the sky was a person. In an instant, they plunged into a snowbank that was at least 6 or 7 meters deep, with the temperature outside over -70°C. Being buried under thick snow was a certain death. It seemed that the situation in other apartment buildings was similar. Facing dwindling supplies, people began to fight over resources, even resorting to violence and murder. Wherever there were people, everything was evolving towards a hell on earth. Zhang Yi continued to eat his chips, mentally calculating the future situation. It seemed that in addition to being wary of the neighbors in this building, he also needed to be cautious of the survivors outside. In the apocalypse, any incident could happen. Chapter 45. Deciding to launch a strong attack in Building 25, Qin Jinghao and others had raided several households, directly and indirectly causing the deaths of 5 people. This situation led many residents in the building to unite. Their solution to the problem was to stay together instead of scattering. They then used heavy objects to block the door, preventing Qin Jinghao and others from breaking in. As for the water supply, it was accessed through the windows. Some residents on certain floors had balconies that also caught the falling snow. On Fang Yuqing's side, they had all moved into Wang Min's home on the 18th floor. Wang Min was Zhou Peng's cousin. She ran a cosmetics business in Tianhai City, making her an independent woman with some assets. Her home was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room unit, the same layout as Zhang Yi's. The other people there were her colleagues and close friends. After all, in the end times, even if they were to band together, they only dared to seek trustworthy individuals. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were allowed to come over only because Zhou Peng vouched for them. As for the proof of allegiance, it naturally was the situation at Zhang Yi's home. At this moment, a group of people sat in the living room, wrapped in thick down jackets, scarves around their necks, wishing they could completely seal themselves off. Since Zhang Yi had rejected the proposal to live together, everyone's mood was somewhat low. Wang Min looked at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning and said lightly, "The reason I agreed to let you in was out of consideration for my cousin. And you promised to convince Zhang Yi to let us move into his home. Now that Zhang Yi is completely opposed, what do you think we should do about this?" Zhou Peng was a simp, but Wang Min was perceptive and could tell that these two girls were not easy to deal with. So, if they weren't bringing up Zhang Yi, she wouldn't have let them join in. Fang Yuqing hurriedly said, "Sister Wang, listen to me. Zhang Yi's supplies are really abundant. And he even has a fireplace. If we can move into his home, our future days will be much better." After being repeatedly rejected by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing and the others no longer held any illusions about him. So they sold out all the information about Zhang Yi's home, including the photos and videos he had sent them. Lin Caning also said, "Yes, you've all seen the videos. You should understand how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is right now. If we all work hard, we can move into Zhang Yi's home. Not only can we withstand Xinjianghao, but we can also live comfortably." Hearing this, Wang Min and the others couldn't help but take out their phones to watch the video that Fang Yuqing had forwarded to them. The footage featured Zhang Yi's home, which was extremely eye-catching, making their eyes light up. Wang Min frowned, but his attitude is already clear. He is unwilling to let us in at all. At that moment, Sun Jichao, wearing glasses, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a low voice, "Such a selfish person, completely disregarding the lives of others. We don't need to be polite with someone like him. I think, since he is alone in his home, we might as well use some special means." As soon as Sun Jichao said this, everyone looked over. It was clear that they understood his implication, to break into Zhang Yi's house and force him to give up his home. His friend Lu Tao also loudly supported. "I think this is a good idea. Such a selfish person only thinks of himself, not considering anyone else. Why should he get to live in such a nice house?" Wang Min frowned slightly, but according to Zhou Peng's words, their anti-theft door was very sturdy. They weren't like Qin Jinghao and his group, who were skilled at this sort of thing. Zhou Peng also said, "Yeah, and Zhang Yi is particularly despicable. Last time we went to knock on his door, he even poured urine on us from above." Mentioning that incident made Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning feel nauseous, almost throwing up. Even now, they could still smell the odor that Zhang Yi had left on their hair and skin. If it weren't for the cold weather causing their noses to be stuffy, that smell could have taken them away. Sun Jichao adjusted his glasses and coldly laughed. "This matter is actually easy to handle. As long as we wrap ourselves up tightly, wear masks, and carry umbrellas, we won't have to fear his tricks. As for breaking the door, haha." He looked at Lu Tao beside him. Lu Tao coughed and said, "I used to work at a locksmith company. I'm very familiar with this kind of thing. I can open all kinds of commonly used locks on the market." Upon hearing Lu Tao say this, Fang Yuqing and the others were so excited they almost jumped up. Great. As long as they could unlock his anti-theft door, with so many of them bursting in, they couldn't wait to see how Zhang Yi would resist. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and cursed. She had begged Zhang Yi so much before, but he still refused to let her in and had humiliated her in various ways, making her resent Zhang Yi to the core. Once they got in, she would definitely shove his head into the toilet and make him eat. Nearby, the simp Zhou Peng eagerly chimed in, "I'll take care of the pulling." Zhou Peng's rudeness made Fang Yuqing feel very disgusted, but since she still needed him, she smiled and said, all right, then you should eat more beans and onions." The group appeared to be in good spirits. They clearly believed that with so many of them working together, Zhang Yi would not be able to resist at all. So, they found umbrellas, wrapped themselves up tightly, and brought some tools for breaking in as they headed towards Zhang Yi's home. Zhang Yi had installed an alarm system. As soon as there was movement on his floor, it would automatically alert him. Therefore, when this group climbed the stairs, Zhang Yi immediately knew. Through the surveillance, he saw these people, but since they were all wrapped up, he thought it was Qin Jinghao bringing people over. "Just right, since I didn't manage to kill you last time. It would be good to teach you a lesson this time." Zhang Yi said with a sneer. However, he still had no intention of letting Chen Jinghao die right now. If Chen Jinghao died, who would clean up these bastard neighbors in the building? There won't be a good show to watch then. This group of people was wrapped up tightly, and after arriving not far from Zhang Yi's home, they immediately opened several umbrellas. Now, whether Zhang Yi used water spray or stink bombs, he couldn't drive them away in a short time. All of this was information provided by Fang Yuqing. She naively thought that no matter how many defensive measures Zhang Yi had prepared at home, the resources inside a house were ultimately limited. Water spraying and stink bombs were Zhang Yi's last resort. Chapter 46. High voltage. The people had arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep, holding umbrellas. However, the Dragon Security Company had installed a lot of pinhole cameras on this floor. They could capture the actions of the visitors from various angles. After a group of people reached the door, Zhang Yi saw one person pulling out several shiny metal tools from his pocket. Then he poked them into the keyhole of his security door. Picking the lock, Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't care. If their security door could be easily picked, the professionals from Dragon Security Company might as well go eat shit. This door, aside from being of world-class safety level, comparable to a bank vault, was also equipped with 5 layers of defense. To open the outer lock, one would have to be a world-class locksmith to have a chance. Not to mention that a physical lever was installed inside. The more complex something is, the simpler the way to unlock it tends to be. While simple things often cannot cope. For example, Zhang Yi's door. Since he never intended to go out, he had directly jammed it with a steel rod with a diameter of 10 centimeters. Unless someone continuously crashed into it with a car, it couldn't be broken through by human strength. Moreover, Zhang Yi had considered the possibility of someone trying to pick the door, so he had specially installed a unique defense. Zhang Yi watched the surveillance on TV, then took out his phone, opened the security house control software, and lightly pressed a button. In an instant, a massive electric current surged through the security door. Lu Tao, who was focused on picking the lock, let out a terrible scream as the powerful current coursed through his body. The people nearby turned pale with fright and hurriedly stepped back. "Help me." Lu Tao's face twisted in agony as he begged his companions. The powerful electric current was like a vice, gripping him tightly, making it impossible to break free. Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng, and others nearby were dumbfounded. They did not expect this situation to occur and had no suitable insulating tools to use. Soon, smoke began to rise from Lu Tao's body, and a burnt smell filled the air. Boom! He fell to the ground, his clothes burnt to shreds, and the skin on his arms and face was already charred. Clearly, he wouldn't survive. Fang Yuqing, Lin Kai-ning, and others screamed. Witnessing someone die right in front of them was an enormous shock. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhang Yi's lips curled up slightly. Strangely, he felt a bit of relief. But who could they blame? They dared to target Zhang Yi, so they deserved to die? Wang Min and others felt a chill run down their spines. And the plan to pick the lock had failed. Sun Jichao and Lu Tao had been buddies for many years, and seeing his brother die so tragically ignited a fire in his eyes. "Zhang Yi, you bastard, get out here." He grabbed a shovel in his hand and smashed it against Zhang Yi's door with a loud clang that could be heard several floors up. However, the massive iron door showed no signs of denting or damage. After the surface paint peeled away, it revealed a thick alloy underneath. Zhang Yi came to the door, hands in his pockets, with a mocking expression, and said, "You think you can smash my door? Aren't you just looking for death?" He shook his head and sighed, "Hey, isn't it good to be alive?" Hearing Zhang Yi's mocking voice, the few people outside felt both shocked and furious. Wang Min shouted, "Zhang Yi, we initially planned to come over and discuss cohabitation with you nicely. How could you resort to murder? You're even worse than Chen Jinghao. You're a killing devil." Upon hearing a woman's voice, Zhang Yi realized that the people outside were not Chen Jinghao. However, he felt no regret for killing Lu Tao. After all, such people deserve to die. Then he thought of who the people in front of him were. They must be Fang Yuqing, Lin Kai-ning, and their gang. After all, only they knew how comfortable Zhang Yi's home was. Zhang Yi's expression turned unfriendly as he scolded without hesitation. "What are you pretending for? Clearly, you came to my house to smash the door and wanted to seize my property. You deserve to die. How dare you bark here? It's truly laughable." Sun Jichao pretended to be calm. "Zhang Yi, we mean no harm. We just want to talk to you. But you didn't even give us a heads up before killing our good brother Lu Tao. Isn't that too much? Don't you plan to give us an explanation?" Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "Just coming over to talk? Uninvited, directly trying to pick my door, and you call that talking? Humph." After picking the door, the next step would probably be to kill me or drive me out to fend for myself. Then you would enjoy the safety house I painstakingly prepared, right? The few people exchanged glances, And this was indeed their original plan. Sun Jichao's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The tragic death of his good brother made him hate Zhang Yi thoroughly. However, now, the most important thing was how to break in. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Zhang Yi, we give you one last chance. Open the door and let us in. Otherwise, the consequences are something you can't bear." Fang Yuqing also shouted from outside, "Zhang Yi, we won't harm you. We just want to cohabitate and face the disaster together. Don't be ungrateful." Lin Kaining followed up. "Yeah, at worst, we'll let you stay in the master bedroom, and you'll have the first access to the supplies." At this moment, they were very excited. Because just a wall away was paradise, and they had been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhang Yi scoffed at their words. "Have you lost your minds? This home is mine. You act like you're the owners here deciding how to distribute things. If you have the ability, come on and show me. Let's see if you can break in." While speaking, Zhang Yi was not idle with his hands. He had already loaded the bullets into his handgun and held a crossbow in his hand. The hunting moment was about to begin. Through the surveillance, he could clearly see everything outside and even hear their quiet conversations. Sun Jichao and a few others huddled together, discussing their next move. Among them, the most timid Gu Jiaoyang nervously asked, "What should we do? Now that Lu Tao is dead, no one can pick the lock. Should we retreat? It wouldn't be good if we attracted Chun Jinghao's attention." Sun Jichao scolded, "What are you afraid of? We're on the 24th floor. Even if Chun Jinghao and his crew climbed up, they would be exhausted. Even if they wanted to kill and loot, they would first target those on the lower floors." Wang Min's expression was serious as she said, "This Zhang Yi is indeed not easy to deal with. He seems to have been well prepared." As if he knew the apocalypse was coming. Chapter 47. Tetanus arrow. Indeed, some people gradually began to realize Zhang Yi's abnormality. In this icy apocalypse, everyone was starving and freezing. Even those who usually had supplies at home were struggling. But he was well fed and warm. Even choosing to install a fireplace in this southern city of Tianhai, coupled with the sturdy security door, it was clear he had prepared for such a situation. Zhou Peng pursed his lips and said angrily, "If that's the case, then Zhang Yi is even more despicable, knowing that a snow disaster was coming. They only cared about themselves and didn't notify their neighbors in advance." Ugh, he spat harshly. Because of his personal grudge against Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng would never miss a chance to slander him. Wang Min and the others furrowed their brows and ignored Zhou Peng. After all, if it were them, they would definitely prioritize themselves and their families, not caring about the lives of others. The question is, what should we do next? Since prying open the door is not an option, is breaking it down feasible? Wang Min said, looking towards Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang. These three were the few men in their group, and if they were to forcefully break the door, they would be the main force. The few of them murmured and discussed for a while. Zhang Yi, through the surveillance, saw that they left the stairs again. He held a gun in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, leisurely watching them leave. Zhang Yi could have taken action and shot two of them. However, he was not in a hurry. Life had been too dull lately, and he needed some excitement. So he wanted to see how these people planned to break the door. This was also to prepare for dealing with more troublesome individuals in the future. After a while, they returned. This time, they brought a large, thick piece of wood. It seemed to have been taken apart from a bed. A few women held umbrellas nearby to prevent Zhang Yi from splashing them with cold water. The three men lifted the wood and crashed it against the front door. The sound was loud, and Zhang Yi could feel the walls shaking. However, he was not worried. If a 20-centimeter thick steel plate could be broken, it would have to be because there was a Hulk among the opposing team. Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang were desperately crashing into the door. Zhang Yi just sat on the sofa, his eyes fixed on them as they crashed the door. And he observed the changes in the house through a mobile app at any time. This app was specifically designed by the Dragon Security Company for users, allowing them to monitor the overall status of their homes at any time. He was not careless. He held his weapon steadily, ready to act if anything went wrong. However, after crashing for a long time, the entire building knew about it, but the door remained as firm as ever. Besides a few white spots, there wasn't even a dent. 5 minutes passed, and everyone was completely dumbfounded. How thick is this door? Even the door to a bank vault isn't that sturdy. What kind of house uses such a door? Sun Jichao and the others were almost in despair, roaring in anger. It was a voice full of unwillingness and despair. And Zhang Yi, watching this scene through the surveillance, smiled slightly, feeling much more at ease about the quality of his safe house. Well, now it's time to teach you a lesson. Zhang Yi stood up, put the handgun in his pocket, and opened a metal box. Inside this box were 20 crossbow arrows, but oddly, they were all covered in rust. Normally, these alloy arrows are difficult to rust. But these 20 were all mottled with rust, as if they had been stored in a damp environment for years. In fact, they were all intentionally rusted by Zhang Yi. Just a slight scratch on the skin would pose a risk of tetanus. In this environment where medical help was unavailable, it wouldn't be immediately fatal. But it would cause the wound to become infected and then fester and rot. If someone were hit by it, they would either have to choose amputation to save their life or die in extreme pain. This experience was something Zhang Yi learned from Chen Jinghao. Although Chen Jinghao's leg was ruined, he survived through some methods. But next time, if he were hit by this tetanus arrow again, Zhang Yi would like to see how he survives. Zhang Yi revealed a devilish smile, then climbed up to the shooting hole. Fang Yuqing and the others held umbrellas. Unable to see the situation of the people below at all, Zhang Yi didn't care about that and shot directly at the area under the umbrella. If they die, consider it luck. If they don't, even better. Whoosh! The tetanus arrow pierced through the umbrella, followed by a piercing scream. Before they could react, Zhang Yi quickly loaded a second arrow, not needing to aim since they were all standing together. The second arrow shot out, and another scream followed. Zhang Yi quickly loaded again and drew the bow. Only then did the few people realize what was happening, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Zhang Yi was neither hurried nor slow, aiming at them and shooting, deliberately avoiding vital areas, targeting their arms and thighs. Among the remaining 6 people, 3 were hit by arrows, and 1 was hit twice. However, due to the slow loading speed of the crossbow, before Zhang Yi could shoot each of them again, they had already run into his visual blind spot. Zhang Yi shrugged. It didn't matter. Those guys were already as good as dead, and they would die in extreme pain. As for the others, Zhang Yi had plenty of time to play with them slowly. Still, time was on Zhang Yi's side. Even at this moment, he still didn't go out to deliver the final blow. Let us just say he was steady. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting hurt, Zhang Yi would never take that risk. The consumption of crossbow arrows was a big problem. Zhang Yi frowned, starting to think long-term. He had originally bought 300 crossbow arrows and 300 regular arrows. After using them up, he couldn't go out to recover them. Although there were still many left, one who does not plan for the future will have worries in the near term. After pondering for a while, Zhang Yi suddenly had a brilliant idea. He opened the alternate space, rummaged around, and immediately found what he wanted. The warehouse was filled with many marbles used for bearings, which could also be shot with the crossbow. There were also those toy glass marbles, although their lethality was not as strong as steel balls. When shot from a professional-grade crossbow, their power was still considerable, even if crossbow arrows were running low. There were also many metal products inside that could be disassembled and modified. Zhang Yi felt comfortable. With these things, he could live off them for a lifetime. He was comfortable, but some people were having a terrible time. Fang Yuqing and the 7 others originally thought they could take Zhang Yi's house by relying on their numbers. But in the end, not only did they fail to steal the chicken, but they also lost the rice, with 1 person dead and 3 others shot by crossbow arrows. Having to flee back in embarrassment, they didn't even dare to retrieve Lu Tao's body.